Hello and welcome to another episode of Who Are These Podcasts? I am Kevin.
And I am Carl.
And we listen to podcasts so you don't have to. On today's show, we'll be analyzing and reviewing a podcast called Totally Married, episode number 1 called I Now Pronounce You Man and Wife. As always, we both listen to the show separately, and we haven't discussed it at all beforehand. So without further ado, let's find out once and for all, who are these podcasts?
It's showtime.
Listen to that.
They love us, Kevin.
They totally love us.
They cannot wait to hear more about Totally Married.
Neither can I.
So, the podcast that we listen to, Totally Married, the host is Elizabeth Lame and her husband, Andy. It's an advice show. They spend most of the time reading questions and giving advice. Let me just read the Totally story off of their website, just to give everybody an idea of what we're dealing with here. What started out as a way to combine Elizabeth's access to funny people and Andy's access to recording equipment has snowballed into Totally Lame, Totally Married, and the new Totally Mommy. With over 4 million downloads and accolades from places like E! Online, USA Today, and Los Angeles Magazine, the Totallys have taken on a life of their own, to which we say totally. Totally honest, totally fun, totally real. That's what we're about. Listen in. All right, so I guess this is a comedy show. Is this supposed to be funny?
I think that's the intent of it, is to be funny, yeah.
Okay. I honestly wasn't sure. I'm listening through, wait, is this in the comedy category? Because it seems like, I found it in the parenting or parenting and relationships or something category.
Right.
I thought it was like an advice show. But I do like that they have E! Online, USA Today, and Los Angeles Magazine. That's a pretty far drop.
Those
are the 3 accolades that they got. Los Angeles Magazine.
Yeah. Nice. That's not one of those ones you see by the bus stop. It's in the little fucking little cans, that you can take out. You take out 72 of them at a time when you want.
The people who write for that magazine are also called bloggers. They're not actually writers. We always like to start off the show playing the clip that we think, just a short clip that sums up the podcast that we listen to best. And I have one that I'd love to get started with.
All right.
It's actually called World's Worst Teaser.
Okay. Yep.
At the very end of the show, but this sums it up for me.
All right, here we go.
Actually, most of my friends are from the last couple of years.
Let's literally write this down because this is a whole other episode. This is
Friends.
You and me and friends.
Yeah.
Adulthood friends. Oh man, we'll get into it.
Okay, so next episode is adulthood friends.
Adulthood friends.
What was the thing? Oh,
and high school
21,
friends.
That age.
All right.
Wow. I can't wait to hear about their fucking friends on the next episode. That's amazing.
I just listening to this whole podcast, the whole thing, this is really fucking lame, but I went to a Starbucks this morning, here on the good old West Coast. I went down to a Starbucks and I listened to this podcast on my iPad with a notepad and paper. And the background noise of the coffee shop is what helped me not want to kill myself. But then I came back to my
an interesting conversation somewhere.
Right. Even babies crying was good background noise to this.
Exactly.
But then I came back to my apartment and I was like, it's kind of, it's just like this. Obviously, it's just us talking and there's nothing else besides the 2 voices. But I don't know what it was about this. It just made it so sterile feeling when I was listening to it. I don't know if that's a good word or not.
Well, it's an obnoxious premise because think about it. What they're saying is we're the most amazing married couple. Everyone should listen to what we have to say because our marriage is perfect and we have the perfect relationship and we're so interesting and we just love to talk to each other. Just the premise alone is nauseating.
Yes. Very much so. Yes. And
if it isn't bad enough that you got to learn about Elizabeth and Andy, now we're going to hear about their friends in the next fucking episode. Who gives a shit?
yeah, which apparently are just her recent friends. She doesn't remember having a lot of college friends. She says that in there. I'm like, what? All right. Here's the one that I picked out for my favorite little moment here.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anything else you want to talk to me about?
I just thought that was
That's a good one.
as being somebody who has to edit these podcasts now. That would have been something I probably would have pulled out.
Not the podcast. No,
Yeah, it was.
They're
Funny.
not putting a lot of effort into it. Although, I will say these guys, I think, are like professional podcasters somehow. They're on Earwolf.
Yeah, that was that threw me for a loop because you sent this over and you were like, "Hey, here's our next podcast we're doing. It's Totally Married," and I'm like, "What the fuck?" So I start listening to it and I'm like, "Who are these fucking assholes?" You know, like just talking to each other. I just don't. You know, ironically, I'm like, "Who are these two assholes talking to each other?" That we aren't two assholes talking to each other, but. Then I looked it up and I'm like, well, let me see what the girl looks like, you know. So I bring it up and then I see that they're on Earwolf and they have like a following and a fucking presence and shit. And I'm like,
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense at all. Actually, why don't you play? I clipped the show intro. I mean, there is production here. There isn't a ton of production, but there is some production here. So it sounds like a professional podcast when it starts off. Go ahead and play that.
all right.
Totally married.
I do.
I do.
I do.
I do.
Totally married.
The old ball and chain.
I do.
I do.
I'm tired. Maybe tomorrow.
Welcome to Totally Married. I'm Elizabeth.
All right, so the song does not get you excited about listening to a show. It's fucking terrible. But she cracks herself up so often. And
Yes.
that was a perfect example. She started laughing at her name.
Yeah, there's a few
Did that
times
really
in
be
this.
that funny to her?
There's a few times that she does that in here where she just giggles, and it actually says that on their website too, like she's giggly and whatever.
Giggler, right.
Yeah.
Elizabeth Lame is a giggler, podcaster, comedy writer, lover of animals, and lover of slippers fashioned to look like animals.
Hey-o.
Just Google Schnauzer slippers. You're welcome.
Boring.
Oh.
Exactly. It's fucking terrible.
Um.
The other thing that really irks me about Elizabeth, besides giggling at herself all the time, is her vocal fry when she talks. She does that thing that chicks who think they're hot do.
Yeah.
And no one ever calls them on it because they want to fuck them.
I think you have an example of that because I'm pretty sure.
I do. I haven't. Do you want to play that ISO? The Make a Baby?
Yeah.
To make a baby.
Make a baby.
To make a baby.
Oh my god!
Baby. And then
I would shove my cock in that mouth so fast. Just stop talking. Just please.
oh god.
Balls in there too. Just stop it.
Oh god. Here's a little clip that I liked where she was very soft spoken.
Shut the fuck up.
I like that. And I isolated it, so I'm gonna.
I like that as an ISO. Yeah, that's good.
Shut
We can
the
use that.
fuck up.
Yeah.
That's actually perfect for future episodes. I like that a lot.
Yeah, I'm gonna put that on a loop and play it to myself because it's it's kind of sexual. It kind of gets me going.
Shut the fuck up.
All right. So you had a boner half the time listening to this episode, didn't you?
You know what? Here's another thing. So we did the last episode that we did had a female co-host on it, and she was not bad to look at. I know that you did not agree.
I disagree. But
You disagree. I thought she was okay.
Fight that battle with you again.
This girl, very cute. Also very cute. So her voice is very cute. She
Her
giggles.
voice is not very cute.
Okay.
Baby.
Well, that was No one wants to hear out of a cute girl's mouth that she wants to have a baby.
Oh, it's fucking terrible. They talk a little bit about their relationship and their wedding day, and it's really pretty boring. And then about 12 minutes in, they start to go to advice show time.
Right.
And I thought it was interesting. I clipped a couple of things. I have 2 clips on here. One is called Things People Who Host Advice Shows Should Not Say, Part 1. And the other one is Things People Who Host Advice Shows Should Not Say, Part 2.
Oh, okay.
Do you want to just hit both of those?
All right, we'll do that.
I just, it's really important that you have fun with the other person. I think that if I could, in my limited experience, give someone relationship advice or someone who's like, is this right? Do you have fun with them?
In her limited experience, if she could give somebody advice, that's the whole premise of the fucking show. Is it relationships? What is she talking about? All right, play part 2. Okay. It gets better.
I will say this, because this is the only similar situation I have, and this is where this podcast might go awry, because we really are giving advice where we're totally unqualified, but...
Now, I wrote that down, too.
Did Oz ever say that?
I wrote that down.
I'm totally unqualified for this.
I did write that down, but then I realized, as I was looking through their website, they actually call themselves out on it. And it says, one of their blurbs somewhere, it says, marriage advice, or listen in for sage advice from totally unqualified people. So that's like one of their little taglines there. So I was like, all right, they're off the hook. They realize that they are not fucking qualified.
You're the best. But I'll give that to you, okay? Right. They do say they're unqualified advice. Still, I wouldn't say, I don't know anything about relationships. How can I give you advice when that's the whole point of the show?
Right.
But,
Well,
all right. Let me present this argument to you in another way.
Okay.
I have 2 clips on here. One is called Fake Question. Hit that one real quick.
Dear Elizabeth and Andy, I've been married for 27 years.
Holy shit.
How much longer do I have to do this?
Okay, so that was one of the questions, right? And that's fun. Oh, yeah, how long do I have to do this? They spent 3 minutes answering that question. Okay, it's a fake question. It's a joke. There was no reason that they needed to talk about it. Now play Real Question, my other clip, and listen to the response. So this is an actual question on this advice show, and this is Elizabeth's response.
Gotcha.
The guy who wrote in is upset because his boyfriend, although it sounds like they've been dating for a long time and they maybe will get married, hasn't come out to his family.
Oh, okay.
This is intense, and I mean, I don't even know if I can speak to this because I can totally empathize that would be shitty.
Epic fail.
Again, I've never once heard Dr. Drew go, oh, gee, I've never heard of that before. I have no idea what to do.
Right.
If you're running an advice show, feel free. And she had the question ahead of time. It wasn't a caller.
Yeah, I actually wrote this down, too, because it's like, she says, I can empathize. No, you can't empathize. I can't empathize with someone who, a gay man who's struggling about coming out. Like, that's like a whole, like, that's some serious shit that I don't know how to relate to because I am not a gay man. So it's like, for her to say that, it's like, you cannot totally empathize with what it would be like to not, to not come out as a woman or whatever it is that she's.
Well, I agree, and I don't know why she even addressed that question. They take questions on their Facebook page or email or something, and you are able to choose which questions you bring onto the show.
Right.
You might want to pick a question that you have an answer to.
Well, it's true.
There's my advice for your advice show. Only pick questions you can answer.
Yeah, that might be entertaining to answer. Well, it's funny.
Then you get something accomplished.
She she says earlier too that right in the beginning of the podcast that they had on their Totally Lame show, which is the other podcast that she has. It's a play on her last name, Totally Lame, Laime. That she had it posted on Facebook for questions for this new podcast that's Totally Married, and she got a flood of questions coming in. So what you've just yeah.
Yes.
Right.
So they picked a joke question,
right,
and they picked a question they couldn't answer. Actually, I think they picked multiple questions they couldn't answer.
yeah.
I'm not.
Yeah, it's no. I mean, you got to say, all right, this is the first podcast and a run of. There was quite a few on there.
Hundreds of these. Yeah, there's hundreds of Totally Married episodes.
Right, and she, you remember this?
To make a baby.
They did make a baby. I think they made a couple babies from the pictures that I've seen.
They have, they have. I'm looking at the Facebook update from December 23rd. And then there were 4.
Holy shit! Yeah,
they just recently had a baby, and I can't picture caring less about this fucking family.
Yeah, I
their perfect life or whatever the fuck they're trying to portray here.
I think the funny thing is we're ripping a lot on Elizabeth and her voice and everything, but we haven't really talked a lot about Andy.
Oh yeah, let's get into Andy.
Yeah,
I pretty good ISO on Andy. It's a really short one if you want to play the other ISO.
Obviously,
you have this written out phonetically for me too. The way you named it's obviously
obviously
that was how you would write that word.
Yeah. I got the feeling that he wanted nothing to do with recording this fucking podcast. Like, he's just like, all right, okay, she's, the wife now, and now I kind of have to go along with it. But apparently he's been featured on some of these other things because he's, like, called Psychic Andy. I didn't get the whole psychic thing. There's something I'm missing there, why they call him psychic or whatever the fuck that was all about. But
well, let me fill you in there, Kevin, because I got a whole team over here doing the research.
Okay.
So we have access to the information that you need to know.
All right.
Andy makes music and is psychic. Andy Rosen is a true quadruple threat. Podcaster, husband, record producer, and master of dog agility.
Wow.
We might not know what quadruple threat means. Get it?
I just...
I don't even get that joke.
I don't... Wait a minute. So, all right, it's quadruple threat. There's 4 things, right, that they listed.
Right. Podcaster, husband, record producer, and master of dog agility. So wouldn't that be quadruple? I don't know.
All of those things give me the biggest douche chills.
Yeah, this guy is a bit of cool.
Yeah, he just feels like he's kind of along for the ride. I don't know, in a way. And it was weird to me. The whole thing...
I actually think Andy was taking the advice part of the show a lot more seriously than Elizabeth. If you noticed, the gay gentleman who was having the issue with his partner not coming out to his family yet, Andy was getting very serious about that. He really wanted to dig in and figure out what the right thing to do was. He also kept asking what the question was. Like, Elizabeth would read the question, and then he'd go, yeah, but what's the question?
Yeah.
She'd go, well, he wants to know what to do. Right. What's the question? He's kind of a dope. I don't know that he's a real smart guy.
He just came off not very likable at all in this. It's just very passive, and coming from me, that's a funny thing to say. But he's kind of just like in the background. The mopey husband talks a little bit about when they got married in the beginning and carrying her over the threshold or some shit, and they have this back and forth about how she lost weight so he could lift her, and that they aren't really the type of couple that she can run and leap into his arms or
it's every conversation with a girl I never want to have again. Yeah,
it's very cringy, and the weird part is they're married, and then I'm thinking, okay, they haven't known each other very long. They've been together for 8 years before they got married.
It's the couple at the party who are putting on the act and how in love they are, and everyone's just like, shut the fuck up,
Yeah,
guys.
that's exactly
They
it.
seem like they're together all the time.
Yes.
It's way too comfortable. You know, you think about like Rich Voss's podcast, My Wife Hates Me. That I'd rather hear a couple that was on the verge of divorce than these shitheads and how perfect their fucking life is. Oh, our life's perfect, so we'll give you advice. What should I do? I don't fucking know. How would I know?
Right. Well, I mean, you want
Great podcast.
you want a source of conflict between two people too. I mean, obviously, if everyone gets along, there's no fucking what's the point, you know?
Yeah, fuck you, Kevin. I
Exactly.
agree.
That's what I was about to say. Fuck
All
me.
right, so I want to play a game with you real quick.
Yes.
The game is called Fill in the Blank. If you play the fill in the blank clip, it will end, and I want you to produce what's that next word.
All right. Okay, I like this.
This podcast might be just an unbelievable
Cure for AIDS?
no,
No?
no. It's certainly not going to cure AIDS.
Sure, it's not
failure?
going to cure AIDS? Because I was really hoping that we'd find a podcast that would fucking cure AIDS in here.
If by cure AIDS you mean epic failure, then yes, that's exactly what the correct answer was.
I think when they do cure AIDS, that it should actually be called, like the product should be called Cure AIDS. Like that's Cure AIDS would be the thing. It's funny, and this is completely not fucking related to anything that we've even talked about, but I happened to be on Facebook yesterday, and they have that little news ticker on the side, and it said, this is how much of a fucking nerd I am. It said that Charlie Sheen acknowledges the doctor who cured him of AIDS or something like that.
Yeah, the quack, right.
And I just read Doctor Who and got excited. That's like I thought it was something to do with Doctor Who. I'm like Charlie Sheen's going to be in Doctor Who? What?
It's fucking embarrassing,
Yeah,
dude.
it's really.
I can't believe you just told me that.
Well, yeah,
That's fucking funny. Was it? He's the new doctor?
Yeah, exactly. I'm like, holy shit! See, he is
Finally,
winning.
a Doctor Who with an attitude. No, you know what I think's funny is you're going back to your earlier scenario. You've invented a product that cures AIDS, and you need to come up with a marketing gimmick to get people to use it. Like, I like that you're worried about the name. Like, and what should the packaging be? Which color should we choose? Dude, it cures AIDS. You'll sell a lot of it. I don't think you need to come up with a clever slogan or product name. I think you nailed it.
Oh shit! Yeah, I guess I didn't think of that.
I will purchase some Cure AIDS for our buddy Charlie there.
Can you see the commercial, the TV commercial for Cure AIDS? It'd be like, check with your doctor before you take Cure AIDS to make sure you don't have violent diarrhea. Or
Cure AIDS will not protect you from things like awful wives, terrible podcasts.
if you have blood flying out of your eyeballs, Cure AIDS may not be right for you. If you've ever used transdermal mesh, transvaginal mesh.
All right. So we've totally gotten off topic, and I
Yes.
think it's because this show was really boring. Do you have any other clips from the show you wanted to
I had
play
just the
for us?
two. I just had this one.
Shut the fuck up.
Yes. Give me a minute on that one. Ooh.
Put it back in your pants.
Ew. All right. Yeah, and then I had just the other ones. It was just a stupid, this one here.
Yeah.
Basically,
Anything else you want to talk to me about?
I've had that
This
conversation.
show's 45 minutes long, and you clipped a total of 3.7 seconds. You're an amazing contributor to this show.
Well, you know what? I was
Efforts.
I was balls deep in a latte at fucking Starbucks.
Right.
So
Yeah, no, I understand. I'm concerned with your method. I think maybe some improvement. All we have to do is make a podcast that sucks as bad as Totally Married, and we too could be on Earwolf.
well, you know what? We're on our way. We are on our way.
So
Yes.
I see this as the bar is so low in podcasting that we can't help but succeed. That's the way I'm looking at it.
Yeah,
And
I
actually,
agree.
speaking of the bar being low in podcasting, I do want to tease our next episode.
Okay.
We're going to be listening to a podcast called Stuff Mom Never Told You, and it's from the How Stuff Works podcast network. So again, this is pretty well produced and gets a lot of listens. We're going to listen to an episode called The Asian Fetish. And to fully tease our next episode, I did pick a clip from this next podcast we'll be listening to. Here's the clip.
The dainty, submissive geisha, or the diminutive China doll, the angry, sexualized dragon lady, or the overbearing tiger mom.
I love this one already.
I just popped 2 boners over here.
Yeah, I've popped 50 of them over here.
Here's the bad news. These people are not pro-Asian fetish. They're
Damn it.
actually quite anti-Asian fetish.
Oh boy.
I have a feeling we're not going to love this one.
I can guarantee I'm not going to love this one.
I don't think we're going to like this one, but it should make for an interesting podcast on the next episode of Who Are These Podcasts?
Hello and welcome to another episode of Who Are These Podcasts? I'm Kevin.
And I'm Carl.
And we listen to podcasts so you don't have to. On today's show, we'll be analyzing and reviewing a podcast called Stuff Mom Never Told You. The episode is titled The Asian Fetish. As always, we both listen to the show separately. We haven't discussed anything beforehand, blah, blah, blah. So without further ado, let's find out once and for all, who are these podcasts?
It's showtime.
They love us, Kevin.
Yay!
We got an
Yay!
excited audience here today.
Hello, thank you. Oh, they dropped right off.
Yeah, as soon as I started talking, I'm like, oh, he's here? All right.
Yeah, I'm like, fuck.
So today we're going to talk about a podcast called Stuff Mom Never Told You.
Yes.
And let me just read you the description from their website. Give everybody a perspective of what we had to endure. Hosted by Kristen Conger and Caroline Urban, Stuff Mom Never Told You is the audio podcast from How Stuff Works that gets down to the business of being women from every imaginable angle. Fueled by boundless curiosity and rigorous research, Kristen and Caroline are girls next door gender experts who skillfully decode the biology, psychology, and sociology of ladies and gents, from their evolutionary past to millennial present, to better understand all the stuff Mom never told you. So, gender experts, that's the one that stood out to me.
Yeah.
I believe that's code for feminists?
Yeah, oh, definitely. And you definitely get that vibe from listening to this, that they...
Yeah, so these women are feminists who... their only goal in life is to sound as intelligent as possible. The vocabulary coming out of these people's mouths to make nonsensical arguments and statements and using just the largest words they could possibly find in the dictionary.
It's kind of how I talk when I'm at work.
Right, right. You just try to sound like you're smart.
I just throw out, $10 words or whatever, and to hope that somebody, takes me seriously or something. So I can relate in a lot of ways.
So this was about a 50-minute long podcast, and it was all about the Asian fetish. This was a topic that interested me. I'll take full responsibility for this one. I picked it out, and really glad I did, because there was a lot to not learn.
Yeah. It's they go through a lot of explanation from like imperialism and stuff of how the Asian fetish, or the, I guess, preoccupation with the Asian culture and Asian women. I guess it sort of makes, sense. I'm an idiot, so I don't know. I believe what they're telling me, but it's I think the thing that I got most hung up with about this podcast was the inflection in their voice. And,
oh my
God.
God.
It fucking was.
It just never stopped irritating me.
Yeah, it was like, and they're just all up and down.
I have examples of that, but before we get too far along, because Kevin and I both have a ton of clips from this show. I'm sure there's a bunch that overlap. But what we always like to do is start with the short clip that we think best summarizes the entire episode. So if you want, why don't you start with mine that says, clip that sums up the show for me.
But the whole underrepresentation of Asian characters in this show that takes place in a prison does sort of reflect the existing stereotype of Asians as the quote-unquote model minority, that they never do anything wrong. They just study math and get good grades and get married and go on to be model citizens, when even if some people do think that model minority stereotype is positive, like, hey, we're not saying that you break the law, so shouldn't you be grateful? It's still squashing entire groups of people down to a one-dimensional representation that doesn't reflect reality.
Absolutely.
Okay, so I probably should have set that one up a little bit better. They were talking about Orange is the New Black, which is apparently a racist show because it doesn't have enough Asians. So these are prison inmates, a show about prisoners. There aren't enough Asians, and that is somehow racist. These women could find racism in a sunset. How is that possibly racist? It's like, this isn't reflecting reality at all. I've never been to a women's prison, but I'm guessing there aren't a ton of Asians there. Am I wrong? Is that crazy?
You could probably go to like Japan and probably not find a lot of Asian women in prison.
No, it's probably all black women in Japan.
I mean, I don't. Yeah,
there's no way to make these cunts happy. I'm convinced of it. There's nothing you could possibly do that they'd be like, okay, that is exactly the way that you're supposed to say that, and you've done this very well. Anything you do or say is a microaggression and ultimately racist in these two women's eyes. It's really unbelievable. I don't know how they get through life. But anyway, more on that in a moment.
It's funny. You say microaggression. I only heard that once during the whole podcast, thankfully, because I thought that was going to be one of those fucking words that I heard a bunch of times.
Used it for real. I've heard that word. I've read the articles about the college campus and everything, but I've never heard someone use that word as if it were a real thing, because it's not a real thing.
We're PC, man. We're pussy crushers.
Exactly.
Bruh. Okay. Speaking of bruh, here's my favorite.
Globetrotting bro who comes home with so many stories you wouldn't believe the women, man.
Yeah.
So there's a little bit of disdain in that voice, I would say.
Yeah, bruh. Like, I understand the impression of a bro, and I'm betting if they were to like have a counter podcast that reviewed our podcast reviewing them, that they would be like, they were totally like, hey, bro, and microaggression.
They would take that exact clip.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. This is how the whole thing sounds.
Hey, bro. All right. So while we're on this subject, there's one thing that I want to take a look at. There's a clip that I have. It's called "OMG, You Dummy." Just play that, and I'll talk about why I clipped that one.
All right.
Yeah, I mean, I will be completely honest. I mean, because why not? I've only ever dated white guys. It's not that I have not dated guys of other ethnicities because I have, no, but that has been what I've been attracted to.
Okay. That sentence literally makes the entire point of the show moot.
Agreed.
By the way, this sentence comes in at about the minute 46 marker or so. All they're talking about is this whole crazy history. And by the way, the story arc of this podcast is amazing. It starts off in 1959, it starts off in the 13th century and somehow gets really caught up in the early 20th century America and just the crazy racism that was going on. And then ends with this, well, I have my own thing too, but, these guys who like Asian girls, they're racist.
Right.
She makes the entire show moot with that statement.
Well, I thought it was funny too, because, there's a part in here where they're talking. Now, this is who we're referring to as Kristen. I think she's the...
Yeah.
She seems to be the worst of the two between her and Caroline. But
well, they're both awful.
Well, they are, yes. But
awful people.
If I had to choose in a lineup which one to not kill...
If I only had one sock puppet to stick in someone's mouth, yes, I would pick Kristen. That's correct.
And I don't know if they're trying to make the point that people who are guys who are into Asian women are creepy. That's how the general population sees those people. And then they go one step further and go, and usually it's the geeky guy.
I know, they're stereotyping all over the place.
Right, so I'm like, okay, so me. So that's what they're saying is me.
Yes, exactly.
Is creepy. So it's like, as a fat geek guy that I am, I can't be interested. I can't show any interest in an Asian woman without it being perceived as creepy. In fact, I'll go one further and say I can't show any interest anything sexually without it being creepy. Just being a fat dude.
You leaving the house is creepy.
Well,
I don't know why you would step foot out of that apartment. Stay inside. You're a creep.
Oh, you've just
freaking poor Kristen out.
Oh boy, no, it's I just thought it was really bizarre that they had to pick that out in that way.
It's hypocritical. The whole show is it's just a circular argument, and it's hypocrisy. So let's take a step back. I want to go back towards the beginning of the show where they're setting up why this Asian fetish even exists in the first place, and they're going back. Way back in time to Marco Polo. Can you play the clip I titled Wildly Inaccurate Historical Fact?
It's interesting when you do look at that gender aspect because East Asia as sort of a whole has been historically feminized in the eyes of the West, sort of as a reaction against its formidable strength. We could not come in and take over, essentially. We couldn't come in and be the boss. And so we ended up fetishizing entire groups of people and claiming the women for our own.
That's insane. Who is all this we shit? What is she talking about? Did you have anything to do with that?
Yeah, no, I'm a man. I have a penis, so therefore, yeah.
Oh, so you are guilty.
I'm guilty of all previous crimes.
So if you didn't catch that, because, again, she was using as many $10 words as she possibly could. The basic premise is the West discovered the Far East, and the Far East were superior. And so the West, because they couldn't conquer them, decided to say, well, the women are super sexy and hot, and they can be our girlfriends. I mean, is that an accurate summarization of what she was saying?
Yeah, and that's what I take from it, too. And I think there's a clip I had, too, that was... I think in that same conversation where they were talking about guys that went over there and sexually like exploited the region. This is
an oversized clitoris.
They talk about.
Yeah.
I don't know why they get on that subject, but
I don't know either. But all right, I want to come back to this historical fact. But now that you played that, I got to play. My favorite one, which is I learned something new.
Native African women had different sized vulvas compared to white women as well.
I didn't know that. I learned something new from this podcast.
I almost clipped that too, and I was like in my mind like a fucking idiot going, wait a minute, what is the fucking vulva? Like I still have no idea what the fuck. No, I don't.
That's go-to for me. That's how I talk dirty.
Yeah. Just bring that vulva over here.
I don't know how they even got on that subject. That's how crazy this podcast gets. But anyway, so this whole podcast is based, and they do come back around to it at the end. The whole podcast is based on the fact that when the West met the East back in the 13th century, they couldn't conquer them, so they had to feminize or fetishize, I guess is the word that they like to use, the entire region. I'm not a historian, so correct me if I'm wrong here. But the West never tried to conquer the East. The Mongolians made it pretty far into Europe, so it did go the other way around. But the West were just trying to trade with the East. They were actually much more interested in their spices and some of their inventions than they were with trying to take over their land. There was really no point in which the West was invading the East until the Opium War, which was 1839. And at that point, the British won. So nothing that she says is historically accurate at all. Because when the West did decide to go in and actually conquer the East, the British won. And then there's this incident I just read about where the U.S. dropped atomic bombs in Japan and they surrendered. So it seems like the West has actually had a pretty good track record beating up on the East. So the whole premise of the show is just historically inaccurate. It's made up. I don't even know where they came up with it.
It sounds like you were reading a textbook because I don't even know any of that shit. But here's the thing.
I haven't read a textbook in a while. But
here's the thing I took from that. The whole spice thing. I love that shit from that. We were over there trading spices. Like shit was so bland in the old days that they were like, we have to get in a boat and get some goddamn salt or pepper or something
Exactly.
from somewhere, because we cannot eat this fish anymore the way it is.
This cumin is fucking amazing.
Yeah,
I have to go on a 4-month trek to get some more of this cumin and get it back into Italy.
They love spices.
I don't even know if that was a spice that was over there. I have no idea.
Yeah, I have no idea either.
So send your emails to Kevin at iCloud.
Yes, Kevin at iCloud. No .com. Just, so here's another thing. Just to kind of dive back into it and the hypocritical kind of stuff that the host there, one of the hosts, Kristen, talks about with guys, because she talks about she's engaged to a blue-eyed Ken doll-looking guy, which I thought was funny.
She pronounced blue-eyed devil incorrectly. Yep.
Okay, and then so here's a clip.
Did I have a childhood crush on Cary Grant?
Oh, for sure.
Totally.
Who has a childhood crush on Cary Grant
That's-
in this? I just.
When was she born? 1912? What the fuck is she talking about?
Well, and I just thought it was weird because, there's a shit ton of references to Weezer in here. So they've got to be like our age, these girls, I would imagine.
High school, she listened to Pinkerton over and over again.
Right.
And so she's got to be late 30s, early 40s, something like that, right?
I can't say that I'm like a big fucking like Marlena Dietrich fan. I just wouldn't throw out some old school actress.
Exactly.
Thing.
What the fuck are they talking about?
Yeah. Oh, Cary Grant. Ooh. She's got fucking black and white fever. They're talking about yellow fever. That's black and white fever.
All right. So I have a bunch more clips here that I want to get to. So let's get into it.
All right.
Can you play the clip that is white people playing Asian people in movies?
These magazine spreads at the time, kind of behind the scenes of these films, detailing how they transformed white women into Asian characters, which was just a lot of like racist, awful, like, here's how we pull her eyes back and put her in yellow face and make her talk with a broken English accent. It was all pretty horrifying.
Okay. So she's explaining how, we all know that Hollywood is famous for having Jews play Indians and, also it was a white person's game for a long time. So, they're talking about how they had white people portraying Asian people. And this is described as horrifying that they would have them talk with a broken English accent and pull their eyes back. Kevin, it's not racism. Asian eyes look different than white people eyes. You do have to do something, right?
No, they look exactly the same.
I'm sorry. That was a microaggression. I apologize.
That was a microaggression.
What pissed me off about this part of the show is that they're talking about white people playing Asians with no mention of Breakfast at Tiffany's.
I was just about to say that.
Rudy's character in Breakfast at Tiffany's is honestly the racist thing ever done in a movie ever.
Well, it actually is.
Godfrey watches that is just like, oh, Jesus Christ, enough.
Right. Well, because it inspires like the impression that everyone does of an Asian now. You know what I mean? Like that's the. I mean, it's way over the top and pretty fucking terrible. But I mean, it's that's like what people take and they go, oh, it's all like the whole thing. Just like they do. I'm Italian, so they do. People fucking do mobster voices for me. Right. So I mean, it is what it is. I mean,
I know you personally, so I make fun of you for things that actually suck about you. But yeah, other people probably make
just generalize. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I was thinking the exact same thing about Breakfast and Tiffany's when you were saying that, because it's like, holy shit, that is like the worst. And they do talk about Stanley Kubrick's Full Metal Jacket, which is an amazing movie. I'm a big Kubrick fan, so it's a really, really good movie. And however, that's the movie that kind of coined the "Me Love You Long Time" and all those things.
I thought it was Two Live Crew that did that, but okay.
Well, no, they stole it. Well, yeah. Yeah, they stole it.
I'm sorry, Kevin. I'm still doing a comedy show.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm going into fucking like,
explaining it to me. Well, actually, Carl.
What Kubrick was trying to do was... I guess the thing that bugged me the most about was not even like the the entire discussion, the Asian thing, the frequent use of the word yellow, which I was like, Jesus, enough with that.
Yeah. I actually have a pretty funny clip if you want to play Yellow Fever real quick.
The whole yellow fever so-called phenomenon, and I realize that is not the nicest way to put it. It's an uncomfortable phrase to even say on the podcast, Caroline.
This is why our podcast is better. I say yellow fever. I'm totally comfortable with it. It's a very comfortable phrase for me to say on the podcast. But you're right. They do say yellow fever. It's almost like they're getting away with something like, ooh, we're being naughty. We get to say yellow fever, but, they're masking it as we're trying to educate people about racism and everything else.
Right.
Before we get too far away, I do want to go back. Can you play Way to Not Make a Point at All? And this goes back to they went into a pretty long diatribe about Hollywood and actors and actresses, and which really has nothing to do with the premise of the show at all. But they do get off on it for a while. So play Way to Not Make a Point at All.
We still see Hollywood peddling stereotypical roles for Asian actresses. They're either model minorities, the nerdy kid in class. They're dragon lady businesswomen. They're sexy kung fu masters or non-English speaking immigrants running dry cleaners, or they're prostitutes.
Okay. This clip is pretty funny to me because you can't be stereotypes if it's all over the place. Literally, she's saying, these women are always playing either the protagonist or the antagonist or a supporting character. What else are they supposed to do?
Or a human being with a vagina. These women are always playing those.
She literally names off so many different roles that they play. It doesn't make any sense at all. It's like, I can't believe this person is a smart businessman. This is ridiculous.
Here's my favorite part of the entire Hollywood discussion is they keep talking about this woman named Anna May Wong.
Anna May Wong.
Anna May Wong. Now, how funny to what do you think about the fact that it's anime? Like her first name is Anime.
That is amazing observation. I did not pick up on that at all. How did I miss that? They kept saying anime.
Yeah, they said it a million times. Like I'm waiting for them to be like manga Wong. And hentai, fucking...
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, don't forget about Bukaki Kwang, who was a great actress in the 30s.
Bukaki Kwang.
Well, you remember Bukaki Kwang.
Yeah, I do. I have all her...
School.
All her movies. I have another clip here, just of her voice, like Kristen's voice, that it just annoys the shit out of me, and will, I'm sure, you as well.
Okay.
Who's one of many delightfully diminutive doll-like women he discovers in Japan.
What is many of the many diminutive doll-like women he meets in Japan?
Who's one of many delightful...
What is one of the many delightful...
Who's one of many delightfully diminutive doll-like women he discovers in Japan.
In Japan. Many of the diminutive doll-like women he meets in Japan.
Very condescending. You got all right. I have another example of this. Yes. That one's ridiculous. But play Casual Racism.
Casual racism. One of the examples that Chan gave was they went to her boyfriend's family's place over the summer, and they were going to play beer pong. And people were like, "Hey, you'll like this. It's just like ping pong."
The gasp is amazing. But she's like, "Casual racism."
Yeah.
Well, Kevin, there's like microaggressions, like casual racism. Like people think an Asian person's good at beer pong.
Even gendering the entire geography.
She likes to hold words out. Geography.
Even gendering the entire geography.
Geography.
Much of a range.
Range. This sounds like... I pulled this one because it sounds like Jiminy Glick. Like fucking character.
Much of a range.
And
if you're not getting the sense by listening to these clips that we're playing for you, play the clip that says, "Holy shit, you're overthinking it."
but even gendering the entire geography, because this whole issue of Western fetishization when it comes to East Asia is really a story of imperialism. And this was something that Patricia Park laid out really well over in Bitch Magazine in an article called The Madame Butterfly Effect.
So this is the premise of the show, is this all comes back to this Western imperialism as to the reason why you and I beat off 2 Asian girls on RedTube.
Right.
Which I had no idea. That's amazing to me. I had no idea that was why.
I didn't realize that there was something called Bitch Magazine. They keep quoting this. Bitch Mag.
Oh, I have a subscription. It's amazing.
Really? Does it come out once a month? Oh, God.
All right. So that's the premise of the show. But I have another clip that I think would make sense to play here. It's called "This is Why This Podcast is Terrible," even if you buy the premise.
A lot of Asian women, because of these kinds of U.S. policies, were not allowed to come into the United States as well. There were fears that they would bring over things like STDs. So you had these communities of mostly Asian men that white people similarly were like, oh, what's going on over there? That's not right. There aren't any women. But at the same time, they judged their women as being immoral too. So it was just a mess.
It's totally counter to this whole idea that the fetishization of, if that's a word, of Asian women. And then we get into this thing where it's like, well, you know, in America, they thought they all had STDs and that they were immoral and gross. So I'm sorry. Then there probably isn't this perfect story arc that we were talking about. You know, they could have gone back to the invention of the internet. That probably would have been a better place to start for this whole, you know, fetishization of Asian women. I don't think it goes back to Marco Polo.
I think, here's my take on it. Guys like women. Heterosexual men typically like women. And I don't think it really makes one hell of a difference if they're Asian or what the fuck race they are. Guys are going to be into all kinds of different shit. So to demonize one sect of men or whatever who happen to like Asian women just seems kind of ridiculous to me. But
exactly. I mean, the thing that they're not understanding is that guys will sleep with just about anything with a vagina, and 99% of Asian women have said vagina, which makes them quite desirable right there.
Except for a few in Thailand. There's a few that don't find.
My math might be off because of Thailand. Take Thailand out of the equation, and we're close to 100%.
Yes.
So I do have a clip here that's called "How This Chick Ended Up Becoming a Man-Hating Feminazi." And she just goes back really quick into a brief moment of her growing up in her childhood. I think this really sums it up.
When I was growing up, my dad was such a huge Broadway and musical fan, so I'm definitely familiar with South Pacific.
He's a fag.
Yeah, I'm guessing that her dad really paid much attention to her mom growing up, and that was probably an issue and the reason why she's much of a man-hater today.
An oversized clitoris.
Yeah. So I just want to throw this one in real quick because I love the chemistry between the two girls.
If we had $1 already for the number of times we said fetish, a version of fetish in this podcast, we could buy a sandwich.
Ooh, perfect.
Yes.
Oh, God. So I love that. I actually had the exact same clip, and I called it swing and a miss. This isn't trying to be funny by any means, so they tried to get one joke in there, and she couldn't come up with anything. If we had $1 for every time we said fetish, we could buy a sandwich. That's hilarious. You totally understand how comedy works.
Yeah.
Well done.
But the sandwich wouldn't have any meat in it because we don't believe in it.
All right. So after all of this information that they've brought forth, and there's a lot of information in here. I mean, it's wildly inaccurate, but they do talk about opium wars, and they talk about early Hollywood and all sorts of things going on throughout history. I really like that they wrap it all up with a solution. So if you want to play the clip, wrapping up with the solution, please.
Appropriately named.
While you might think, oh, I don't perpetuate these kinds of stereotypes, there are more of those microaggressions, we could say, that we can all probably pay closer attention to. And seriously, friends, if you have a single Asian friend that you want to hook up, don't suggest the guy who exclusively dates Asian girls. You know, like don't pull that whole thing.
You are a hero, Kristen. You've saved the day.
Oh, yes.
She saved it. I mean, there's this huge problem that's been going on since Marco Polo times, and she has the solution right there.
Yep.
Stop hooking your friends up who like Asian people.
I just was so angry. I've listened to this podcast 4 different times now.
That's unbelievable. I can't believe you spent that much time.
Well, the first really... 2 were masturbation sessions, but the second 2 were, yeah. So the second 2, when I listened to, I just found myself just getting really like angry at the whole kind of concept of it. And it's
all joking aside, I was actually getting very angry about the 40-minute mark.
Yeah.
I stopped it and I was like, okay, we're doing this for fun. Calm down. I was actually getting angry.
Yeah. Yeah. There's, and it didn't help that I listened to it. Like I didn't get a lot of sleep last night. I listened to it this morning in bed. Like I was like, I gotta, one more time, I gotta get this fucking thing drilled into my head. And, I'm a fucking crab in the morning. So I hadn't had coffee or anything yet. And I just was so like ready to just throw the cunt word around like 1,000 fucking times for this podcast. But I'm better now. I'm civilized. I'm woken up a little bit. Yeah. I mean, I feel like here's the positives that I take away from this.
Oh, good. Yeah.
Okay.
We don't really talk about positives a lot. I'm glad to hear you bring this up. I can think of a one. So, yeah, okay. Go ahead.
There are some positives here. And it's going to be from a purely geeky technical standpoint. The podcast is recorded beautifully. Everything was perfect. The levels were great. You could hear everything really nice. They have a good mix with the audio coming in and out, like the theme song, and then they have at the end they have a little harp fucking sound effect, and then they have like mailbag and stuff.
It's legit.
It's really, really well done. The 2 women
the content is so fucking terrible. That's the good production pisses me off.
Yeah.
I want it to be just a couple of feminists with no friends in their basement, but no, these women are gainfully employed and actually have like journalism backgrounds. They do this for a career.
Yeah, and that's
sorry we're trying to find positives.
Well, I mean that's really like the only major positive that I could take away. You can tell that both of them have like a background, or they went to school. Let's say I'm assuming. I didn't do any research on these girls. But...
I could tell that they both have access to Wikipedia. That's what I could tell. That was my big thing.
And here, I just dropped a microaggression and I called them girls. I'm sorry, they're women. So
cunts was the word to use.
I apologize. That's Carl at yahoo.com. Carl at yahoo. So
right.
Yeah. Yeah, so I from that point of it, like I admired it. Like the first time I listened to it, I was like, wow, this is really like well put together. And, they have a clear like background in doing it. However, they have that annoying inflection thing that they must teach you in fucking broadcasting 101 in college or journal, whatever the fuck class it is. Where you have to talk like this and deliver everything like it's everything is all over the place, and I think
it's just a condescending, cunty dialect. Whenever they're making a point that's so obvious to them, and the listener is just an idiot, that's when they have to start talking like this to drive home the point that, duh, guys, this is
even
how it's
gendering the entire
like that. You mean?
Exactly.
Yeah.
I just had one other point that I wanted to make because there's no making these women happy. I don't have a clip, but they talked a lot about Madame Butterfly and Miss Saigon.
Oh, yeah.
And their complaint about these stories is that the Asian women, the Asian lead characters in these stories are hot and desirable. Now, how the fuck should they have been portrayed? I'm a little bit confused here. And what's great about this is they're talking about these stories, and there's a couple other ones that they bring up, and they're like, yeah, they all have the same thing where the female lead is Asian and she's hot and the guy loves her. It's like, that's also true of every other story I've ever heard in my life. How about the millions of stories where there's a white woman who's hot and desirable? Is that for the nenext podcast? Maybe. I don't know. But
Yeah.
I don't understand what the alternative is. What is it they were hoping would happen in these? Like, because it's funny, because if the white guy was like, oh, gross, you're Asian, that would be a huge fucking problem.
Right.
But they're like, oh, you're hot, you're Asian. That's a fucking problem. Like, holy shit. I can't even wrap my mind around what the right answer is here.
Yeah, you get the sense when you listen to this that they just want Asians and Asians to be with each other, and you know what I mean? It's
Right?
like, yeah,
That really is the only conclusion that works. Like, just stick with your race. That's what I did.
Right.
Everyone else should too, because this is getting out of control.
Right.
I see one more white guy with an Asian. I'm gonna lose it. They're making ping pong jokes. It's crazy.
yeah. It's I just was so frustrated, I guess, listening to this too, and and actually being like a guy who genuinely thinks that Asian women are pretty attractive. It's rough to hear this and then be like, wow, it's like you're automatically a creep. Like that's already in the lexicon now. That's just the way it is. There's my $10 word.
We both, from experience, have enjoyed the Asian females, and it doesn't stop me from enjoying other females as well. Right. Even those awful Jewish ones who won't suck your penis. But I give them all a chance,
I just it doesn't really add up to me, and I find it really, as a person, as a guy who already has enough trouble fucking trying to meet women, it's like now I have to battle a creep factor because I happen to like, and that's not that I would only ever chase an Asian girl. I mean,
they are slower, so you might want to.
Well, no one's slower than me, so they can outrun me. But yeah, I don't know. I just feel like it comes across racist in the wrong. Like, I don't think they intended it to come across that way in this podcast. But
don't feel bad, because these women's sensibilities are nowhere near reflected in the real world. In fact, there's nothing that I choose to watch or listen to that wouldn't leave these women curled up in the fetal position. Yeah, they are offended by everything.
Yeah.
If they saw your Google history, I'm pretty sure they would commit suicide. So don't feel bad. These women are terrible.
So, yeah, this was just a futile effort at a podcast that I don't like putting down.
Talking about what we just did?
Well, that too, but I mean, no, it's just the I listened to it 4 fucking times, and I'm like, and then one of the episodes I had, it just went into the next whatever was on their feed next.
Oh no!
And it was called The Nipple Slip or something like that. So it was all about tits, which I didn't listen to that whole thing, and I guess I probably should because.
No, I don't think you should. So I just want to wrap it up with this final thought. Like, who is this podcast for, Kevin? You listened to the whole thing 4 times. I listened to it begrudgingly once. Who is the target audience for this podcast?
It's women that have no idea what to think and need guidance from other women.
No, that'd be the worst audience for this, because if they actually listened to these 2 cunts and agreed with them, they'd be steering them in the exact wrong direction. I have an idea of who I think the target audience is.
Okay.
Any chick whose man left them for an Asian girl and wants to blame it on something other than their awful personality can now say, oh, it's because of the Opium Wars. Of course.
Yes.
It's because of Madam Butterfly. It wasn't me. I don't need to improve myself.
It was because of this.
An oversized clitoris.
Yeah, that was the main reason.
All right. So just wrapping up, Stuff Mom Never Told You. We'll never listen to another episode of that ever again, because my eardrums were writing out suicide notes. I just don't want to have to go through that. But next week we will be reviewing another podcast. And next week we're going to be listening to Raw's 4th Hour with Kevin Scampoli. And we're going to be listening to an episode from February 8th, 2016. This podcast is meant to be listened to right after the end of WWE's Raw. And it's a great recap of the show and an inside look at all things professional wrestling.
Let's start this off with my favorite caller, because we're going to talk to Brian. and he's going to have to tell me a little bit about Raw because I spent more time on Where's My Refund than watching Raw, than on my actual Raw stream. So, Brian, how was Raw tonight?
It was all right. You know, I'm getting back from sobbing like a small child. Jesus, I didn't expect that speech to be so good.
So that's going to be a fun one. That's going to be next week on Who Are These Podcasts. Kevin, great talking to you.
Great talking to you. See you guys later.
Later.
Hello and welcome to another episode of Who Are These Podcasts? I'm Kevin.
And I'm Carl.
And we listen to podcasts so you don't have to. On today's show, we'll be analyzing and reviewing a podcast called Raw's Fourth Hour, February 8th, 2016 episode. As always, we both listen to the show separately. We haven't discussed it with each other beforehand, so none of that shit. So without further ado, let's find out once and for all, who are these podcasts?
It's showtime.
Thank you. Thank
Yes.
you. Please.
Yes.
Calm it down, everybody. Calm down. Welcome to another WATP.
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 Oh, no, it's WATP.
WATP.
That's close. Work on it.
I'll work on it.
All right.
So we listened to Raw's Fourth Hour, which is a podcast that goes on right after Raw on Monday nights, WWE's Raw, and they discuss the goings-on of the episode of Raw. And it's actually a call-in show. They have a ton of callers call in to discuss with Kevin Scampoli the episode of Raw.
Yeah, Kevin I really, really am sad that I share the fucking same first name with this guy. Kevin Scampoli is just very, very... I don't even know where to begin on this guy. I really don't know. I actually looked at his YouTube channel just to see what the fucking dude looked like. He probably can kick my ass, but I don't care. I don't really care if he could or not because he's just the worst fucking person.
Kevin, I'm gonna throw you a curveball here. I liked this podcast.
Oh my god!
I don't watch WWE anymore. I haven't in over a decade, and I enjoyed this podcast.
Oh my god!
I actually liked it. And here's the crazy part. This might be why I liked it. I don't know if you caught onto this, but the host, Kevin Scampoli, sounds exactly like me. We have the exact same inflections. Our voices are the same. It was really bizarre listening to.
I didn't get that at all. Like there was one line that this guy says that I thought was funny, that I actually clipped too. But I'll play that one real now if it's.
All right,
let's see.
I had kids with someone and she left me. But guess what? I still got to deal with the kids.
Wow.
So
the caller's reaction is amazing. I actually isolated that because the word "wow" is not supposed to be said without some type of enthusiasm. The kid's like, "Wow,
yeah." It's
play the ISO that I clipped for you there.
Wow. Wow.
That actually made its way to a number of my clips from the show. So usually when we start off our podcast, we try to play a clip from the show that we think best sums up the entire podcast so that the listeners can understand exactly what it is that we're reviewing. So I didn't do a single clip this time, but I have a clip that's called How Was Raw Tonight Montage. This is the question he asks when people call the show.
Chuckward, how was Raw tonight?
It was terrible, Kevin.
Soggy Onion, how was Raw for you?
I didn't watch Raw.
Outcast, how was Raw tonight?
Well, I thought it was all right. I mean, it's your typical Raw, like nothing particularly special about it.
Oh, shit, Seth, we're joined by my new favorite caller, Seth Hayes. How was Raw for you tonight?
It was, I didn't watch it.
That's awesome. Like this show about Raw. Nobody likes Raw. Nobody watches Raw.
Oh god.
I thought that summed it up pretty well. Everyone seems to be indignant about professional wrestling who calls this show. I'm not sure why they're all big fans of it.
There's a lot of Australians that call this show too, which I thought was pretty interesting. Just because of the accent alone, I was like, "That's fucking really cool." Anyway, here's my clip that I think sums it up.
Hi, it's Kevin Scampoli, Calvin Scarpelli. I'm the guy you fucked. I'm the guy you fucked over. I'm Kirk Scarpese.
What the fuck?
The guy's got 3 names. It's awesome.
Kurt Scarpese, Kevin Scarpoli, the guy you fucked over.
It's Kelvin Scarpoli, Kevin Scampo. No, I'm getting that wrong. Kelvin Scarp. I don't even know. He's got 3 different names now. It's pretty amazing.
Did you hear the theme song too? It's like, this is not my life. This is not my something.
I assume that's probably one of the professional wrestlers' walk-on songs or something.
I wanted to believe that it was recorded specifically for this show.
Well, speaking of songs specifically recorded for this show, do you want to play my clip number 6? I actually did some production work. I put some effort into this one. Okay. So you're going to hear him tease this song, and then I'm going to play the part later in the show when he plays the song.
Boy, this is a huge 4th hour. We will be debuting a brand new portion of the Bagel Song, an unplayed version of the Bagel Song. You want to rap with me?
Yeah, I want to do the first verse, unless you want to do the first, I could do the second.
How about this? I do have an unheard portion of the Bagel Song. Oh, hey, bagels, bagels, bagels. Hey, that was an exclusive snippet, Jacob, of the Bagel Song. Never before played on here.
Wow.
I added the wow.
Oh, all right.
I like this show. This show is funny.
Oh, my God.
I don't know why you're hating on it so much. That Bagel Song is pretty sweet.
This is not my life. Holy fuck. The thing that killed me about this guy is he's the type of guy that needs to tell you all the time how fucked up he is, how drunk he is, or how high he is.
That was an ongoing thing of how he was wasted and doing drugs.
I mean, because I was so drunk and high by the end of this Raw, and then I can't even see straight. I can't stand.
We all know this guy that's just like, dude, I was so fucked up, man. Here's the other intro, just the intro to the whole show itself.
Listen, the whole fucking show is starting. Drop whatever shit you're doing now.
All right, everybody, let's join Kevin Scampoli with the 4th hour of Raw. What'd you say? Kevin Scampoli's here to make wrestling a little motherfucking better for you. Got a question? Call in with the post-Raw discussion starring Kevin Scampoli of TWFS.
I love what I...
Okay. Yeah, it's profanity laced, I would say.
Yeah. Well, it's the whole fucking show. I think it's like TWFS, the whole fucking show. That's like That's like really what the show is called. I think this is just like a side thing that they do because I was looking on the website and stuff at their website.
Yeah, there's like 3 or 4 shows that these guys do about wrestling. This is just the one that happens right after Raw.
Right.
The call-in show. So there's a lot to talk about in wrestling, Kevin. I mean, you can't do it with just one show a week.
Yeah, there's so much to talk about.
It's interesting that you can tell who the audience is for this. It's a little bit backwoods. It's a little bit I don't know. It doesn't seem like 2016 to me. I listen to can you play the track 7? I called this, I'm not PC, but Jesus Christ, this is super homophobic for the year 2016.
Fuck yeah, man.
So Sammy,
even though I'm straight edge and I really don't do drugs, but fuck yeah, do the drugs.
We have a fucking X tattoo, homo.
Hell nah, fuck all that gay shit.
I had this best friend when I was a teenager named Ricky. And then we used to make fun of straight edge people. Fast forward to like when we were 17, he has a big X on his fucking calf. Because anyone with a calf tattoo is cool as fuck, apparently. And this kid sucks. And last time I talked to Ricky, right? I go on his Facebook a year and a half ago because he deleted me. And I just wrote, you grew up to be the biggest faggot. And that was the last I talked to him.
Wow.
This is unbelievable. This show has a lot of listeners. I mean, How many callers do you think they took in the hour-long show, Kevin?
About 1,000 too many. There was way too many.
It was a ton of callers. People
Yeah.
are listening and actively participating in this show.
Yes.
And it's amazing. These people talk like they're 12-year-olds.
Yeah. This is not my life.
Which is probably why I liked it so much.
I can't believe you liked it.
I have a ton of clips. I know. I can't believe it either.
Okay.
Honestly, I'm embarrassed. I'm embarrassed that I was laughing at this show. I don't know if I was laughing with it or at it, but either way, it was enjoyable.
There's a part of here that he refers to this a bunch of times. I just wanted to point it out. Now, you know that my profession is that I work with computers, right? That's what I've done. It's what I've done for my entire life.
Oh, good.
Right?
Oh, good. I was hoping you were going to
Yes.
talk about this because I had some questions for you. Kevin is an IT guy.
Yes.
So I actually did have some questions. Go ahead and play the clip. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Okay, here we go.
Where I was setting up an Ethernet cable again during. All right, here's how my Raw went. We spent the first 30 minutes setting up an Ethernet cable.
All right, now
I was going to ask you, setting up an Ethernet cable, how could that possibly take a half an hour?
there is no humanly possible way that it could take 30 minutes to set up an Ethernet cable. An Ethernet cable is a cable that plugs into an Ethernet port on two
It actually
ends.
fits perfectly into the Ethernet port.
That's true.
There's no work that needs to be done.
Right, there's
You
no
put it in there, it slides right in.
right. There's no tools. There's nothing else that's needed.
Up, talk dirty to it. It's amazing.
Yes, you don't have to lube it up.
There's no
You don't-
foreplay.
Right. There's
goes
nothing
right-
that's needed at all. The only possible thing that I could think of to validate what this asshole's saying is that he had to run an Ethernet cable, meaning like he had to like make one or run it, from upstairs to downstairs or something. It's the only thing I could think of that would take amount of time to actually set up an Ethernet cable.
He references this work that he did with the Ethernet cable like 3 or 4 times throughout the show. So it was obviously a very big deal for him.
Yes.
But this actually segues very nicely. I clipped the same thing, but I have a little bit different version of it. If you want to play my clip, what I call number 2, it's called "People Who Watch Raw Don't Actually Watch Raw."
Okay.
All right, here's how my Raw went. We spent the first 30 minutes setting up an Ethernet cable. So that went pretty good. I missed the whole first 30 minutes. Came back just in time for Dolph vs. Kevin Owens in progress, but I missed that. I missed the rest of that because I'm not going to piss myself to watch Raw. So apparently I come back and our boy KO won. What happened? He lost?
He lost. But surprisingly, I went to get a bottle of water or whatever, and all of a sudden I came back. Dolph Ziggler won. I'm like, what the hell?
Yeah.
So nobody's watching this
No
show.
one's watching.
So for the review, this guy's only job is to talk about this show. He doesn't even watch the show. He's like, "What happened? I don't know. I didn't watch it either."
Yeah.
What kind of conversation is that?
I was going to piss myself over this. Come on. I don't have 4 goddamn podcasts devoted to this stupid fucking sport. Being a
There are commercial breaks throughout a wrestling show. There's a lot of commercial breaks.
That's true, but not
entire match because he's peeing.
not 30-minute long commercial breaks to run an Ethernet cable though. So
Setting up an Ethernet cable took a long time. That's a good point.
That's very, very true. So here's one of the callers that I just really love the guy's voice.
I'm getting back from sobbing like a small child. Jesus, I didn't expect that speech to be so good.
Jesus, I didn't expect that speech to be so good. He sounds like Lars Ulrich, doesn't it? Oh my Jesus! I was like, we were playing Enter Sandman, and I was like, I didn't expect the intro to that song to be so long.
Yeah, that color is awesome. He's talking about there was a on Raw Daniel Bryan retired, who's a wrestler I've never heard of, and he did some retirement speech, and he was sobbing over this retirement speech, and then later on, a caller calls up and goes, "That speech was bullshit. That guy sucks."
Yeah.
The host totally agreed with him. He's like, "Yeah, no shit."
Yeah.
So
What? He's like, why are you the first person to say this one sucked? The speech was horrible.
The guy sobbing over it, and fans are like, "Yeah, that was terrible." Gives a shit.
He says This is right in the beginning of the show. He throws this joke out there that goes nowhere.
And he's going to have to tell me a little bit about Raw because I spent more time on Where's My Refund than watching Raw.
I spend more time on Where's My No, you spent more time running an Ethernet cable than doing anything related to the show.
I thought you were peeing. Which is it?
Yeah.
Yeah, he does miss on a lot of his attempts at jokes. One thing that I thought was funny, and this is going to get a little bit like Inception, because he plays clips of Raw, and we're playing clips of him playing clips of Raw. So play number 3, the Miz clip there.
I do love the Social Outcasts. They were my favorite until I knew that Miz had celebrity dentists. Listen to this.
Yeah.
Hold on, it's coming.
If not for the courageous hard work of my team of celebrity dentists working around the clock on emergency bridge work, the WWE Universe might have lost its resident matinee idol permanently.
All right, so this actually I thought was really funny. This is why I used to watch wrestling, was for the stuff like this. That's a really funny smack talk.
Yeah. The funny thing, the little I know about, wrestling nowadays, because I used to, I'd be a fan back with the Steve Austin days, the Attitude Era, if you will.
I think you and I used to watch Raw together.
Yeah, I mean, it was fucking big. It was really big. What, it was late 90s probably, right?
Late 90s with Stone Cold, and then when The Rock got involved.
Right.
I just needed to smell what he was cooking, so I was all in.
Yes. We did. We both together smelled what he was cooking, I think, quite frequently.
Quite frequently.
Yeah. So, I know a little bit about like what's going on now, and the Miz is like, it's an over the top like hokey joke character, obviously.
Right.
But he's also the dude that was on the Road Rules or whatever. So he was on like MTV. He was a reality star before he even became a wrestler.
Okay.
And now he's like, now he's like this huge wrestler, and now he's like in movies and shit. Like, there's shitty WWE movies, but he's like he's an actor or whatever.
Well,
so
better than the Tooth Fairy. I mean,
well,
if he's in movies, that's impressive enough.
That's very true. But he, so I understand his character. I mean, how like it's supposed to be obviously they're all fucking supposed to be over the top, but the Daniel Bryan thing, like, I don't know anything about the guy, but from what I gather, he was just sort of like an everyman who was this wrestler, and everybody seemed to really, really like the guy. And this actual Raw was taped in Seattle, so the one that they're reviewing was taped pretty close to me. Not that has any bearing on anything that I'm talking about right now. For some reason, I just had to bring it up because I'm really.
Oh wow, you're in the Northwest.
Yeah. Ooh. Yeah. All right, so I wanted to play this. This is a call that he takes based off of what this caller was asked what he thought of Raw.
It sucked.
Oh, okay. And why did it suck?
I hated how Dean Ambrose got his ass kicked by Lesnar. That should have been an all-out brawl.
Yeah, I agree. This is the kind of menial...
I did think it was funny when they were talking about these fake matches. Like, the wrestling fans are pissed about the writers.
Yeah.
They're not interested in anyone's ability to wrestle or their athleticism. It's all about, like, why do they have this storyline going? And why didn't this guy beat that guy? It's really bizarre.
Yeah, there's a lot of them that talk like when I feel like when I was into wrestling, I talked a lot about the storylines and like all the behind the scenes shit. You know what I mean? Like that's the shit that interested me. But these fans seem to be like really into like the actual matches, like who won and shit. I'm like, what fucking difference does it make? It's not.
Right. The wrestling matches are the worst part of
Raw.
It's so boring.
Right.
The fake fighting is so boring, and these guys are like, that should have been a brawl, man.
Yeah.
I don't know why you didn't give him an upper leg stomp, to his face. I mean, obviously that's his move. What are you talking about?
Yeah, there's a wrestler called Ryback that they talk about a lot in here, and they spent a lot of time talking about the clothes that the guy's wearing. Like, he came out apparently wearing something different than he normally wears. And he took, like, 3 calls that were talking about that. They're like, Yeah, I don't know if actually let me do it this way. I don't know. I just don't think if Ryback is wearing his singlet like that, he should be wearing something else. And then like that, it was just
the Australians always had every sentence like with a question mark. It's like he's wearing these clothes. And it didn't seem like the right clothes. You're like, what, are you asking me or telling me?
Yeah, he's wrestling a wrestling singlet. And then he went on, he's talking about Daniel Bryant, and then he got a goddamn blooming onion, right? And he threw the blooming onion into the audience.
Were you just playing a clip, or were you actually just doing an impression? I couldn't tell.
I was doing an impression, obviously, but
that was you. Oh, okay. It sounded
so all right. So the other thing I wanted to point out about Kevin Scarpese or whatever the fuck his name is, is that he apparently is going through a divorce. I don't know what the hell's going on, but he has kids, and then he had a wife, and he complains a shit ton about how his wife left him, but left him the kids, and I don't really understand what is going on, but
he seems to want to have gotten rid of both his wife and his kids.
Yeah, he seems annoyed that he has to deal with any of it now. So here's a little clip of that. But
I had kids with someone and she left me. But guess what? I still got to deal with the kids.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's kind of how that works.
Yeah, pretty much. But then he did say, this is the funniest thing that I heard him say the whole time was this.
You and your fucking diva revolution. Sure, I was at SummerSlam 2013 next to the woman who left me after she stole 2 kids out of my dick.
That was funny. That stole 2 kids out of my dick.
I didn't clip it.
Yeah.
Because I was like, I actually think this is funny. I'm trying to goof on this. I'm not even going to clip that one. I thought that was pretty good.
Here's another one where he refers to his kids, which I've never heard anyone refer to kids like this.
I had a 12-hour texting fight with the mother of my soulmates.
Yeah, that's creepy.
Isn't that weird? I'd never heard of kids called soulmates before. I thought that was a little... Sure they called it. All right, I don't want to monopolize all the time here with fucking clips, but
that's good.
He takes
good clips. Keep going.
He takes a call from a guy named Jacob who has the best fucking voice. Here's Jacob.
Jacob, how was Raw tonight?
I thought it was pretty decent. I liked the retirement speech.
All right, was there anything you hated about Raw?
I hated that Titus O'Neil looked good.
So, yeah, I know. He sounds like the guy who serves French fries to Homer Simpson. Would you like some more salt on that, sir? That's awesome.
My God.
There are a lot of like young kids, and I don't want to make fun of tweeners who are into wrestling, but play track 4. I titled this one "Highly Opinionated Caller."
All right.
Thanks for the call. Steven, how was Raw tonight, Steven?
I don't know. It was Raw. That's pretty much it.
It really was Raw. But how do you feel about the main event being a retirement speech?
I don't know.
I don't know.
The guy calls to talk about Raw. He's like, what do you think about Raw? He's like, I don't know. What do you think about this? I don't know. I'm not sure.
Nothing beats this, though.
I don't know. He's just... I don't know. He's just...
I had to clip that. I fucking laughed out loud while clipping this so many times because I was like, this is the perfect answer to everything.
I don't know. He's just...
I don't know.
I don't know. He's just...
Wait a second. I'm starting to think that you liked this show, too.
No, I did.
You seem to be having some type of fun with this. I think you liked it.
Stole 2 kids out of my dick?
That was my favorite part. The stole kids out of my dick line was funny.
I have to tell you, so on last week's podcast, we reviewed Stuff Your Mom Never Told You, or what was it called? I don't remember now.
Yeah.
It was the exact opposite of this podcast. It was so PC, and Stuff Your Mom Never Told You. That's what it was called.
Yep.
It was so PC, and to listen to this is such a shock to my senses. Maybe that's why I enjoyed it. I'm like, wow, at least this isn't those two C's prattling about how to act in public. And speaking of the callers and the non-PC, play track 5. There's just an amazing back and forth with this caller.
So, did you Google Kanye's dick, or am I the only one who took a break from Raw to do that?
I think you're the only one that took a break.
I also spent 30 minutes of Raw setting up an Ethernet cable because I don't work for What Culture and I don't have a fucking tech crew, so I got to do it myself.
That sounds amazing.
It's a fucking torturous life I live, Jacob. I had kids with someone and she left me, but guess what? I still got to deal with the kids.
Wow.
So I guess we played some of that already, but that poor kid, that caller, that was just brutal.
Yeah, that's the Jacob kid. That's this fucking kid.
Yeah,
the one.
You're right.
It's the same
I
kid.
guess we keep going back to that.
Yeah.
I don't know. He's just.
Oh, jeez.
You can't put butter on the milk duds.
Oh, Mr. Simpson.
All right. You have more clips to play? I have a few more that I want to get to.
Let's see. I think that's probably all that I have.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So let me play a couple, and I don't even know if these really need a lot of comments, but play track 8.
Jesus,
what happened?
Don't spread that shit. I got pictures of my balls on Twitter. I don't need pictures of me picking my nose on Twitter.
Yeah, I saw. I'm surprised. Did they take it down yet? Because
no, I took it down. I got too self-conscious. I mean, I could have squeezed harder.
Wow.
So the best part about that is, my pictures of my balls on Twitter. The guy goes, "Yeah, I know, I saw it."
Yeah. Hey, did they take those down yet? Because I didn't fucking save them off yet.
I know. The guy's like, "Where did they go, man? I was just looking for your balls last night. They're not there anymore." That's funny. When somebody says that a picture of their balls are up on the internet, the response should not be like, "Yeah, I know." The response should be, "What are you doing, man? Get your balls off the internet."
Exactly. And on Twitter, besides, like the what's the? Yeah, I that was well. He does go into this whole thing, and you're probably going to talk about this too. But he goes through a thing where he thinks it's really, really funny if he asks people if they pick their nose.
He actually, there's easily a dozen calls in a row where he picks it up and just says, "Do you pick your nose?"
Yes.
And then immediately hangs up on them.
Yeah, and that, has like really shit jokes that don't go anywhere.
Right.
When people do, because most people are like, "Oh, no, I don't do that." It's like everyone fucking picks their nose, all right? And even that fucking asshole, Kevin Scarpoli says the same thing. But I'm like, so he to me it sounded like Larry King. Like he's like, we're gonna take another phone call. Do you pick your nose? No? All right, let's go to the next caller.
How important is the board?
How important is the nose for picking?
Follow-up question. Do you need it?
Do you need... Follow-up question. Do you need a tissue? Do you use a tissue or do you wipe it on your sleeve?
Yeah, he that was a weird thing that he got into for a while, talking about nose picking. That was not my favorite part of the show. That was pretty terrible. But then after that, they got into another discussion. And actually, if you play number 9, this is a question that I have for you, Kevin.
Hillary Clinton, would you smash it?
Hillary Clinton, would I smash it? I guess smash means vagina, right? Like,
smash doesn't mean vagina.
Well, I mean, it means to...
It means, would you hit that? Which is ridiculous. You don't have to answer that question, but I like that you thought smash meant vagina.
Well, I mean, like,
Hillary Clinton, would you vagina that?
Would you vagina? I
would have vagina that so hard.
Would I smash? I never heard this term before.
I know. They got into a whole thing about who they would smash and how hard they would smash. It's 12-year-olds. This whole podcast is just 12-year-olds talking. I found it entertaining for that reason, but it is terrible.
Oh, my God. All right. Yeah, this was really... It was a fun listen, better than some of the other ones that we've listened to, just because it was so ridiculous.
It was over the top for sure. It's over the top, and man, it is super offensive. They live in a whole different world. These wrestling fans.
Yeah, I don't know where geographically this guy is from, but where would you think?
Oh, I would think in the South, probably, right?
Well, he doesn't have any kind of Southern. I'm gonna say
it sounds like me. It's a good point.
I'm gonna say he sounds like they're from like Ohio or like that area. I'm just completely wild guess on where these guys are from, but wrestling in general to me is like something that I understand people like it. I get it. I mean, I can't fucking critique people. I play with fucking Legos, you know what I mean? So it's like I can't get on somebody to be like, why the fuck do you do that, man? Grow up.
That's a good point. Yeah.
So I mean, whatever. If this is
glass houses, yeah.
Yes. if this is your thing, is to watch guys oiled up and fucking be in a soap opera, that's cool. Whatever. You're good. But I just go back to the old Hulk Hogan days. Like those are the days that I fucking remember. That Hogan would get fucking injured. Like I'd watch Saturday morning. You'd get up and you'd eat fucking cereal and you'd watch like Hogan would be like somehow like hit or hurt or something by Undertaker or Earthquake, and then they'd end the whole segment. It'd be like the Brother Love's fucking remember Brother Love? Like oh yes, Brother Love. Like he would. I just remember this very vividly because I was eating cereal and I was so. This was before I really knew whether or not wrestling was real or not. Like it still was is it fucking real or what?
I remember that was debatable in the 80s. We would have conversations about it.
Yeah. So I mean, this for the audience, this wasn't like the 90s. We didn't fucking believe that, but this is like in the 80s when Hogan was like really big, the training, the prayers, and the vitamins and all that shit. He got hurt.
Yes, brother.
Yeah, he got hurt by Earthquake on the fucking Brother Love show, and I remember they're pulling him out, and they're like, "Oh my God, his ribs are probably broken," and like Hogan's like, "Oh brother, oh," like that's how he
Wait
was.
A second. Wait a second. Are we now doing a wrestling show? What just happened?
Oh.
You know what?
Brother,
WATP. We should probably talk about 80s wrestling. You know what I mean?
Oh my God!
Instead,
yeah.
Next week on WATP, we'll be watching Saturday morning WWF.
Brother, oh brother,
the Macho Man. Ooh yeah, Elizabeth.
You know what, dude? With my HMO, fix my broken ribs, brother.
I got a high deductible plan, but I'm not worried about it, bro.
Oh, shit, bro. I left my Aetna card in my other tights, bro.
All right. I told myself that when we started doing Hulk impressions back and forth. So, that was fun.
Yes.
Next week, we're going to do it again. We're going to listen to another podcast and give you our critique of it, play you some clips. And the podcast we're going to do next time is one called The Kongversation, Donkey Kong Universe Discussion. The episode is called Young Conquer Rumors. And Kevin, play the clip.
Yes, well, this episode we will be discussing some rumors about a potential new Donkey Kong Universe game. Maybe it's bullshit. I don't know. This is the 4th season and we're still waiting on Diddy Kong Racing Wii U. So you know how these things tend to go. But
oh my God, dude.
It's going to be a fun one. So these guys have a podcast that only talks about the Donkey Kong universe, and they have dozens of podcasts that are hours long. I have no idea what they're talking about.
That dude's voice, he sounds like the guy from Ancient Aliens.
Yeah.
You ever watch that show?
Play the, yeah.
I know exactly real quick again.
Yeah.
Yes, well, this episode we will be discussing some rumors about a potential new Donkey Kong universe.
Right there, it sounds just like he's like, so when the Donkey Kong came down, that's when the aliens were there.
Yeah. That show's hilarious because they talk about it like it's a fact.
Yeah, no, because there's no.
Yeah, so obviously in 2000 BC, the aliens came down and started mating with humans, and that's why you're like, okay, right.
There's that one dude on there, I forget his name. I think it's like David something. He's like, and then we went to Tiwanaku, and the the guy's voice, I love it. I just do it every time it comes on. He's like, yeah. And then they went to ancient Ireland, and these people saw the gods and thought, who are these people coming down and playing with our rocks?
Well, you're gonna have a good time with this podcast, Ed, because these guys are interesting.
Yeah.
So that's next week. The Kongversation.
Kongversation. Yes.
Looking forward to that. So we won't listen to another wrestling podcast for another week or two.
Yeah.
So we'll get off this wrestling thing.
Yeah, we're gonna shut this off, and I'm gonna just do Hulk Hogan fucking impressions to myself. From everyone, brother.
Oh yeah! Step into it. Step into it, Kevin.
I'm gonna go grocery shopping a little bit after this. Yeah. I'm gonna go get me some apples. Yeah.
The best is the Iron Sheik when he's ranting about Macho Man, and then someone will say Miss Elizabeth, he'll go, oh, Miss Elizabeth, oh, I can't do an Iron Sheik impression.
I can't either. But he's very entertaining to say the least. But yeah, we could probably have a spin-off fucking impression of 80s wrestlers show. Podcast if we really want to.
A show where we just yell at each other like wrestlers in the 80s. That'd be really funny.
We just cut promos for fucking 30 minutes.
That's not a good clip, Kevin, and I'll tell you something else. When I get down there, my boot's going to be square in your ass.
Well, what I wanted to say was when the boots were found in Tiwanaku, Chica Chaka Choo Choo.
Oh, I think we're going to edit most of this out.
Yeah. All right. I think that's the show for.
Thanks for listening, everybody.
All right, take care, everybody.
And now the show is over now.
Hello, and welcome to another episode of Who Are These Podcasts? I'm Kevin.
And I'm Carl.
And we listen to podcasts so you don't have to. On today's show, we'll be analyzing and reviewing a podcast called The Kongversation, episode number 406, titled Young Conquer Rumors. As always, we both listen to the show separately. We have not discussed it beforehand with each other. So without further ado, let's find out once and for all, who are these podcasts?
It's showtime.
WATP.
Thanks for joining us. WATP. It's 20 minutes past the hour.
It actually is 20 minutes past the hour. That's the beautiful part of what you just said.
I'm a professional, Kevin.
Fuck.
I'm a professional.
I need to become a professional.
We listened to a podcast called The Kongversation. This is a podcast that's all about the Donkey Kong universe.
Yeah, it is.
And as you mentioned in the intro there, this was episode number 460 something.
Well, it's season 4, episode 6. I think that's how they do the. It's 406, meaning, season 4, episode 6. But regardless. There's 4 fucking seasons of this, meaning I'm assuming 12 episodes per season, if that's how they do it.
Well, no. This isn't a television show.
Well, I think that's how they're doing their numbering, though. Because, God, if they had 400 fucking episodes.
No, I'm looking at the website now. This was episode, and I misspoke, but this is episode 406. They're already up to 408 now that we're doing this show.
Oh, my God.
This is unbelievable. And I do want to get right into it because the clip. I know you have a lot of clips. I have a bunch of clips. They're really funny. But I was looking on their website where they have their forum.
Yeah.
Within the Donkey Kong discussion, there are 2,333 topics that consist of over 76,000 replies.
Holy shit!
I had no idea this was going on.
I can't.
This was all news to me.
I barely know of the existence of these games. But that means that there's communities of fucking people who are like following every little nuance and whatever with these fucking characters. I completely
heard of any game that they talked about on this show. I was totally lost.
Me too. Yeah, and I don't know if it's because I got to assume these guys are both like I don't know in their late 20s, early 30s. I mean, they're referencing N64, which I guess you could still play now, but I can't really gauge how old these guys are.
I had no idea what they were talking about. I have no idea what their age is. I actually broke Google at one point trying to figure out what the fuck they were talking about. So my apologies to Eric Schmidt.
Don't you mean alphabet?
I broke alphabet.
Okay.
So we should probably start playing some clips.
Okay.
Because people need to know what we just subjected ourselves to.
Yeah.
Do you have a clip? We always like to start the show by playing a short clip that we think summarizes the entire episode. So do you have a clip that you want to share?
Yeah, I do. This is just one of the many clips that came out of here that really sum up the mentality of what this show is about, like who they're catering to.
Okay.
And I kind of fan-wanked that Donkey Kong was more aggressive in that game because he was pissed off that Kongs were staging the coup d'etat, and
so you've already hit on something that I talked about. I was Googling everything. I did not know the word fan wank.
Well, I didn't either, and I actually clipped that a couple times because I'm like, well, that should have been the name of the show.
Well, I think they're so used to fan wank, they just use that as if everyone uses that word. I've never heard of that.
No, I haven't either, and I think it's actually a pretty good term for what they're doing.
I'm disappointed in you, Kevin. You're a much bigger nerd than I am. I thought you would know fan wank. I thought you would know all this crap.
I thought so too. I really did. I'm disappointed in my old nerdery, honestly.
So can you explain to me what fan wank means?
To me, it would be kind of like a fan circle jerk, if you will. So it's like,
Yeah, well, I think you're right. I think it is a circle jerk.
Yeah.
One of the things I read on Urban Dictionary was that when you fan wank something, you explain away something that's ridiculous, like a plot hole, and you explain it away because you love it so much that you give it a break when it's poorly written or poorly executed.
Oh.
I think that's the way they were using it. I know it's my brain's about to explode just thinking of what the hell that even refers to. But it's almost like if you were a big Star Wars nerd, you might fan wank Jar Jar Binks, I think is how that would be.
See, because I would think like if you were a Star Wars fan and you were fan wanking, you'd be discussing like the nuances of like the cantina bar scene or something. Like that would be a fan wank because you're just...
I think you'd be bukkake-ing Jar Jar Binks if you were fan wanking Star Wars. I'm going to go with that.
Oh, Jesus. Yeah.
I want to... Can somebody Photoshop that, please? If anybody's listening, please Photoshop that.
Oh.
All right, so why don't you play number 5 from my clips?
Okay.
So speaking of Conquer, so okay, one.
These guys are not very good at broadcasting. They're not very good at forming words and sentences. There's a lot of that. There's a lot of that going on in this show.
The best part about that is when you just said that your Skype connection was kind of little. You're like, they're not very good.
So you're saying that Skype just fan wanked my broadcasting?
Skype just teabagged.
I'm going to make fan wank mean everything. So one of the things that these guys do now, they're giant nerds. Obviously, they host a podcast called The Kongversation. One of the things that they do is they make a lot of goofy voices, and I'm embarrassed to play this clip because I think if you listen back to our last episode when we were listening to Raw's 4th Hour, I think you and I, Kevin, were pulling out every goofy voice we could possibly pull out. So I'm totally making fun of myself here, but play number 3, the Goofy Voices track.
But do not infringe on our intellectual property.
Hello? This is Chris Seaver. I've forgotten how to speak at a normal rate.
Woohoo! Poop monster.
You're not allowed to have fun when playing Smash Brothers.
Horrors of War.
It's a terrible thing, you know.
5 stars, please.
Right. Okay, so
I don't know which guy is which. They're both the biggest nerds. I don't know if one guy does all the goofy voices or if they go back and forth. I couldn't tell.
Well, one of them, his name is Hyle, Hyle.
Yeah.
And he's the guy who has the Ancient Aliens sounding voice.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so he's this guy.
Yes, well, this episode we will be discussing some rumors about a potential new Donkey Kong Universe game.
A potential new Donkey Kong Universe game.
That guy's awesome.
Yeah, and I pulled another time where they're doing some goofy voices, but I actually thought this was a very good impression of one Hulk Hogan.
Would you like a continental breakfast, brother?
I thought that was pretty good.
That was the most depressing thing because you and I were doing that.
I know.
Yeah. Show, and I'm listening to these assholes and going, "Oh no,
yeah,
we're terrible."
It's not quite as good as mine. I'm gonna just say I'll toot my own goddamn horn on my impression talent.
Yeah, it is interesting how there was a lot of wrestling talk in this episode. We can't get away. We got to get away from these conversations about wrestling.
Yeah.
All right. Let's go back. Play my first clip. They're asking for money within the first 90 seconds of the show. And I do want to point out the first 9 minutes of the show, and it was close to an hour. The first 9 minutes, the only thing they did was ask for money and promote other shows that they do.
Yeah, I was going to...
That's not a good way to start a podcast. I was struggling through that. And granted, it didn't get better. But that was a really terrible way to start off.
No, and I wrote the same thing down. The first 9 minutes is them pandering, not pandering, but I mean, they're asking for donations to their website so they can continue doing okay.
Play track 1. I think people will get a good understanding of what was going on.
Money is now in the picture because we want to try and bring you guys a higher quality of entertainment, bang for your buck.
We want something that's actually professional.
All right, my question to you, Kevin: how much money would it take to get this show professional sounding?
Well, I can tell you, in the little time that I've been doing podcasting and editing in general, they don't fucking edit this podcast at all. There is absolutely no edits going on. In fact, I have a really good example of all the lip smacks that they didn't take out. I actually compiled them into one clip, which sounds like a fucking Skrillex track.
Oh, sweet. Yeah, let's hear it.
All right. Here. All right, so
wait a second. That wasn't you doing that just now? That was actually from the show?
Yeah, let me turn it up just a tiny bit here. All right. So that was over an hour of lip smacks condensed into...
With the right light show and a little bit of Molly, I think I could have a lot of fun with that track. I actually have, if you look at my track 7, I call this amazing description of a video game character with lip smack because it does end with just a perfect lip smack.
Okay.
And he also seemed a little bit more self-aware too. In that game, like he a little down on himself, but not like horribly depressed anymore. But he was just like, yeah, I'm kind of a piece of shit, aren't I? Mm-hmm.
Right.
But.
So
I left the list back in because it was great, but I don't know video games well enough. Maybe I'm in the wrong here. But is that really what's going on, where you can understand the feelings of the characters? And I was blown away by that whole description.
Well, me too. And they talk a lot about this Conquer character, which I have no fucking clue what this is. It's like a squirrel or something. I'm not real sure.
It's a drunk squirrel. I don't know how it fits into the Donkey Kong universe. I didn't, like I said, Google broke. But apparently it's a drunk squirrel that's been in a couple games in the late 90s, early 2000s.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I'm assuming it's supposed to be kind of funny and it has all these other kind of inside jokes and raunchy things put in there, because they talk about dildos at one point, and I don't know, they get on this dildo tangent and whether or not Conquer has dildos in it based off of what they said. And I don't know, here's the clip.
And dildos. Gotta have the dildos.
Don't forget dildos.
Don't forget dildos.
There's a certain way that virgins say the word dildo, and it's always that. Dildos!
Dildos!
They've never seen a girl with a dildo. I mean, it's just so funny. They think it's hilarious. Dildos.
The other thing that they do, and this is just annoying, not just here, but to me personally, when someone is speaking and they say hashtag and then follow it with something, I want to destroy that person. There's something, I don't know what it is about it. Well, maybe
I didn't clip those. If you have it, play.
Yeah, he's got two. I clipped two of them, and here's the first one.
Hashtag I am mildly annoyed by Kevin Callahan.
All right, so that's the first one, and I should say that it's named hashtag douchery number 1. Here's the second.
Hashtag trigger warning.
And boy, they think that's hilarious, the hashtag thing. Now,
I wrote down a note. I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut you off.
No,
I had questions about this. Are hashtag jokes still funny?
Hashtag that was never funny. And
that was my second question.
Yeah, it was never funny because it doesn't make any sense.
No.
And I think people don't
really talk.
Well, people don't understand. The majority of the population does not understand how a hashtag works. And then I don't know if I need to. I don't need to explain it to you. I know, but I'm assuming the rest of our audience is smart enough to know what the fuck a hashtag is and how and why you would use it.
I'm sure that guy knows what a hashtag is. Yeah.
But I think it's really funny, and I loathe when people use it for a description of something when that's not really its main purpose, like on Facebook or whatever, when they use it. And now I understand Facebook recognizes hashtags now, but it's like well,
listen, the way the hashtags are used on social media, I don't have a problem with, except for when they try to be the punchline, which is terrible. But organize conversations, and obviously I was watching the Academy Awards and laughing at all the jokes because you can follow it with the hashtag Oscars. That's fine. I have no problem with that. Right. But when you use it in conversation to try to make jokes and they're just not funny jokes at all, maybe I'm taking it a little too personally. Really, I'm amazed that these guys have the show that they have. There's obviously a lot of people like them. But I think track 4 that I clipped sums up exactly what I'm trying to say here. I felt like I was watching Revenge of the Nerds at one point because I'm listening to these guys talking. They're doing everything over the top with the laughing and the voices, the conversation.
Yeah, it does. These guys are shot out of a goddamn cannon in the beginning of this. And they just, make a fucking hour-long hashtag-filled nonsense about characters that really...
Well, okay, so the best thing about this whole show is about this rumor around a new video game for this, what's his name? Conquer?
Conquer, yeah.
Conquer. This Conquer character. And at a certain point, and this is relatively early in the show, they pretty much admit that there's no reason to listen to the rest of the show, that the whole thing is horseshit. Go ahead and play track 6.
So let's operate under the assumption that this is a thing, because the conceit of this episode is Young Conquer rumors. So let's just play into it. Right. And, I mindlessly speculating, sure, why not?
So they both don't think this is actually real. They think the rumor is bullshit. They have no information to share. And what their premise of the show is, this isn't real. But if it were, let's just make up random things that could possibly be true about it. Complete waste of everybody's time.
Yeah. Well, if you look at some of the other episode titles, the entire 400 goddamn episodes is a waste of time.
I would imagine there aren't a lot of deep insights in any of these shows. I have a clip on here I'd love for you to play. It's called "Just When I Thought It Couldn't Get Nerdier."
By the way, golems are supposedly Jewish in nature, so I don't really know how they get like a Mayan temple out of that. But okay.
Yeah, that was another weird thing on behalf of the Conker's Pocket Tales team. Like, this is not a golem.
Every vagina just dried up across the land. What the hell kind of conversation is that?
There's a collective sucking in sound of all juices. Oh my god!
Oh my god! It's terrible.
It's funny because I wanted him to talk more about golems and fucking Aztec or whatever the hell he was talking about, because then it would really remind me a lot of Ancient Aliens if you really got into that more. And he was like, "Well, golems are not really about." They're not really about Aztec temples, but let me tell you what is. Tiwanaku. And Tiwanaku, when the gods came down, they brought down Conker's video game. And
Can we get that guy to be a guest on our show? He's not doing anything. He's probably available. We got to reach out to him.
That dude is fucking rich now. You know how much fucking hair product that guy uses?
Now I'm actually Googling it as we talk. I want to see what this guy's name is.
Oh, it's Giorgio something. Sokolos or something?
Dude, we got to get this guy on our show.
If you can't pronounce my last name, it is because the aliens put that in your brain. All right?
He's from Lucerne, Switzerland, but he went to Ithaca College.
I went to Ithaca College. And let me tell you a little bit about Central New York.
How is it that Ithaca College doesn't get this taken off of his Wikipedia page? Would you want some people to do research on Ithaca College and see that this dummy went to college there? Yeah, this is the guy who is the expert on Ancient Aliens. He got his education right here at Ithaca College.
I went to school there, and underneath the school, there is a stone tablet. And on the tablet was 3 hieroglyphics. Each of them said that there was a cafeteria inside the building. I did not realize.
Now, who would have known this?
Who would have known this? Yeah, exactly. Who would have known that there was chicken patties for lunch that day if it wasn't aliens that came down and then...
We're getting way off topic.
All right.
I feel like you have like 10 more clips to play, and this show was really gold. It was a lot of fun. You probably should play these clips.
Yeah, I have one here. They're referring to a rapist in one of the games. I don't know what that's about, but here it is.
You're essentially just as bad as the rapist in the game.
So they're talking about Conker and these little gear or cogs or something. I don't know what it is, but there's apparently somebody gets raped in the game, like or whatever. You have to make these cog things go up and get abused by. I'm like, what the? This is when I
didn't follow this at all. That's why I didn't clip it. I had no idea what they were talking about.
Well, and that's why, I mean, it was more, not that, Microsoft is going to condone rape in a game, but I'm like, Jesus, if this was Nintendo, you're not going to have any kind of sexual.
Oh, Kevin, actually, Bill Gates is very pro-rape. He's come out and said multiple times.
Really?
Oh yeah, no, that's why Microsoft put this game out. It's they're very pro-rape. Yeah, what's funny is because these guys reminded me of Revenge of the Nerds, I started thinking about that movie.
Yeah.
And it's so that would never be made today. It's so illegal. The way they get their revenge, the revenge of the nerds, is they put video cameras in the sorority house and videotape naked women without them knowing about it.
Yeah, yeah.
And then the main nerd rapes the chick at the end because he's got the mask on. She thinks he's somebody else.
Yeah, in the moon room. Yeah, that's what I forgot about that.
That's supposed to be like this awesome epic thing that he did. It's like, no, you just raped somebody. That's not really all that cool.
Yeah, those nerds were pretty horrible people, actually. Now that
they were terrible people.
Now that I really think about it, but
we've got Bush.
Yeah, that may have been the first time I had actually ever seen a vagina. Was that
First
movie?
And last for me.
First and last? Okay. I just remember it being really hairy and not really know. I mean, as a kid, I'm like, I don't really get what the fuss is. As a kid, I was so, I don't know, like, oh, really? That's what all the big deal is? It's just a fucking pile of hair. And then I realized there's more to it than hair.
That was a great movie when I was a little kid.
Yeah.
But looking back at it, it's so ridiculous. I mean, I'm sure Bill Gates still thinks it's great, but I personally do not condone that type of behavior.
Oh, the rape culture at Microsoft. You know everything about it. We're going to get sued
I don't
now.
mind talking about Bill Gates. I don't think he has the money to sue us.
Nah, got it. He would never find this. It's not like it's on any digital media or anything where it would be easy.
What does Microsoft know about the internet?
Exactly. Internet Explorer, that's what they know.
Well, we can make fun of Microsoft another time.
All right, what else we have here to clip or to play? I have a couple ones about fan wank, which we kind of went over a little bit more. Here's one that I labeled Deep Conquer Discussion. This is a real deep one.
It would have to take place in a very specific window if you're going to acknowledge Pocket Tales and or Diddy Kong Racing at all. And
it's so in depth how they're talking about how they're going to reference it, and the continuity of the games was another thing that they were getting into. I was like,
so there was a part in this show, and it was too convoluted to clip and listen back to, but they were talking about there's these two games that came out. They're like 3 years apart, and they're speculating what happened in the time in between those games and how Conker got along with his girlfriend, but they were bad influences on each other and caused him to get a drinking problem. This whole discussion is insane.
Yeah. Do you think there's a Qbert podcast where they?
Oh my God, if there is. That's what I want to do our next show on.
Like they're just like lamenting, like, all the time between Qbert games and.
Well, man, Qbert really was coming from a place where he's pretty depressed. The snake was always jumping on him, or he was jumping on the snake, and either way, he dies. So he's pretty bummed about that.
Oh my God! Speaking of Qbert, I watched Pixels on fucking cable the other night. Yes.
What, do you hate yourself?
It was on Stars, and I have Stars for some reason. And I watched it. I made myself watch it. And
you could have been listening to a shitty podcast. Why are you watching such movies?
That's true.
What'd you think?
It was totally terrible. I mean, I'm into all that fucking 80s arcade nostalgia and shit, and it's just, it was really, really fucking bad.
I was talking to my nephew about that movie,
mm-hmm.
and my nephew, he doesn't know what's good or bad yet. I try to tell him that shit sucks, but he doesn't listen to me all the time. So he was explaining to me that Pixels was actually a really good movie, but it would have been better if it wasn't Adam Sandler, which is probably a good point, but it's an Adam Sandler movie. It doesn't work that way. You can't just take the person who made the movie out. I guess, well, all right, life would be better without Adam Sandler. I mean, we make a larger point there.
Yeah, it's really fun. Like, to me, the whole Adam Sandler thing is interesting because I want that for myself. I mean, obviously, I'd want fame and money and all that cool shit would be great. But I want like a group of friends, like if one of us made it, that just includes them in every goddamn thing that they do. Rob Schneider isn't really that funny. I mean, he's. I had some cool characters on SNL, but I mean, he's consistently getting work in Adam Sandler movies, and he gets a paycheck. It's a steady paycheck for him. I mean, he could go off and do his other thing, but it was like just being friends with that group means you're automatically guaranteed money. And I don't know why.
Adam Sandler is literally fan wanking all of these guys. It's crazy. So, Kevin, listen, I know you do stand-up comedy, and you're involved in a couple of different projects, but definitely as soon as that hits, I want you to drag my untalented ass along with you, all on the way, please.
Yeah, you'll play the token, Asian guy or whatever it is. You'll be the Rob Schneider of the crew.
Carl is a toaster.
A stapler.
I think we make a South Park reference in every show.
Probably. Well, I mean, how could you not? It's
all right. I see that you have a clip called "Riveting Tax Discussion."
Oh yeah,
I remember hearing them.
Oh right,
they got into politics for a little while.
Yeah,
and that was pretty douche chilly.
Yeah, here we go.
Yeah, we're gonna get that tax exemption status one of these days.
Oh, wouldn't that be nice? I've still got to do my taxes. It's.
I love how it ends. It's just like.
I'm starting to get burned out on this now. All right, so real quick, my prep, and I was complaining when Kevin and I first connected. I was complaining to him that it's taking me longer to clip these shows than I expect it to. So I try to prepare for the show like an hour before we do it, and I just can't get through the show and clip everything that I want to clip. So I realized that I have to change my process because I think I'm going to be able to get through this stuff relatively quickly. It takes me a lot longer. And then by the time we're doing the show, I've already just listened to this program and rewound it and clipped things. And I'm so sick of these people now. I'm actually angry about it. I don't even want to listen to any more clips. I need to do this a few days ahead of time so that it's fun again for me. Because right now it's not even fun.
Yeah, well, I mean, we're choosing podcasts that are kind of ridiculous. I mean, especially the last couple episodes with the wrestling
guilty.
one and
guilty as charged.
Yeah, I mean, I think if we were, and obviously that's what makes it fun is that we get to goof on people who.
But doesn't it start to piss you off though after a little while? Like I can only listen to these shitty podcasts so many times. I know that Kevin famously listened to one of these shows 4 times. One of the podcasts that we reviewed. I don't even know how you could do that. I would certainly kill myself and burn down my house and my neighbors.
Yeah, I don't know. I try to. It's you ever heard this is a fucking horrible analogy, but like when someone's being sexually assaulted, you just have to leave your body. Like if there's no way out of it, you just have to let it happen. And that's kind of what I do with these. I just sort of let it go and let it be what it is.
I think you have Stockholm syndrome. You're like you're starting to like it. I'm going to talk to you next time. You're going to be like, oh yeah, listen to a bunch more of the Kongversation. There's actually a really good episode in 207 that you got to check out.
Yeah, there's some really good content there. I really think you should check
great
it out.
content. They do some really funny voices.
Yeah.
So I have an exciting show conclusion clip. This came at the very end of the show, so there's all this speculation about this potential new video game and what it's all about. And here is the conclusion that they come to, the reason why you spent your 58 minutes listening to this.
And final thoughts on Young Conquer Rumors. What do you think? What do you make out of this? What can you tell the public who turned to us for our insights?
All right, are you ready for this, Hyle?
I'm ready for it. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no.
There's literally no way to know.
It was a little bit of a disappointment.
Oh, my God.
I don't think they were real prepared on that one.
The preparation that they put, the preparation H that's put into this show.
Well, Kevin, if you would just give them $2 a month, then they could quit their jobs and do this full time, which would give you more episodes, and I'm sure they have more time to. That was what the beginning of the show was all about.
Yeah,
and they play track 2. This is part of the thing where they're talking about if you give us money, here's all the great stuff that you're going to get.
DK Vine now has a Minecraft server. I have fallen head over heels in love with Minecraft. Yeah.
I don't know how you didn't clip that.
Holy shit. It sounded like someone was murdering a cat at the end.
Oh, I wish somebody was murdering the host.
Murdering them with a dildo.
Play that again.
All right.
Wait, hold on. All right. Can you? Oh man, I should have done some production on this.
What?
Can you do the dildo clip into the Minecraft server clip?
I most certainly can.
All right, let's try this.
And dildos. Gotta have the
Don't
dildos.
forget dildos. Deeper heels in love with Minecraft. Yeah.
All right, I'm back in. I was pissed off for a second there. Now I'm back in. Kevin, I like this podcast. This is really good. All right, I have an idea. When you listen straight through to their conversation, it's terrible. But if we were just to take these little pieces and reorder them, I think we could make this a really entertaining show. You got your lip smack dance remix.
Yeah.
We got our interesting noises and nerd laughs. All right. I think we're onto something here.
I love my my lip smack remix.
Yeah, I think that we should make our own version of this show.
I think we are. I think we already are. Everyone's listening to this now going, Jesus, you know what? I'd rather listen to the goddamn Conquer fucking thing.
Yeah, we're going long on this one. Please alert the affiliates. We're going long.
Yeah. We didn't hit the weather like we were supposed to on the 9s through this. So I was thinking just as possibly for the next episode that maybe we would change it up a little bit in terms of how we do the production of the show. What do you think? So I'm thinking, because the typical way that we would do a show is you listen separately, I listen separately. We both clip or take excerpts of the show that we think are funny, when we write down comments on those. And then the day of the show, day of taping, we upload those, and then I load them all on to my iPad. So, and that works. But I'm wondering, because there's a lot of times where I'm listening to the show where I just want to make a comment, but it's not really clip worthy. It's not really worth taking a clip.
Yeah. Most of the things that we're listening to and laughing to ourselves as we're listening to these podcasts, you can't really clip it. It doesn't really mean anything without the context around it, but it's ridiculous.
Right. So what I'm thinking is maybe we would try like live reviewing it. Now, not live meaning live record. When you listen to it, it won't be live, but for us,
they call it in the business. They call it live to tape.
Yes, there you go.
So it's not scripted,
right? So we would listen to the next episode, wherever the show is that is chosen, and we would start
talk over it.
Yeah, and start and stop it. When need to, if we need to elaborate or something, and then see maybe how that format works.
I love that idea. And I actually picked a podcast for us for next week that will be perfect for that.
Okay.
Because it's 20 minutes long and it's so monotone. If you want, why don't we play the teaser? This is a podcast called the Popped Podcast. And this is an episode from January 24th of 2016 called Guess Who Got a Website?
South African Nazis, kid camps, daycare, which is, that's fun. So go to popped.bz and take a look at that. B like boy, sorry about that. Z like zebra. I thought I turned that off. Anyway, with any luck, my email won't be chiming in all the time. Do this podcast, which is irritating.
It's so funny because people ask me like, are you gonna be able to find enough bad podcasts,
right,
to make fun of?
Right.
It's hard not to stumble on a bad podcast. So this podcast called Popped that that we'll try this new format with.
Yeah.
This is the description on iTunes. Popped is a weekly father-daughter news podcast. Now, I did a little research, and I found out that on May 7th of 2015, Felicia, the daughter, left the show. So sad. Now it's just the father, but he hasn't updated the description on iTunes. So this should be a fun one. But I love that idea. That we'll take that show and we'll just play it straight through and just comment as we listen.
Yeah, I think it'll be different if anything. We'll see if it actually works. Whether or not we could use it in the future as a method for
Well, what I love about that idea is that I won't even listen to it until you and I listen to it live. So it's free up my Saturday. It can be a lot more time to do other shit that I need to do.
No, that's true. Maybe that's true.
So I like it because I just don't like to work real hard. Great. Well, on that note, join us again next week because it might be the show where we find out once and for all who are these podcasts. Seacrest out.
And now the show is over now.
Hello and welcome to another episode of Who Are These Podcasts? I'm Kevin.
And I'm Carl.
And we listen to podcasts so you don't have to. On today's show, we'll be analyzing and reviewing a podcast called Popped. Episode is titled Guess Who Got a Website? This week we switched it up a little. We'll be reviewing this podcast live.
Yeah, we're going to do like a Mystery Science Theater 3000 version of the show where we're just going to listen straight through and comment as we go.
Yeah, this should be a really cool experiment. So, it'll
probably suck.
Yeah, probably. So without further ado, let's find out once and for all, who are these podcasts?
It's showtime.
WATP.
Yes. WATP.
Welcome to another edition of WATP.
We sound as enthusiastic as this fucking asshole we're about to
Holy
review.
cow. All right. So, a real quick backstory, and then we'll just start it up. I picked this podcast because the description on iTunes was, Popped is a weekly father-daughter news podcast. Every Wednesday, we discuss news that we think you'll find interesting. And I just did a little bit of searching around and found out that it is just the father, that the daughter left the show back in May. Even though that's still the description of the podcast. It's just the father now. It's really depressing. So, yeah, we're going to listen to episode 18. Guess who got a website? And let's fire it up. Let's go.
All right, here we go. It's here's the lovely intro music. And might I add, before we start, the art for this website, or for this podcast, does not make any sense to me at all.
It looks like a 70s cartoon. It's got like the rainbow colors and that is fun.
Well,
that makes zero sense.
Like the artist, because this guy must be either a graphic design person or he had this done, because it's done really well. It's a vector art. It's done really, really nicely, but disco boots and shit like that have nothing to do with this dude at all. And I think you'll hear that as soon as he starts talking.
There's a lot of disconnects with this podcast. Yeah.
All right. So here it is. Popped podcast.
Let's do it.
Already it's just
hello and welcome to Popped. I'm your host, Bodie. That ended suddenly. Sorry about that. Hey, got some big news for Popped. First of all, we have a website, which is popped, POPPED.BZ.
Okay, so...
All right. I know. You guys already stopped it.
Right. Okay.
We already got to get into it here. Go ahead.
First of all, I've never heard of .BZ. It's probably like Belize or something. That's probably the country that is from. But obviously he couldn't get pop.com because I'm sure that's been taken. But
well, here's the best part: pop.bz does not exist. It's not a website.
He doesn't.
Did you try going to it?
No, I didn't even try it.
Dude, it's not a website.
Oh, that's so...
This episode's back from end of January. We're in mid-March now, so there's no reason why this website should not still be up if he really did just launch a website.
Yeah, well, because he's had a couple episodes since this one, too, right? This isn't the last one he's done.
Right.
Oh, that's funny. Oh, my God.
And this is episode 18, number 18. And this has been on the air for over a year at this point, of the show we're listening to. And he didn't realize that the intro music ended abruptly.
Yeah.
He's still learning what's going on here. That's great, though. He starts off the show by saying, hey, we got a new website. No, you don't. This website you're talking about, it doesn't redirect. It isn't anything.
Yeah, and I think he goes on to plug it 1,000 times later on. So.
He does. Okay.
Good for him. So here we go. Let's continue.
Check it out. I put all of the past stories we've done since the inception of the podcast, which was all the way back in January 2015 with Sierra. So you can go back, look at all
Sierra's his daughter.
articles.
Yeah, that's the daughter who left the show.
The Fun ones like, a lady making yogurt from her vagina enzymes.
That's fun.
All right, so I need to look that up because I don't know how you would make. All right,
you didn't hear that story? I heard that.
Oh, that.
Howard Stern talked. Yeah, Howard Stern covered that. That was a thing.
So wait, she made yogurt from the enzymes of her vagina, or something? Is that what he said?
Yes, it's. I honestly know nothing about the science of creating yogurt, so I'm not even going to comment on it.
Okay.
So I don't even know what to tell you. You'll have to Google it. I don't know.
All right.
But yeah, that was the thing.
I thought you were going to elaborate on your knowing of the science of vaginas and the chemistry.
Well, how much time do we have? 'Cause
all the time in the world. All right, here we go. Back to the fucking thing here.
And what's some other ones? South African Nazis, kid camps, daycare, which is, that's fun. So go to popped.bz.
It's a terrible tease.
And take a look at that. Be like
go
boy.
back.
Sorry about that. Z like zebra. I thought I turned that off.
Talked over that. Fuck up.
Anyway.
Hold on. Let me
back it up. Back it up. I'm sorry. Why would you want to go back and listen to a show about South African Nazis?
Yeah, I know. He's like, oh, that's always fun. Like,
that's always fun.
All right, I backed it up a little.
Yeah, back it up. Sorry about that.
That's fun. So go to popped.bz and take a look at that. Be like boy. Sorry about that. Z like zebra. I thought I turned that off. Anyway,
All right, stop real quick, Kevin.
Yeah.
So that's a weird fuck up to have your email alert pop up during your podcast. And I say weird because this is not a radio show. He's not broadcasting live.
Right.
We go back and we take things out that suck. Well, we don't take everything out that suck.
Yeah.
You don't have to leave fuck ups in your show when you have a podcast. How lazy are you? He's putting out a podcast every month and he can't just go back and take out the part where his email update came on. It doesn't make any sense.
Well, this is what I imagine. He's recording all of this on his laptop or whatever. So obviously he's got Outlook open or something else, and then that's what's causing the alert. So in the least you could do would be to turn your fucking email program off. Just close it down.
Just close it down.
While
you're not going to get an email during your 20-minute podcast that you need to respond to.
Right. If anything you're going to do, I don't give a fuck if you don't edit the podcast or whatever. At least try to minimize any type of other sounds that might be going on during the time you're recording.
So that's a weird fuck up. I want to try something with you, Kevin.
Yes.
Today is the St. Patrick's Day Parade Day here in Rochester, New York.
Yes.
So it's a day traditionally when you start drinking in the AM and pass out by the early afternoon. Mm-hmm. So based on that, I want to do a drinking game with this podcast. Every time there's an easily fixed fuck up, we have to drink.
Okay.
Okay. So grab your whiskey and let's go for it.
All right, hold on a minute. Let me go get it.
Yep. You're not supposed to really go away.
No, I'm still here. I was pausing. I was pausing for the I was that was
hilarious. Dead air is always entertaining.
Theater of the mind, man. I was going to the kitchen right now. All right.
Don't we have pouring a drink sound effect somewhere? You don't have that queued up on the board?
I don't have that queued up. I do have other things queued up on the board, like this one.
I know you are, but what am I? You're a nerd.
I have that queued up.
All right, good. Then we are prepared.
We have Pee-wee queued up, so we're good. All right, so here we go. Back to the Popped here.
Chiming in while we're trying to do this podcast, which is irritating. So, some new things for the podcast. First, you can look us up 918 Digital on Facebook. We're at 918 Digital on...
This guy is so
Twitter.
Boring.
Yeah.
Why does he think he can broadcast? He's monotone. He has no enthusiasm for this podcast at all. Why would anyone care about listening to it?
In the next couple weeks or so, I'll be putting together a Patreon
It's a polar
page.
opposite.
If you guys want
listening to him
support the show
talk
that
and then
way,
listening to us talk,
that would be
over
awesome.
Because we're awesome.
Thinking of some other ways.
That's what you meant, right?
There's to support the show. If
It's
you're not
funny
on
because
Patreon, it's basically
the last couple podcasts
like, if
we've
you like what I'm
reviewed
doing,
are
you
terrible,
throw me a
but
buck or two
have
every
an
month.
audience. There's a lot of people who listen to them.
Or if you can't afford $1,
I
5 cents.
imagine that you and I are
If
the
you don't like what I'm
only two
doing,
people who've heard this
and
podcast.
I don't
Yeah,
know.
not even his
You-
fucking daughter
you
listened to
really
this
can't
thing.
afford it.
No,
She was
his daughter doesn't listen. Won't be on the show anymore. I'm looking at the
plans.
I
And I've
did
been
find a
talking to
website where he
people,
has
and-
these listed. It's not pop.bz. There are 0 comments on every single episode. It's almost depressing. Like, just take the comment function off of it, man. That's not cool.
Oh, God, you say that, and I have the same kind of thing going on my fucking podcast, too.
All right, I'll get on there. I'll get on there with a thumbs up for you.
Yeah. So for everyone listening to this that's listening, listen to Just Aired with Kevin Ricotta and leave me a goddamn comment.
If you want someone to recap a TV show you just watched, listen to Just Aired.
Exactly.
Sweet. I just watched this. Let me hear someone else tell me about it.
Believe me, I listened to this was pretty brutal because I was like, oh God, I hope I don't fucking do this stuff. I hope I I have inflection in my voice and.
All right. Let's keep it going. But it's so monotone and boring.
Yes.
Great. Oh, I was talking about Just Aired.
Ah,
Let's get
right. Let's get back to Popped, which is just a fucking laugh riot. All right.
Yeah.
I think I have some random co-hosts come up. I've got some games planned for the show.
Oh God, I want to know.
So my plan is.
What is he talking about?
I want to know what fucking games he has planned.
Yeah, what game? All he does is read news articles on the show. What kind of game is he gonna play?
He's gonna play chess on air. All right, I'm gonna play chess.
He's gonna play "Show Me on the Doll" where your uncle touched you.
Can you show me on this doll, this Furby, where maybe...
But the jury note that the child touched the pelvic region.
Queen to Bishop 3.
Combine the two. Molestation chest. All right, stupid.
And we're back.
We're never going to get through this. Just let it play.
Yeah. Not just me telling you about cool things that I found in the last month. Speaking of those cool things, let's go ahead and dig into them.
All right.
First of all,
That was
if you're a
starting.
man and you
Let's
send
dig
dick
in.
pics, there's a good chance that you are Bush League, so to speak.
Oh, he's
That
talking
was
about
in
dick
the
pics here.
New
Yeah,
York
yeah,
Post
you send dick pics,
title.
yeah.
Your penis pics are Bush League. So there's a
I guess that's
article,
a joke because of Bush, right?
and I can't remember the photographer's name, who does this.
He
but
delivered
this
it really
lady,
well. So
when she was single, she got lots of dick pics, and she was like, you know what, I can take a better picture than that. So she started taking.
Dude, I wonder why his daughter left the show.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, what are we going to cover today? Oh, I got this dick pic article. That'll be fun to talk about. Yeah, I got better things to do on a Sunday. I'm going to go ahead and cruise.
I was hoping that maybe you'd like to talk about yogurt made from a vagina, and then maybe we could talk about dick pics and penis pics.
Oh, Jesus.
All right, here we go.
Their pictures of their penis, and then at one point she found like little doll's clothes, and she's like, this would be funny, and she would dress the penis up in the doll's
don't
clothes.
call it a fucking penis. Ugh.
And as this kind of grew,
It's a
women would
erect
come to her and
cock.
say,
Come
"Have a
on."
good-"
Yeah, it's a throbbing fucking erection. That's what you call it. It's a turgid rod.
It's a pole. Dress that pole up.
Yeah, don't call it its goddamn real name. Ugh.
When he says dress up your penis with doll clothes, it sounds like child porn. It just doesn't sound right.
It sounds like he's done it before. He's like, I've taken clothes from a He-Man doll, and I've dressed up my penis.
My
at
penis
Men
is
at
currently
Arms.
wearing a sweater vest that I got from Old Navy.
I put a small hat on my penis and made it look like Orko from He-Man.
That's a funny reference. I'm picturing that. That's really funny. He was kind of like a penis.
Yeah, that's a pointy hat, so it goes completely over my penis head.
Oh my God. That's funny.
Friend or my husband or whoever, they would really like this. So if you're going to have your penis professionally photographed, you have somebody there to help you out with the obvious because you don't want to.
Kevin, I don't know about you, but when I send a chick a cock pic, I just find like the biggest, blackest cock I can find on the internet and just send that. I mean, isn't that what everybody does?
Yes.
You just Photoshop it a little bit, make it look like it's in your house, and then you send it off.
Yep.
Why would you dress up your actual penis? That's crazy.
Wait a minute. So you send a black dick? So wait. So if you send let's say, I send a black penis picture to my girlfriend, and I take it into Photoshop.
And her friends.
Yes, and her daughters, and then I bring that black penis photo into Photoshop, and I make sure that I lighten it so it looks like a white penis because I am a white person.
No, I don't change the color of the penis. All right, hold on. Missing the point here. Let me do it. Let me explain this in a way you'll understand.
Okay.
I take the picture of the big throbbing African American cock and I pull that into Photoshop. I then select the background and change it to a picture of my couch.
Gotcha.
That way, of course, it has to be mine. I mean, who else owns that couch?
Yeah, I just have a two-tone penis. It is different colored than the rest of me. All right.
She takes your picture, and she'll take pictures with like little hats on it, coats, outfits. This started, very small, and now she has like a whole thing of. She has calendars.
Very small.
She's been in art galleries.
Kevin, this show is like Weekend Update without the jokes.
For $10,000 a piece.
What's the point of this? Why is he just telling us this news?
This is no.
I have the internet. I can find the news stories. I don't need this guy to tell me what the news stories are.
It's Weekend Update with a character by Kevin Nealon that no one's ever seen called Monotone Man.
I can picture that.
Hello.
That's hilarious. I like that. It's Kevin Nealon's new character called Not a Broadcaster.
Right. Okay.
Small business like this woman is making very good money from dick pics, which I don't personally do that. I don't want my kids to ever see something like that from me.
No.
Oh my God. Did you hear his face just turn red? That was so uncomfortable. He just got embarrassed by the story he's reading. I don't do that.
I would never want my kids. I can't even do this fucking impression.
Someone's got something to hide. Holy crap. Oh, boy. All right. Keep it going. This is going to take forever.
That's awesome.
We just got to let it run.
Here. All right. Ooh, there can be only one genre or category.
That was a Highlander reference.
M1 Medieval. There's a video on the website. M1 Medieval is knights fighting. So it's basically like UFC, but with swords, shields, and armor.
And penises.
And then a video that I have on the website, it's about
throbbing swords.
Long.
Throbbing.
And these guys go out at 3 rounds, 3 minutes each. And they
at the conclusion
are
of those
just
rounds,
beating
they are very
the
sweaty.
hell out of each other. They're punching each other in the face with their shields.
And
there's takedowns. There's kicks. There's a little bit of a ground game. It is amazing to watch. And
sounds terrible.
From what I understand, what the announcers were saying, when these guys just get rocked in the head, they say it doesn't really hurt that much.
Yeah,
I find that hard to believe because it looks like it hurts a lot. But they
Here
said
we go.
it doesn't
Here's
really
the commentary.
Right.
He's not just reading the news, Kevin. He's also offering up some of his own commentary.
To wear.
His own interesting takes on everyday life.
Is unprotected,
here's my take on it. I think
that
he punched
sword
the head
comes around and the swords are blunted.
I think that would make you
if the sword comes around and hits the back of their leg,
I would
that's
not
gonna
like
hurt
that.
like a mother.
Good point,
But
Bodie.
it's really interesting to watch.
Imagine this guy's
fairly
name is Bodie.
entertaining.
Oh, that's
You
right.
can
His
tell
name
that
is
the
Bodie.
announcers are still
His name is
throwing out
Bodie.
kinda-
The fuck kind of
they don't
name
know
is
much
that?
about
The only time I've ever
athletes
heard
and,
Bodie as a
the
name
sport's
is the
kind of new,
show
so
The
they're
Wire
just kind of filling that hole.
on HBO.
Yeah, right.
He was one of the
right.
guys on there.
He's way less
They just
interesting
don't
than
have
The
a lot to
Wire,
talk
though.
about in
Yeah,
between.
definitely.
Probably a lot like
Anyone who
UFC
names
was
their
in the
kid
beginning.
Bodie is an asshole. This guy's mom is an asshole.
Moving on to our next topic. There is a town.
Even Bodie
in
laughed
New
today.
York. It's Whitesboro, and this is from the New York
That
Post.
is true.
That I found this on.
That is true. My mom is an asshole.
She is an asshole.
Oh, it's associated.
My brother's name is Gary. Why couldn't I be Gary?
There is a
Mom?
town in New York called it's a village of Whitesboro, and Whitesboro has a town seal or village seal of a white man, which looks like he's choking an Indian. On the surface, this looks extremely racist, and I'm not sure that it's not racist.
All right, well,
but
I got to pause it here because he talks about, all right, I heard this too. There was a town seal. It's like a dude, like a white dude choking a Native American, right? So this guy, he has to say that it's a white person choking an Indian. And I think that that's kind of racist in a way. But isn't it, like, hasn't it been kind of not good to call them Indians for a while?
Yeah, it's funny. I was thinking the same thing. I was like, you mean a Native American? Like, Indians are from India, I think.
Yeah, I think that's pretty generally accepted now that is kind of what you say. But
well, if you're going to be offended by this seal, then yes, you wouldn't.
Right.
You're right.
Fathers say that this is not a white man choking an Indian. This is the town's father, something white.
Couldn't
drink.
See if I can find that easily here.
Drink. What the fuck's he doing?
I'm sorry. I am so unprepared.
Anyway, Hugh White is wrestling
White.
in an Oneida Indian? I'll just say Indian. Sorry if I butchered that. Actually, I'll just say sorry. I butchered that.
Yes.
Anyway, it's said that Hugh White in this Indian, wrestled. White won the wrestling match.
God.
And there was a lasting respect
I
and
love that
goodwill
the dude's
between the Indian tribe.
the guy's name was
the
White.
townspeople.
I know.
And if that's the
This is
case,
so
it doesn't
boring.
seem that racist.
I think John Oliver covered this, and he made it way funnier.
Well, of course.
This is so boring. Yeah. Why is he covering
There's
this
lots of ways
story?
to
There's
depict
nothing
wrestling,
to say about
and
it.
in this
So I guess
particular
the
method,
background
it looks like
is
it's
there
around his
was
neck.
a
They say it's on
wrestling
his shoulders
match.
because in the 70s it was around his neck.
Exactly.
Gives a
And
fuck.
they modified it in the 70s because it was said to be racist, and they moved the hands down to the shoulders. But it really does look like the white guy is choking the Indian guy.
He's still talking about
So
it.
if you want to take a look at that, go over to the website Popped, and you can click on it, and it'll take you to the
Drink.
article where-
Yeah.
There is no
I
that
think
PC
this
does
is a
not
really
exist.
funny-
Anytime he references the website, you have to drink.
It's a really
This
funny
fucking
seal,
dummy.
and it's really hard. It's very hard to believe.
If you want to
that
see
it
this,
still
go to my
exists
website.
in
It doesn't exist,
2016.
or Google it.
Right.
That might
Now
actually
we're
work a
on
little
to
bit easier.
Sort of some political stuff. And I'm from Alaska,
Okay.
and
That-
Sarah
that
Palin
explains some things.
does not represent like most of the people I know in Alaska. There are lots of people there that support her, but most of them, I think most people
This is
are from
brutal.
Alaska are maybe a little embarrassed.
I'm a little embarrassed when I'm from Alaska.
They're just embarrassed that she speaks for Alaskans, I should say. I don't like it at all. I don't live in Alaska anymore, but
Oh, here we go. Here comes
it's the
political
state I was born in,
commentary.
the state I grew up in.
This is why you listen to
and
Pop.
every time she talks, it just makes
We're
me
getting
laugh
controversial now.
inside.
I have to also
So,
say that I am from
her son,
Alaska,
Track,
and
Palin,
up there we call them
was
snow
arrested for
Indians.
domestic violence. He had an assault rifle at Hughes Grove.
Oh, wait a minute.
punched
Is
and
that
kicked his
politically
girlfriend,
incorrect?
and
I meant
the assault rifle
Eskimos.
pointed at her head, and he was arrested for domestic violence. So Sarah Palin has, when she was endorsing Donald Trump.
Oh my God, he's taking forever
She had a
to get
little
this
thing
story
to say.
out.
Just kind of listen.
I can talk personally about this. I guess. It's
Oh my God, the show is getting worse.
Yeah. Now we.
I thought his voice sucked.
Going through today.
Oh my God,
son,
now he's playing clips.
Combat vet, having served in a Stryker brigade, fighting for all America in the war zone.
She's the worst.
She really is.
I think she's now doing Tina Fey doing her because her accent is over the top.
Probably
Right,
in
right.
Combat. So, and I'm not
She
taking
shot out of a
anything
fucking
away
can, they do.
from
Every
his
time
war
she
record
talks,
awaited
she
and
could be talking about
overseas.
nothing, and she's man, you get. Shut the fuck up.
I don't want that to sound like I'm attacking her.
I think there was more. There was more actual content in what you just said there than what she said in this clip.
She almost sounds like the bus driver from South Park. Sit down and shut up!
Oh my God, Mrs. Crabtree.
Yeah, right.
Okay.
All right, I'm keeping the South Park references string alive. I think that's 4 shows in a row or something.
Yes. Yeah, she was a side character, one that no one would miss. Do you remember that South Park where she dies?
Yes.
They kill her off
Yes.
like with no fucking fanfare at all.
It's fucking funny.
But keep listening.
But my son, like so many others, they come back a bit different. They come back hardened. They come back wondering if there is that respect for what it is that their fellow soldiers and airmen and every other member of the military so sacrificially have given to this country. And that starts from the top. It's a shame that
Soldiers and airmen?
As a fire.
Is that a term, airmen?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, the airmen.
Fuck me running.
Drink.
Drink. I fucked up.
Yeah.
Airmen.
Yeah, airmen.
You mean pilots? I didn't know that it was airmen.
Well, there's seamen and there's airmen.
Oh, okay, right. Okay.
So yeah, that's how it works.
She avoided semen, unfortunately.
Yeah.
I hate when girls do that.
She really should have avoided it, and we wouldn't have track and fucking whatever the fuck her kids are. Really avoided semen.
Firefighter, I come in contact with.
Oh, I am a firefighter.
Vets. And that goes all the way back, and it's decreasing. But Vietnam vets, all the way up to current.
He just said he's a firefighter, so he comes in contact with vets.
Contact with these guys all the time, and they
Yes.
know
The fuck's
when they're
that
in
with-
crisis.
I just burped.
Sorry. Comparing himself to a veteran because he's in the volunteer fire department. What the fuck's he talking about?
Yeah, I don't know how you would.
Put out a fire, but it was actually ISIS. What the fuck?
The fire was a raging Islam. It was against Islam, so I put out the fire of injustice.
Drink.
Yeah.
What the fuck you're talking about?
Injustice of the fire.
They are able to identify it, but they're not. They feel helpless, and they're not able to like.
He's talking about PTSD here.
Work through it, and
which I have after watching this or listening to this.
I definitely feel for them.
This is more brilliant insight from this guy. Because he's a firefighter,
real
so he knows.
disease, and it's really difficult for the
drink. Back it up real quick.
All right.
Listen to that broadcast. I'm going to shut up. Just let it play.
Out of the military, I come into contact with these guys all the time, and they know when they're in crisis. They are able to identify it, but they're not. They feel helpless, and they're not able to like work through it. And so, I definitely feel for them. That is a 100%. Real disease, and it's really
he sounds like he's telling his 12-year-old son about sex. Yeah. He's having such a hard time with this.
Let's hear a little bit more what Sarah Palin has to say.
Our military personnel even have to
Wait a minute.
question if there
Did his email go off again?
His email went off again. Oh, drink again. Oh,
fucking
fuck.
idiot.
Oh.
This guy is a dummy.
Oh,
what's he doing? You could have closed his email program the first time that happened. He's like, well, hopefully we won't have any more problems. Oh, shit, someone emailed me again.
It would be even better if it went, you've got mail. Every fucking 5 minutes. Oh
my gosh, that's... All right. I'm getting ideas for our future shows. I think that, one, we should keep this every time one of us fucks up. The other person has to drink.
Okay.
And then... And then we should definitely have a You Got Mail sound clip that we just put on randomly as we're doing our show. It'll just be like a callback that we'll never even, we'll never even acknowledge it. We'll just play it randomly.
We're like, what the fuck are these guys doing with that old sound clip?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just got an email saying...
Back it up real quick. Let's hear that again. That was funny.
And it's really difficult for these guys to manage, guys and gals. So let's hear a little bit more what Sarah Palin has to say.
Our military personnel even have to wonder if they have to question if they're respected anymore. It starts from the top. The question, though, that comes from our
There's nothing good about what's going on right now. You got Sarah Palin's voice and email alerts.
This is like, so if you're editing this podcast now, so he cut to a clip as soon as that, and it went off. That sound went off. So it's extremely easy to edit that out and just replay the clip, and then, you know what I mean? Like, it's like he has no software to edit at all.
I'm pretty sure you could do that in Microsoft Word. That's how easy that is to edit. That doesn't make any sense that he would leave that in. This is a lazy idiot. This fucking Bodie G is an idiot.
All I know how to do is word art inside Microsoft Word. I like the format to make the text look...
Oh, wait, back it up, Kevin. I just heard another fuck up. Get ready to drink your whiskey.
All right.
Kind of feel these ramifications of some PTSD and some of the woundedness that our soldiers do return with, and it makes me realize more than ever, it is now or never, for the sake of America's finest, that we have that commander-in-chief who will respect them and honor them.
Okay.
I can talk personally
I don't know
about
what's
this.
going on here.
I guess it's kind of an elephant in the room.
Just close that. All right.
The clip
so
restarted on him.
Yeah.
And he was just like, oh, shit. What's going on here?
From
again,
probably
easily
all the way back
fixable in
into
post.
the first wars that America's been has fought in, have not gotten this respect, have not gotten this recognition. I don't think Donald Trump's going to give it to him. But
oh my God, more of this commentary. Kevin, what's the point of listening to this podcast? I thought it was like interesting stories that were different and bizarre. You know, Nazis in Africa and vagina yogurt. And now he's just going on this whole political rant.
Yeah.
I'm a firefighter.
And what's funny about it is, like, I would normally say, I would normally say you don't usually hear dick pics and, you know, dick size and things like that in the same context with Donald Trump. But then, like, last week, Donald Trump made a fucking dick joke on stage. So
it's all it is now.
Yeah.
It's Donald Trump's
He is
penis.
not going to recognize or identify with what these guys have been through. You might be able to empathize, but to the scale of what these guys see on a daily basis in combat, you have no idea. And it is true.
And neither do you. You're a fucking firefighter.
We also need to take better care of our psych population.
he says at one point, he's like, I have seen some things, some terrible things as a firefighter. And I don't doubt that
there
you
was a
do.
cat in a tree.
Right.
Her son.
I'm offending so many people right now.
His girlfriend.
One time we had to make chili, and I did not have beans. And
we're putting our boots in front of people's cars when they were stopped at a stoplight. I've seen things, man.
I was asking for dollars, but they only gave change. I just want to say, before we get fucking hate mail, I love firefighters. They're the best, and they fucking...
Me too.
They will be...
I feel bad about
I do too. There's like that's like one of those thankless jobs that people like are like, I'll just fucking run into a fire to save you. So let's just put that out there. We're not complete assholes, but
I am a complete asshole, but I do feel bad about ripping on firefighters.
Okay.
Let me just say, I just hate Bodie.
Yeah, all right, exactly.
Son was Track was standing above his girlfriend and saying, "Do you think I'm a pussy?" Something like, "I'll pull the trigger." And I don't have the article up because I turned it off so that we can so the video wouldn't play. But
yes, drink. But you know what's really funny about that? He's talking about an article he doesn't have up, but his email is still up. It's not like he closed down all of his programs. Like, you can't have your web browser open while you're broadcasting? What the fuck is wrong with this guy?
I did not know that Windows 98 could allow you to have multiple sessions open at the same time.
Because really all she's doing is turning this into something.
This is a show about,
she can,
I think, 5 news stories.
Forward prompts.
And he can't even have the news stories up while he's talking about them.
It's not really doing anything.
Well, he doesn't order like a smartphone or another device or, you know what.
Here's what I think what happened was that clip, I'm guessing he was playing that clip of Sarah Palin from a YouTube video. And then it recycled on him, so it started up again, and he panicked and fucking shut his entire browser down.
You're right.
See, I know. All right.
That's exactly what happened.
And now he's like, I could not.
He's like, hold on. He just shut everything down.
I am so flummoxed. I just restarted my entire computer.
I wish I had bookmarked that article. We'll never find it now.
I need to hold on a second. I need to restart Netscape Navigator because I believe.
Let me find that article. geocities.yahoo.angelfire.com.
She can forward Trump's candidacy. And it's not really doing anything for veterans.
An idiot.
And speaking of Donald Trump, in Pensacola, Florida, these 3 little girls sang a really, really creepy, almost Hitler Youth-like song in support of Donald Trump. And I actually have it queued up here if you would like to listen to it. Let's take a listen.
I think we would.
Now, they probably recorded this, but they're lip-syncing that up.
They probably recorded this and they're lip-syncing it. No shit, asshole.
This guy's got some dynamite commentary.
No, yeah, I'm sorry.
He's on top of it.
Oh, you mean they don't have a fucking full orchestra there doing the Skrillex backtrack?
I don't even know. I don't even understand where this is taking place. This is like on stage somewhere?
Yeah, I don't know. It's taking place in his fucking basement from the sounds of it because this fucker doesn't know how to level anything.
No, I noticed that. It's funny.
On stage, which makes sense.
USA.
This song sucks.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
Holy shit. Who writes a melody like that? Ba ba ba. Ba ba ba. Ba ba ba. What the fuck is that?
It was probably written by those kids, and you were like, fuck that. What little kids can't write music?
You know what a good melody is? That's a melody.
All right.
You should ISO me singing our theme song.
Go ahead and do it again. I'll be quiet. I'll run and get some more whiskey while you go do
yeah,
this.
Seriously. All right. Fuck me. Moving on.
Nothing.
Not the one on trial here, Kevin.
I don't like talking about little kids. That's just is weird and creepy to watch. So if you want to watch it, go to the website.
Which doesn't exist. Drink.
POPPED.BZ.
I got to rewind that because he fucking misspells it.
He doesn't even know how to spell popped.
You can go to my website, PPPDED.BZ.
PTSD.de.
Now, nothing against little kids because I don't like talking about little kids. That's just is weird and creepy to watch. So if you want to watch it, go to the website. Popped POPPED.BZ.
Oh my god!
And take a look. And
that was a lot for him to get through.
Here. Donald Trump said that he's gonna make Apple start building. There's quotes. Start building their damn computers and things in the U.S. I'm not really sure how he's going to do that.
Just because anyone can have a podcast doesn't mean everybody should.
That's very true.
Why does this guy think he should have a podcast?
Oh,
He's not
yes.
interesting.
Finally, in the really cool thing.
To talk about.
Yes.
Part
well,
of the day,
see
the
how
really
it came about is.
All right, we're almost through.
I read
is the Suicide Squad official trailer came out, and it looks really good.
Yes.
in the past.
Now we're talking about movie trailers? This is so bizarre.
But the Superman movies, the Batman movies, all the way back to Michael Keaton.
Michael
was the only
Keaton,
one I liked. Michael
Mr.
Keaton.
Mom.
After that, they all sucked, including
sucked.
Christian Bale sucked.
They all
Ben Affleck,
sucked.
he's gonna suck. The new Batman versus Superman movie, it's gonna suck. It's
going to suck.
All right, the first thing I agree with.
Suicide Squad looks really good,
Suicide Squad
and
looks
the
really
trailer is amazing.
How can you say The Dark Knight
posted a
sucks? Those movies are amazing.
Yeah.
Fuck
How
is
can
wrong
you
with
say
this
that
guy?
Suicide Squad looks
Easy,
amazing?
if you want to check it out.
This guy's a fucking idiot.
And then I guess that's it.
Yes,
So we talked
that is all of
about in the future.
Oh, we've seen a
I will be
recap?
begging for money on Patreon.
Yeah.
Oh,
That's
yeah,
just
good luck
to
with
help
that,
pay
buddy.
For
No one
hosting.
listens to your show.
and
Who's
then
going to pay you money?
make the- right now
Your
I
daughter
record
won't
in
even
my closet.
do a goddamn show.
You
It
don't
actually
even do
works
your
out
show.
pretty well, but I will record in my walk-in closet, which isn't very big.
Oh, wait a minute. I got to rewind that, too.
Oh,
We'll
okay,
be
yeah,
begging
yeah.
for money on Patreon. That's just to help pay for hosting, and then to make the. Right now, I record in a closet, and it actually works out pretty well. But I will record in my walk-in closet, which isn't very big. So
Why would he need an area that's big to record?
better.
What
A
you
little
need
bit
to
of
do
money
is
helps out
turn
a
off
long
your
way.
email
I'm hoping
program.
to bring people
Shut down
on
Outlook is all you need to do.
I'm in my walk-in
pay
closet
them
while I tape this.
for being on for appearing. So I can get more. In the past, I've done podcasts.
It's just
with
me
people
and my
then, like,
polo shirts
so I figure if I can give
and
them a
my
little bit of
bondage
money,
gear
maybe they won't play.
inside my walk-in closet.
Maybe they will. But yeah, that's it. Check us out, 918 Digital on Twitter. Search for us on Facebook, 918 Digital. Popped, POPPED.BZ.
Wow.
Nope.
And
Great.
Bodie at 918digital.com if you want to get a hold of me.
Bodie at
Thanks so much,
918digital.com.
and have a wonderful
And then lovely music on the way out. So that's the show.
Did he just fade himself out? He was still talking, and the music, like, you couldn't hear what he was saying.
Yeah, that he got right. He didn't get the fucking beginning right when he was like, "Oh, I'm sorry that ended so abruptly."
So is that the end of that show?
That is the end of the show, and it's really
terrible.
funny because I think he records it in his walk-in closet, which I thought was really cool. So that's where his life is going to end as well. It's inside his closet while he's trying to autoerotic asphyxiate himself. I am hanging myself while masturbating like the singer from NXS.
Is that how the singer from NXS killed himself?
Yeah, you don't remember? You didn't know
I didn't know that.
That is how the singer Michael Hutchins from NXS
I thought he was
died.
just depressed because his band sucked. He actually was trying to get off.
Yes, he was trying to have an ejaculation and it went south somehow. That's also how the fucking Kill Bill died too.
Yeah, is it David Cassidy?
Yeah,
What's
yeah.
his
So, or not Cassidy, is it? No, David Cassidy's the dude from like
My Way Off.
Yeah, well, Carradine. That's it. David Carradine. It is.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
David Cassidy's like the kid from the Partridge Family.
I'm an idiot.
I think I love you, so I'm gonna go hang myself.
Well, so David Carradine's brother is the star of Revenge of the Nerds.
That is,
which we were talking about last week, and he went on Howard Stern and claimed that he did not kill himself by autoerotic asphyxiation. That he was actually set up. He was murdered, and the murderer made it look like he was doing that. Having said that, I do believe that the singer from INXS was definitely jerking off when he died. I've cracked the case. I didn't even know about it 2 seconds ago. Now I know.
Oh, that's funny.
Definitively what happened.
Yes, he was listening to a fresh
I'm
cut.
lonely!
He was listening to a fresh cut of Suicide Blonde, a NXS song that was released in 1983. I'm way.
Let's talk about our next show. So this episode, we did an experiment, and I thought it was fun. We just kind of the show run and talked over it. We'll probably do that again. But next week, we will not, because next week, we've picked out a podcast that's a little bit too long. It's an hour and 40 minutes. I apologize for that, Kevin. We have some homework to do. But why don't you play? I have a teaser clip for everybody. Why don't you play the clip? I don't want to give anything away, so just hit play on that.
nobody can dispute if we are the most important My Little Pony podcast.
Oh, no.
Because what is the most important? Who sets those guidelines? I mean, if you were to say...
No one can measure it.
If you were to say an award-winning My Little Pony podcast,
That's
well,
your award, not
then
mine.
you would have to have
Right.
some sort of plastic thing that said you were the best My Little Pony podcast, which, God, who would ever... Ugh.
Oh,
All right. So next week we're listening to Bronyville. We're going to listen to episode 202 called Friendship is Important. So if you're excited about this like I am, go ahead and give it a listen. And then you can hear us. We'll pick our favorite clips from it and analyze the show. There are multiple Brony podcasts. And thanks to my wife who actually sent me a link to this one. I was like, yep, that's perfect. We'll do that.
God. Oh, this is going to be fucking an hour and 40 minutes of fucking Brony.
About My Little Pony. I don't know what it could possibly be. I haven't listened to it.
This sounds like it's probably pretty good. Maybe I will do a couple of articles on my Popped podcast about that. Right.
Kevin, do you ever think that I got to imagine at some point people are going to be Googling their podcast name and they're going to come across our podcast ripping on them.
Yeah.
What do you think this Bodhi G character is going to do if and when he hears this show? My hope is that he just stops podcasting, but what do you think he would do?
I have been making homemade Molotov cocktails in my closet, and I will find the people who do.
He's the mono bomber. All right, so join us again next week because it might be the show where we find out once and for all who are these podcasts. Seacrest out.
Hello and welcome to another episode of Who Are These Podcasts? I'm Kevin.
And I am Carl.
And we listen to podcasts so you don't have to. On today's show, we'll be analyzing and reviewing a podcast called Bronyville, episode number 202, titled Friendship is Important. As always, we've both listened to the show separately. We have not discussed it with each other beforehand. So without further ado, let's find out once and for all, who are these podcasts?
It's showtime.
WATP.
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 Oh, WATP.
We're back for another episode. We listened to a podcast about bronies.
Yeah, well, one would think it's about fucking bronies, but this podcast is about everything but what it's actually titled for. Like, they only talk about pony shit for a very brief amount of time, it seems like.
Yeah, no, that's true. It was an hour and 40-minute long podcast about My Little Pony. Mm-hmm. And I was wondering ahead of time, how can you talk about My Little Pony for an hour and 40 minutes? And the answer is you don't.
Exactly. You talk about other things. You talk about their stupid, wacky fucking nicknames that they have for each other, and modem dial speeds, and fucking.
You know what was
games.
Interesting about this show is I got the feeling that we were listening in on lonely people just passing the time.
Yeah.
There were a number of times when the host, whose name is Apple Cider, he would say, all right, well, what else you guys want to talk about? There was one time, I think it was less than an hour in. All right, you guys have anything else to talk about? And I'm thinking like, yeah, you guys can end the show right now. There's nothing else to talk about. Right. And then it went for another 45 minutes.
Yeah. It was really...
so frustrating.
I think this episode, like this podcast, was by far, I think, the worst one to review so far that we've done on WATP.
Ooh, that's saying a lot.
You think so? I just think it was so hard to get through.
Yeah, it was.
Because
it was hard to get through.
Yeah, there just wasn't anything. There was nothing to latch onto. You know what I mean? Because they're just all over the fucking place. It's just like three people hanging out,
right.
Talking about whatever.
It was a boring conversation. All right. I don't want to get too far in before we start to play some clips so people understand exactly what we're talking about. I'm assuming most people are smart and didn't listen to the show. And really, this show sums up exactly what our tagline is. We listen to podcasts so you don't have to. We definitely recommend you do not listen to Bronyville. So I have a clip, number 3 on there. I think that's the one for me that sums up the show the best.
All right.
Talking about holy shit.
How many? Do you like Klondike bars?
No.
That's an inside joke. That's sorry. That's a terrible joke. Do not.
Uh-oh.
Don't take the Klondike bars. Anyway.
No. Or the Taco Tags.
Uh-oh.
Don't take the
I'm sorry. I got to look out. This is getting way too like inside joke, like Twitter lulz.
Yeah.
Sums up for me. I have no idea what they're talking about, and he even admits nobody knows what they're talking about. So why would anybody listen to this?
Exactly, and I actually have that piece of that in another clip that I took too. This fucking Klondike bar inside thing, and here's my show summary clip here.
This is kind of meh, but eventually it gets going.
Yeah, gotta find their stride.
Yeah. I enjoy it quite a bit, personally.
It's just ridiculousness.
Pretty much, especially with Celestia. So yes, you should watch it. It's fun.
Now that is an unedited piece of audio. That's one whole stretch of their show.
Yeah, I just hear the guy clicking on his mouse. Yeah. He's just like doing other things, and they're not even excited about their own conversation.
No, they're like, well, this is something that we do. We do this podcast, so let's all get together and if we run out of shit to talk about, we'll just fucking fart into the microphone for 40 minutes, which would have been infinitely better, yeah.
All right, so the good news is I do have a ton of clips. So as bad as this podcast was, it is actually pretty freaking hilarious that this is a podcast that exists. And again, there's a lot of episodes of this podcast. This is not just a one-off thing these dummies did.
Right.
So I think we should probably try to do a rapid-fire episode today, Kevin, because I know you have a lot of clips. I have a lot of clips. I actually have some long clips, too, because like that one you just played, there's ones where it's amazing what happens with these conversations.
All right.
If you want, I ordered them in the order of the show. So it starts off talking about My Little Pony, and as you mentioned, it kind of devolves into all sorts of things. But in the beginning, they are talking about My Little Pony. If track 2 that I have there, making fun of the brony community. What's really interesting is that these guys and gal, are doing a podcast about My Little Pony, but they're very quick to make fun of and judge not only other people who like My Little Pony, but just about everyone who's into things. So here's an example of that, and I put in parentheses Mr. Garrison, because this guy, I don't know if he's trying to, but he does an amazing Mr. Garrison impression.
Yeah, you know what? I was thinking that too, because there's a couple that I clipped too where I'm like, man, he sounds like he's trying to do it, but I don't think he is.
I don't think he is, but I play that.
If there's anything in this community just that people lose their minds about, it's like, oh, horse wearing socks. Oh my God. Oh, this is the best thing I've ever seen.
It's the exact same clip that I have too.
Sorry.
It is. Here it is.
Like, why should it not be a sock? And the only response anyone would have is, okay, good point. Oh, horse wearing socks. Oh my God.
And then I just clipped this too.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Oh my God. Mr. Slave, ow.
Exactly. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too.
Scissor me timbers, ow.
You know what's funny? We listened to a podcast a couple of weeks ago called The Kongversation. It was all about the Donkey Kong universe. Mm-hmm. And they were giant nerds who were doing that podcast. And I was looking for pictures of them on the internet. I wanted to see what these guys looked like. I could not find anything, which is probably smart on their account.
Right.
For this one, Apple Cider, this guy is all over the place. He is taking selfies everywhere he can. I went to his Twitter. He's very proud of himself. Which I give him credit for. I mean, at least he's out there.
Oh my god!
You should follow, if you have a Twitter account, at Bronyville. The latest tweet that he made was, "Holy crap, the Vietnamese bakery / restaurant is the best I've had. So good." So this guy's very interesting if you want to follow him on Twitter.
Riveting stuff he's posting.
It's
out
riveting
there.
stuff. Yeah, it's really important.
Go. Mr. Hyatt. Shit. I'm sorry. Suck my bars, Mr. Garrison.
All right, if you'll humor me.
Yes.
If you'll humor me. I took a clip, and I won't do this again. I apologize. It's over a minute long.
All right.
But I thought all of this was important for our show. And when the show opened up, the big deal was that My Little Pony Season 6 is coming out soon. And, sorry, just to digress real quick, I didn't know anything about My Little Pony. I knew it was out in the 80s because I was a kid in the 80s and I saw the commercials for it. But I did some research and I found out that have been multiple series, generations of My Little Pony. And there's a new generation, I guess they call it G4, that started in 2010. And now we're still... they're still putting out new seasons. So Generation 4 is My Little Pony Friendship is Magic. So as part of the Friendship is Magic generation, Season 6 is coming out, and this is a big deal in their world, obviously. So I took a clip about them talking about My Little Pony Season 6. That's track 4.
All right, so let's do this. It's time to talk about My Little Pony Season 6 in spring of 2016.
Yep.
Yay.
So the end is nigh. The hiatus will soon be over-ish. I've certainly heard people going like, man, it'd be great if it premiered at BabsCon. I'm like, because you're a member of BabsCon. Yes, that's...
Oh, if it did, I'm just going to watch it in my room again.
Just us up in the room.
The chaos is not worth it.
It's because the last year's BabsCon was me, Sandy, you, and Def Mech, and who else was in there? Cider.
Was Roger there?
I don't know.
Probably.
Was he that skinny guy who drove around the friggin' mini?
The creepy van. Yeah, that's him.
The creepy van. Okay, yeah, he was there.
Yeah, Roger. So
well, and then later on, there was a guy in the elevators. I mentioned, watching my room. He said, well, ours didn't have commercials. Like, mine didn't have 1,000 screaming folks going, oh, and just stupid shit. Oh,
yeah, that's the part. I've done that, and I've realized like there's really a lot that gets missed when people are overexcited.
Yeah, you just got that one guy that's just like all of a sudden Fluttershy shows up and he's just woo! Jesus Christ! What the fuck?
I know I said that we would do rapid fire, but I have a couple of comments about this.
All right, go for it.
What's really the thing that stuck out to me was, if they're going to premiere it at Babcock, I'm just going to go watch it in my room. In your room is where adults should watch My Little Pony. You should not be out watching it with a group of people. If you are watching it, you should pull the blinds, turn it on, and feel ashamed is how you should be watching this.
The thing that I clipped part of that too for one of my clips, and I just want to ask you the question: how many vans do you think are in the parking lot of a BabCon?
There's a lot of vans, but very few windows.
Yes, exactly. Very, very. Oh God! I heard the creepy van comment. I was like, well, that's like half the fucking parking lot. I would imagine is just vans of various sizes and various numbers of windows.
What I can't get a sense of in this brony community, how many people are young and a little more innocent about it, and how many are just old creeps? Because I get a feeling that there are probably tweeners and teens who are going to these things that really, are coming at it from a different angle, but I have no idea. I worry for them.
I think, I think that a lot of the appeal, from what I understand of this
What do you understand of this, Kevin? I should have asked you that up front. What do you understand?
I don't understand much of it, but I do understand liking shit that maybe is a little you're a little too old for. Because I like a lot of stupid shit that's I'm way too old for. But that being said, I feel like this has the sort of appeal of a Adventure Time or that type of a cartoon that people like, or Powerpuff Girls, where it's kind of a kid's cartoon, but adults really like it too because there's some subtext or something for adults in it. But what makes this creepy is that it's dudes that are, bro in Bronyville. It's guys who are really into, and older guys that are really into this. And I don't know. I was not aware of this, but apparently this exists. There is brony porn. So there's there's the rule that if it exists, there's porn. What is it, rule 34 or whatever the hell they call it on Reddit.
Right.
Yeah, if you look up brony porn or something like that, it'll be cartoon pictures of horses with their vaginas hanging out and shit. And
by the way, go ahead. Finish your thought.
No, it's horrific. It's a horrific fucking thing because not only is it bestiality that they're suggesting, it is a cartoon. It's a cartoon bestiality, which I don't know why, but makes it way worse in my.
But wait a second. If the brony dresses up as a pony and then masturbates to the porn My Little Pony, is that okay?
I'm going to let you repeat your question again. No.
That's one of the questions for the ages. No one will ever have the answer to that.
Oh, my God.
It's just one of those things. No, when you were talking about if you look up My Little Pony porn, I was thinking about it the last few weeks as I've been researching these shows. I don't know what Google thinks of me right now or the NSA, but it's very confusing for anyone who's looking at my browser history, what it is that I'm actually into. I was thinking about that consciously. I'm signed in on my regular Google account, and I'm just Googling everything about My Little Pony and alicorns. And,
and going back to all our previous shows, like Asian Fetish and
Asian Fetish and Donkey Kong and Conquer and all that.
You're on a list somewhere for something, I'm sure.
I'm on a lot of lists, is I guess what I'm trying to say. And just so you know, if I do end up dead of a head wound, I am not planning on committing suicide. That was not my intention. Don't believe the authorities when they tell you that's what happened.
If I die of autoerotic asphyxiation like we discussed last week, I was murdered, just like David Carradine.
Exactly. Thank you. Unfortunately, play track 10. This is an ISO that I grabbed. Unfortunately, this is not going to help my case.
Well, good. It was good that nobody listens to this podcast.
I think that's something that we should keep for future shows.
There's a spot in here where they're talking about their website, and I'll just play it because it kind of speaks for itself.
I need to fix that BronyShow.com. We had to change server providers because our old server provider didn't like how many Ukrainian hackers tried to hit our WordPress account. So
all I can picture is like some fucking Ukrainian dudes in front of a computer, like let's hack Bronyville. We get Bronyville. We take Bronyville down. Bronyville's got a lot of subscribers. We get Bronyville. We get all of America. That's his.
Take that, Obama.
Yeah. Fuck you in ass, Obama.
That's funny.
Oh God! Now I'm on a list because I just said that. I'm on a fucking NSA list.
It's Kevin at iCloud.
Kevin at iCloud. Kevin at iCloud.com.
So, one of the things that Kevin and I struggled with on this podcast is understanding even what the fuck they're talking about or what's going on. I have a very short clip, but track 5, I called it, how the fuck is anyone following this?
Is Rainbow Dash a lesbian?
Well,
Like, there's not even words coming out of their mouths at times. It's just noises.
Yeah.
I have no idea what they're talking
Like-
about. Even if I knew the characters' names, which I don't, they're not even making sense in the words in between. I can't even put context to it.
Well, the thing that I struggled with the most here is because obviously I don't know anything about this universe, this pony thing. So they're referring to each other.
Sure you don't.
I drive a van too. No, they're referring to each other by nickname. So I think one of them is like Mist. Is that one of their names or something?
Yep.
So they're talking to each other in this kind of, these nicknames, and I don't know if they're talking about fucking goddamn horses or whatever they're talking about. I have no clue what they're referring to. It's just, and Mist the other day was like, blah, blah, blah. And just, it was so frustrating to try and get through it, but.
I like that you just said goddamn horses. I don't know if they're talking about goddamn horses.
You son of a bitch horses or what?
So there's we'll keep going here. I have a clip, number 6. I called it amazingly ironic.
She's going to have all these like really weird immortal problems where she's just like, I can't connect to normal people. What?
So the spoiler that they put out there is that there's going to be a new alicorn baby in season 6, and that what he was referring to in that clip is that this alicorn baby is going to have problems relating to normal people, which I thought was hilarious because I would imagine that every brony has a problem relating to normal people. But let me back up a second. So, an alicorn baby. Let me see if you did your research. Do you know what an alicorn is?
I do not know what an alicorn is. I was actually going to ask you the same thing.
Okay, so an alicorn is a unicorn with Pegasus wings that also has Earth pony power. So I guess what's happened is when My Little Ponies first started, they were just cute ponies and girls could buy the little dolls. And it's evolved to then being unicorns, and then they can fly, and then they have superpowers. There's the Wikipedia page is pretty long. I can't say that I was able to read it all.
You know what I thought Earth pony power was? Like real Earth pony power is the ability for a pony to walk while shitting. That's all ponies have that ability, and horses.
That's something I've never pulled off in my life.
Yeah, that's a horse thing. You could like just be in mid stride and shitting at the same time.
Jelly.
Yeah, that's Earth pony power right there.
Love it.
You add wings to that. That's a fucking, that's a pretty fucking powerful thing you got going on. Alicorn, huh? All right.
So that's what an alicorn is. Now we know.
Yeah, knowing is half the battle, as G.I. Joe once said. I just wish we were actually doing a G.I. Joe podcast because I would at least know what the fuck I was talking about. And that would
is there a G.I. Joe podcast?
I'm sure there is. I'm sure
if
there
there's
is.
Not, should we start one?
I think we might want to. Yeah.
I always love in G.I. Joe when Cobra announces who has arrived and who is attacking them, is that they don't have logos on everything. There's logos on their airplanes, on their missiles, on their faces in a lot of cases.
Yeah, they're
Cobra. Okay.
They really want you to know who's attacking. It's
Cobra.
Could you imagine if it was like Al Qaeda?
That's what I'm thinking. It's like you don't see ISIS scream. Well, maybe they do. I don't really think about that. You just got ISIL'd, bitch.
You know what it is they spent so much money for a graphic designer to do that Cobra logo. They're like, we're putting this shit on everything.
Do you know how much I spent on this logo?
Now that we have the stencil, we are using this everywhere.
It's on letterhead. It's fucking everywhere. Everywhere there's anything Cobra, there's a fucking Cobra logo on it.
They could be a case study in branding if you were going to school for marketing. This is the way you make a brand. Watch how Cobra Commander did it.
If we're going to spell the name out, make sure you do it in all lowercase. That's how people do it this day.
We have a specific font. You didn't use the font. By the way, all right, getting back to our podcast. Speaking of fonts, there was a funny part. I didn't clip it, but I just wanted to talk about it. The host asked the other two people, there's like 3 hosts on here. He goes, do you know the font that My Little Pony uses? Both co-hosts shouted out the answer. Like they couldn't get it out fast enough. They were like, Generation B.
Yeah. I remember that part. Well, because
it was so funny that they know the exact font that they use.
Yeah, because they were doing a whole little story on the fact that someone was using the font without. I think it's like something official was like using the Brony font without paying for a multiple use license for it, and this is like boring fucking shit. Like
that's the most boring shit.
Right, like what does does a fucking Brony fan really give 2 fucks about the font and
I don't know
licensing?
What they care about. I can't figure out what they care about. I have no idea.
They care about shitting while you walk. That's the thing.
that's some Earth pony power.
Earth ponies. Yeah, I have a couple of clips. We've covered a few of them here so far, but this is them just admitting straight up what their podcast is about.
Well, yeah, because we don't talk about My Little Pony.
No,
we talk about anything
Just a
else.
party all night.
So
yeah, that was funny.
They don't even. Why even bother? Like, just have it be like 3 douchebags on a mic. That should be the name of the show because it's not.
The context of that clip that you had right there was when they interview people who are actually associated with the show, and they're talking about how those people love it when they interview them because they're not, these people who just have to get into every little storyline or, every little detail of it. They just shoot the shit with them. And they're like, yeah, but we just talk about whatever.
Yeah. Oh my God.
They suck in every single way possible, I guess is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah. I totally agreed.
I have a clip that it's called Something to Share with Your Psychiatrist. My premise is that these people are mentally ill. Okay. They do a show about My Little Pony. So that can't be healthy. But track 7, this is something that should be said while laying down on a couch.
I like having the cute little ponies. Humans are less exciting.
Humans do not make for a good SFM model.
No hooves doesn't do it for you there, Scope.
It's more than...
Oh my God. What is SFM?
So I looked that up too. I gotta find it again because now I've already lost what that is. SFM has to do with some type of modeling.
All right.
It's like source.
Like modeling in terms of like video game making, like that, because they were talking about that too, like modeling of like an artistic modeling.
It's a source filmmaker.
Okay, all right, yeah,
that's what SFM is. So these people are not only into My Little Pony, but they create their own. Like the one Mist who is on there, she does 3D renderings of My Little Ponies or socks for My Little Ponies or something. It goes so deep. I can't even waste my time and energy to understand what they're talking about.
I just realized I'm on the Bronysshow.com website, and because it's back up, so the Ukrainian hackers didn't get it yet.
Thank God.
Yeah, this is really sad, but the banner image on the far left, if you're looking at this for the audience, if they go to Bronysshow.com, there is a pony that is dressed as, and I assume what they're going for is Doctor Who, because he's wearing a fez and he's got a bow tie on. Now, I'm a Doctor Who fan, and this really fucking bums me out quite a bit. Oh God, I just realized that now. I'm like, you know what? Fuck.
That's how I would feel if they had like Tommy Wiseau as a My Little Pony. I'm like, oh, God, you're ruining the room. That's the best move. What are you doing?
I shit while I walk. I don't know what you're talking about. I shit while I walk all the time. Lisa.
Dude, you don't even sound like Tommy Wiseau. You know what you sound like? Is what's that comedian from Russia?
Yeah, right. Yakov Smirnoff.
So Yakov Smirnoff.
Ah, yes. My Little Pony, such a good show. I love it. Watching Branson, Missouri, where I have my show.
Real silverware.
Real napkin, real cloth napkin for your dinner.
Oh my gosh, we are going so deep right now.
It's okay. We're just like the Brony fucking show. We're not talking about bronies at all.
That's not okay. That's not okay, Kevin.
But they like to shit while they walk. They shit everywhere. He's so good.
All right, so I have another one that I want to set up for you. Track 8's called Brony Problems, and what Scope is talking about, Scope is one of the hosts, he plays at some video game that he's really into, and he had to switch his phone over from, whatever, he's upgrading his iPhone, and so he did this complete backup, and then he got his new phone, and he was very concerned that it wouldn't have saved his data. So go ahead and play track 8.
Side knows I put a lot of time and money in the game.
Unfortunately.
And, yeah. Well, the thing is, I did a full backup of the phone, and when I fired up and went, oh God, please don't tell me I lost everything. And sure enough, it did the loading the percentage, and then once upon a time, the far off lamb going, oh no, please no.
Yeah.
And the head is like, oh, everything's here. Oh God, what a relief.
And all of a sudden, it's just like, we got to defeat Nightmare Moon. Like, oh boy.
I'd have shot myself.
It really doesn't take much for Scope to commit suicide.
No, I mean, it doesn't mean just one wrong move in the walls.
Here's my question. Why hasn't Scope committed suicide?
It's a very good question. I would encourage it.
I would encourage it. If his life were around My Little Pony and this video game on his iPhone, he's wasting valuable space that could be used by someone who's actually contributing to society.
He should go in the closet and hang himself while masturbating.
I don't know how that turned into a meme on our show.
In Soviet Russia, we call that a Colombian necktie job. I don't know why, but it is. It's not Colombian.
Colombian necktie.
I don't know where the fuck I got that from.
I like that. You said Colombian necktie, and then you didn't feel like that joke was good enough, so then you said thing.
Colombian necktie job. Yes.
It's funny.
No, here's the thing. I was thinking about, while I was listening to it, that I would rather fuck a cheese grater that was soaking in lemon juice than listen to any more episodes of this fucking Bronyville show.
It's terrible.
Yeah.
I mean, it is terrible. And I did hesitate when you said this was the worst show we've listened to, because it's really hard to rate a 0 versus a 0 and decide which one is pulling ahead. But yeah, man, this podcast is brutal.
Yeah.
And again, thanks. This big shout out to my wife for picking this for us. She emailed me a link to it, and I was like, Bronyville, this sounds like it'll fit. And perfect. Holy shit.
Yeah. And I was doing a little research for, potential future podcasts today too. And, was listening to different things, and I'm like, this is just, I had this playing in the background while trying to decipher, future podcasts to listen to. And I was like, I don't know how it gets worse than this. Like, if I'm trying to find things that are questionable or I think would be funny.
You want to be a one downer?
Yeah, it's just, I can't. And I found a podcast that was all about the porn industry by a foreign dude, and I assume an American dude. The guy, he had almost these kind of accent. He talks a lot about like this.
Oh, then we have to use that one.
Well, right, yeah. Maybe that's where I got the courage to do that accent today. But But that, I mean, I'm listening to that going, that this is still more entertaining than cartoon ponies that dress up like princesses.
We've hit rock bottom for sure.
Yeah.
It's not going to get worse than this. I can't imagine it possibly could.
You have any other clips?
I got a bunch more. So let's start going a little quicker through them. If you play track 9, they're talking about PonyCon, and what I thought was fascinating about this, and it's a theme throughout the show and through a lot of these clips we're playing, the inside information that they're talking about that no one could possibly fucking know about or care about.
Countess Coloratura,
Yeah.
is going to PonyCon.
Yes, like everyone else.
Everyone's going to that con.
I don't think Tara is. I think she's like the only one who isn't.
Who gives a fuck?
Yeah, Kevin.
They're just talking
Tara's
about...
not going to PonyCon.
I mean, we don't know who that is, and none of the audience does. Nor do we give two fucks that she's not attending a goddamn PonyCon event. It's just complete.
All right.
Okay.
All right. So, My Little Pony is all about friendship, right? That's the theme. So you would think that people who are into My Little Pony would know a lot about making friends because this is what they enjoy, this is what they study. Track 11, this is coming straight from a brony, how to make friends.
You make friends with them, and you're like, hey, what's going on? You're like, not much, and be like, cool. You know, I like your stuff.
You got that, Kevin? Did you write that down?
Yep. I like your stuff. Okay, yep, hey, I got that down. Yeah.
Hey, what's going on?
Hey.
Not much.
All right. I'm here at a brony convention. It's what it sounds like. They keep staying the same age. Yeah.
I drove Chryslers even before they paid me.
I watch bronies shit while walking up, standing up.
All right, now is when we're going to take a little bit of a turn in the show. I'm going to ask you to play track 12, which I call, fucking furry talk, too?
Dumb Anthrocon crap.
Gross, furry stuff.
Yeah, I'm going to go to Burgatory and get some really good burgers.
Yeah.
Mist can talk about furries.
Yeah, now.
Well, yeah, I've started into there.
Now you're going on all the meetups and stuff, too, right?
Yeah, it's been interesting.
Okay.
So Mist is starting to get into this whole furry world. So, good for her. It's not just about My Little Pony. She's got a lot of dimensions, this one.
Yeah. And furries are, for the audience, people who like to dress up as animals and get fucked. I think... I'm sure that's like how I understand what a furry is. It's all sexual.
That right from Wikipedia?
No, I should be. Here's the best part about that clip. The guy said he wanted to go to Burgatory.
Yeah.
That is the best fucking name for a burger restaurant.
that actually
is so great.
Again, it's just so random and dumb to say. So how awful is this chick to look at?
I don't know. I mean, did you find her?
I haven't found a picture of her. I didn't look really hard, but just based on her interests and her personality, I'm guessing she's a 2. I don't know.
Number 2, like a poop, like shit. Yeah,
no, 2 on a scale of 1 to 100.
All right. No, I don't know. Whatever. She's into some weird shit. I get it. And more power to her for going on a podcast and telling everybody about it. But
I like that you keep saying that. You're like, someone's going to Google me and see that I have a Lego collection. I better say that I get it. They're into weird shit.
Look, I'm into some pretty juvenile shit for a 40-year-old. Let me get that straight. But
you're 40?
Well, not quite. I'm not even 39 yet. But God damn it, I feel 40. And anyway, no, I like Lego. I like to collect the fucking little Lego minifigs. Yeah, I said it. I just fucking said that out loud on a podcast.
You're not the one who's on trial here, Kevin.
All right, good. I don't play with them, though. I don't, pull them out and, fucking, make little battle scenes and shit.
Well, actually, I was Skyping with you and you didn't know that I had the Skype up.
Right. Yeah, because Skype has been so reliable for us that I wouldn't know that it's running in the background.
I know. We can't even get it connected when we're trying to.
Right.
All right. So track 13, this is a sequel to that last one. It's called Holy Shit, More Furry Talk. And just to warn everybody, this is a longer clip, but well worth it.
There is there's one I haven't gone to partially because of intimidation. Have you heard of Frolic?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Have you heard of Frolic?
I have not.
Okay. Frolic is... Oh, you go for it, Mist.
Oh, yeah. Well, it's a meetup where they basically take over a nightclub for the evening.
Yeah.
They have like all their own DJs and stuff, but yeah, I looked at pictures from the last one and I was like, this is something I think I want a really good friend to be with me.
Protection.
Yeah. Because, it's one thing to just go to the normal, just standing outside in public kind of meetups, but another to be in that kind of club environment that is very much, you start getting the leather masks and the shirtless and I'm like, no.
And the fursuiters and all of a sudden in 5-point harnesses and you're like,
Right.
I love that there's a nightclub that has a Little Pony night. Like they take over the club.
This isn't My Little Pony. This is the furry convention.
Oh, all right. That's why it's called Frolic. All right. Oh,
that's why it's called Frolic. Okay. That's why she's hesitant. If it was My Little Ponies, she's all in. But she's just starting to dabble with this furry thing. And what I thought was interesting about that clip was she saw pictures and was hesitant. That's a good sign. You should be hesitant of attending this event when you see pictures of it.
Right.
Unfortunately, she still wants to go, but at least she was hesitant. I feel like that's a step in the right direction for Mist.
She's fur curious, so she's not quite
right.
Not quite committed yet. Oh God.
Go ahead.
I wanted to see like what the DJ like dresses up as at the fucking Frolic event. Is he like
a fox?
Of course, yeah. I guess that makes sense. Yeah.
What does the fox say?
Oh Jesus! I forgot about that.
Throwback.
Oh yes, love that song. Yes.
All right, I got another track on here. It's just simply called "A Swing and a Miss."
I had friends of mine who wanted to get me in a rhino suit and just start charging at everybody.
You should get a rhino, name it Visa. That way you could charge everyone.
Oh,
That is.
Did you hear that part of the show?
I did. Yeah, there's a series of fucking dad jokes about credit cards in there.
He told that joke. Nobody laughed. They all went,
Yeah.
And then for some reason they made 15 more jokes about, oh, we can call him MasterCard. Oh, it pays to discover. It was like, holy shit. The first one bombed. Why are you piling on this joke?
Right, exactly. Yeah, they were calling back to nothing. They were just calling back to the worst things that they could do.
But again, this goes back to our point before that these are boring people having a boring conversation. This was not a show. These are lonely people having a conversation about nothing. They were trying to find things to talk about. Even when it was a boring thing to talk about, they're like, all right, well, that was a shitty joke. Let's talk about that for a while.
Right. Well, I think one thing we've noticed with a lot of these podcasts that we've reviewed is no one...
We're way better.
Well, that and it doesn't seem like anyone wants to take the time to edit. So when there's shit that just doesn't work, take it out. I guess if you realize that it isn't working. I mean, I think these people aren't really self-aware a lot of the times, but...
Well, I'm sure that if you went to Apple Cider and said, did this episode need to be an hour and 40 minutes? He'd probably admit that they could trim a few here and there.
Yeah.
That'd be my guess.
I don't know what else to say about this goddamn show.
All right. Let me just play a couple more things real quick and then we'll wrap it up. Track 15, I called this Brony's making fun of anyone else is completely ridiculous.
Oh, I don't need to go talk about how much we love dragons. Or
your experiences with Bad Dragon. Yeah, you don't want to do that either.
All right, everyone.
That's the late night. 18 plus panel.
Everyone, it's time for the wolf panel. Come on, it's time to talk about your wolf sonas.
We got to get our pack together.
Okay.
Yeah, I didn't do any of those.
You're the Omega.
I'm Wolf Alpha.
Oh gosh.
Shut up.
I like how that ended with Scope going, shut up.
Just shut up.
I wish you would have said that a lot more often. I love that clip. These are guys who, the whole show is about My Little Pony and season 6, and then they're making fun of a furry, which, by the way, Mist has attended. So she's talking about these panels that she goes to, but they're talking about like, yeah, I don't go to those panels where it's just like a bunch of wolves get together and talk about wolf things. Like, I don't know that you're in a position to really make fun of anyone at this point, guys.
Yeah, I like wolf sona.
Yeah, we gotta discuss our wolf sona.
My wolf sonas.
I actually like that voice too. That's pretty funny. But it actually harkens back to earlier in the show. They were talking about one of the spoilers for season 6. There's going to introduce a new character named Flurry Heart, and they hated that name because it sounds too much like a Care Bear. Like, do you really think that My Little Pony is cooler than Care Bears?
Oh Jesus,
that can't be possible. Like, it's got to be neck and neck with. That is the lamest shit you could possibly be into. Like, who would give a crap?
Flurry Heart sounds like a fat person disease. Like, he died from Flurry Heart. He went to Friendly's way too much for flurries.
No more steaks for Grandpa. He's got the Flurry Heart.
The Flurry Heart.
But just to give you an idea, some of the names of the ponies that they do like are Fluttershy, Princess Luna, Petro. These are all acceptable names. But Flurry Heart, that's ridiculous.
Oh, shit.
I can't even wrap my head around it. All right, one last thing. I actually clipped their sign-off, and Kevin, I might steal this.
I like this one.
We'll go ahead and catch you next time. Sleep well, every pony.
It started with the lip smack. And then sleep well, every pony. That's awesome.
Oh, shit. Oh, sleep well, every pony. Yeah, you need to start using it, I think, at the end of these shows. I think that's...
It's better than my Seacrest Out that I've been using.
Yeah.
It's definitely an upgrade. So,
Yes.
yeah, I think I might do that.
Okay.
All right. So, Kevin, this has been a lot of fun, right?
Yeah.
Best podcast ever.
We listened to the worst podcast. I did a Russian fucking impression that's really bad, and yeah, it's been one for the ages.
It was supposed to be Tommy Wiseau.
Oh, right, yeah, even worse. I was trying to do somebody else, and it sounded like an 80s comedy.
Pretty funny. So it wasn't a bad Russian accent. It was a terrible Tommy Wiseau accent.
That's true.
So give yourself some credit there.
All right, pat on back. Yes.
I actually have, since we're talking about it, I actually have the
anything for my princess.
See, I'm not that far off.
I actually have the Room soundboard app on my phone, and
I don't understand women.
It's amazing.
I don't understand women.
I think yours is a little bit over the top.
And I love her so much.
Lisa. Are you excited about the James Franco movie, The Disaster Artist or whatever?
I cannot wait.
Yeah.
I listened to that book on tape, which I highly recommend because Greg Sestero, who wrote it, does Tommy Wiseau's voice whenever he does the Tommy Wiseau dialogue.
Okay.
And it's hysterical. It's so funny. So, yeah, I'm very much looking forward to that movie. That's going to be awesome.
Yeah. Cool.
All right. So, next week, we're going to do this again.
Yeah.
And we're gonna listen to another podcast because Bronyville, never again. Never again. Learned our lesson.
You didn't subscribe to it in iTunes? You didn't,
I am never going to join this world again. I didn't realize that My Little Pony and the furry thing overlap so much. They talked more about furries maybe than they did about My Little Pony. And I was afraid. I was scared and afraid, and I don't want to listen to that anymore. So next week we have something that I think all of us can relate to. Why don't you play my teaser?
Jared, why don't you give us the state of the Republic this week?
Yeah, no problem. So BFC had a pretty quiet week, all in all. We won all our wars in pretty commanding fashion, including our All-Star War against the Little French clan. Followed that with a couple of 95% total destruction wins over a Serbian clan and a pretty funny war against a US-based clan called the Henchmen. And I'm pretty sure those guys still have no idea that they let a spy into their clan.
Oh, yes, they did. They have no idea.
Okay, all right. What the fuck is this? No.
This podcast is called Clash Republic Podcast, Episode 8, Doomsday Edition. This is a podcast about Clash of Clans.
Oh, the video game?
The video game. Yes, these are people who play Clash of Clans, and they're pretty fucking into it, Kevin.
Wow. Okay.
I don't think they're going to be getting off the topic like these dummies at Bronyville. I think these guys are going to be razor sharp focused on Clash of Clans. I don't even know how you can talk about the game. I've never played it before. I've seen all the TV commercials ad nauseum, so I know what it is. But I think we're going to learn a lot more about Clash of Clans and the types of losers that game attracts. so that should be fun.
So before we go, I was thinking, like, we were talking about G.I. Joe and having our own podcast, maybe about G.I. Joe.
Yeah.
Can we call it Cobros?
Yes.
So we just talk about Cobra, like our infatuation with the Cobra and Cobra Commander, and it's Cobros.
I like that name because it implies that we're rooting for Cobra.
Yeah, exactly.
Which I am.
Yeah.
Like, I'm always an underdog kind of guy. Like, I'm a Chicago Cubs fan. I like the Buffalo Bills. I'm an underdog kind of guy. It's like, go Cobra, man. These guys just keep getting their ass handed to them. One of these days, they're going to come up victorious. Their strategy's off, but they're going to figure it out, I swear.
Their fucking leader wears a hood, like just a fucking blue hood for no reason. Or a silver mask. The guy just, he can't decide which persona he wants.
I'll wear whatever I goddamn well feel like it.
I know. It goes against the whole branding thing that I was talking about before. It's like you need consistency. That's how you get this across.
I've got a goddamn best friend with a metal head.
Oh my! All right, that's a pretty good idea. All right, so tune in next week for Cobros.
Jesus! All right.
All right. Well, this has been great. Anybody who actually hung through this till the end, congratulations. I don't know how you did it. I don't know how we did it, but we actually listened to that show. But please join us again next week, because it might be the show where we find out once and for all who are these podcasts. Sleep well, every pony.
Hello and welcome to another episode of Who Are These Podcasts? I'm Kevin.
And I'm Carl.
And we listen to podcasts so you don't have to. On today's show, we'll be analyzing and reviewing a podcast called Clash Republic Podcast. That's episode number 8, titled Doomsday Edition. As always, we both listen to the show separately. We've not discussed it beforehand. So without further ado, let's find out once and for all, who are these podcasts?
It's showtime.
WATP.
WATP.
ATP.
Yes.
How's it going, Kevin?
I'm pretty good, Carl. How you doing?
I'm doing all right. Happy Easter.
Yeah. This is a special Easter edition of WATP.
Yes. Although I don't celebrate Easter, I gave up on it a couple of years ago.
Oh, yeah?
So, yeah, my wife and I, we do Feaster instead.
Feaster.
Yes.
Is that where you just eat Cadbury eggs?
We actually eat crab legs.
Crab legs? Oh, Cadbury eggs, crab legs. Okay.
Yeah, it's kind of like that.
All right, cool.
So, yeah, no baskets or bunnies or Jesus. just oceanic creatures.
Oh, nice. Crustaceans.
Yeah. Crustaceans, if you will.
Ocean man. Yeah.
Oh my gosh, when I was going through to find a podcast for next week, I stumbled on a podcast called Boys Club, and it is devoted to the music of Ween.
Wow, there's a whole
I know.
podcast for that?
There's a
Wow.
whole podcast for that. I'm very excited. So before we start making fun of other people for being nerds, make fun of me for being a nerd because I'm a huge Ween fan. And I'll be now listening to Boys Club on the reg. All right. We listened to a show, and Kevin, I apologize. I'm sorry I made you listen to this. I thought it'd be interesting. It's about the game Clash of Clans.
Yeah.
A multiplayer mobile video game. Everyone's probably familiar with it. They've had ads during the Super Bowl, and they've had pretty big celebrities in their ads. I'm sure you've seen, what was it, Liam Neeson was in the ad a couple of years ago,
and Christoph Waltz.
Christoph Waltz is in there now.
Yeah.
So you're probably familiar with it, but if you're anything like Kevin and me, you've never played it and don't really know how it works.
Right.
So we listened to this podcast about these people who play this game all the time. So it was really confusing and pretty boring.
Well, I think where it was really boring is that most of the episode was not about the game per se. It was about all the reasons that they like the actual business reasons why the game is doing well and not doing well. It was very odd. And I don't know if it was just this episode of this podcast. I mean, I assume they all are fucking horrible, but this particular one was like...
I would think that they're all really terrible.
Yeah.
But if you want, we always like to start out by playing a clip from the show that we think sums up the entire podcast best. And if you want to get started with my number 3 mind-blowing information clip.
The average mobile game in the top 1,000 in the Apple App Store actually has an average life cycle of like 23 days, which blew my mind. Yeah, blows my mind.
That is just 23 days, really?
Yep, 23 days from 100% user retention down to like 3 or 4.
Wow.
Yeah.
And I think this is what you were talking about.
Right.
This guy, Jared, there's Mama Lou, Jared, and some other guy that doesn't talk very much. But this guy, Jared, did a ton of research. And I don't know, a good 20 minutes of this podcast was him talking about all of these facts within the industry of mobile gaming, and then talking about the marketing of mobile gaming. They even getting into a point where he's talking about specific ad placements and whether they're the right placements for ads in Times Square. And
right.
It, like you said, it wasn't about the game. It was almost like if you were invested in this company, you might be interested in what they had to say.
Yeah. Like Supercell, I think, is the name of the company that does this game or whatever. And they reference them a few times. And the funny part is, like, as boring as this fucking podcast was to get through, the times when they do talk about Clash of Clans, I was like, fuck you. Like, I was just pissed off. I was pissed off because it's like, I don't understand any of what the jargon or any of that shit is that they're talking about.
I know. It actually would have been better if there was more of that, because when they did start explaining the buying gems, and I don't even know all the other crap that they do. That was.
Here's my clip that I thought was pretty funny.
And I have a 7-year-old, so I play Minecraft with her a lot. I don't really admit that to a lot of people, but I guess I have just now.
So she's embarrassed that she plays Minecraft, but she's on a Clash of Clans podcast. Yeah. I just was like, okay. Apparently, there is a line that is drawn between what you consider geeky and what you.
Yeah, do you play Minecraft? No, I'm not a nerd.
Right.
Clash of Clans. Who do you think I am?
Oh, Jesus.
All right, so why don't you play track 2, and then that'll kind of set up what this whole show was about.
Guys, moving on to this week. Our episode this week is entitled, Is Clash on the Decline? And, we've all felt here in the last, I would say, several months, that in general, the game has been slowly going down. Our clans are getting smaller and consolidating. People we've played with for years have started leaving the game. Some of the big names in Clash have started hedging their bets and diversifying as well. For example, Clash with Ash changed his name here recently to CWA Mobile Gaming.
So the whole idea of this episode is they're talking about the decline of Clash of Clans, which is mostly just depressing. These people are very upset about there aren't as many players playing the game anymore.
Yeah, I took this exact clip too because I thought it was funny. They're like, "Yeah, he's changed his name to CW Mobile Gaming." Like, there's, like the guy was just like, oh, "Fuck this! I'm not going to be whatever the hell it was, like Star Child again. And I'm going to be fucking it's all corporate sounding." CW Mobile Gaming.
You're right. I know the when they talk about things that I guess are important in their world, it's crazy because there's just nothing. For example, if you play track 10, perhaps after they went through all of these reasons why the game is on the decline and it can't last forever, and it's at a certain point, Mama Lou gets really pissed off about it. Then all of a sudden they talk about perhaps all is not lost, and here's the reason why. Track 10.
Supercell's done a much better job lately of being transparent with their, with what's coming up. They're starting to retweet some of the big streamers. I saw Powerbang got a retweet. I saw Jake from One Hive got a retweet, and somebody was streaming the North Remembers versus Cold September War, and they got retweeted, which is, starting to become more and more common.
So, Kevin, I guess the game is going to live on. The company is now retweeting.
Yeah, oh boy, holy shit. Hold on to your seats.
That was the big thing. Like, wow, this is exciting, guys. And he actually listed all of the things that they retweeted, too. The fuck?
Oh. Yeah, I have a few tracks that are titled WTF and WGAF, who gives a fuck, and things like that. But here's I don't know. I just thought this was really funny banter between the two of them here, or all three of them, or whoever the fuck there are.
Guys, I tell you what. Why don't we just take a pause right there and get to our favorite part of the podcast? Mama Lou. Mama Lou, our question this week comes from D's Nuts, and D's Nuts wants to know.
I'm sorry. I was listening to that for the first time, and the first thing that's like, let's go to this mailbag thing, and then it's like nothing you can even understand, and then and then like let's right, like let's take our first question from D's Nuts.
What's funny about that is I don't think there's any other questions, right? That whole segment is just that one question from D's Nuts.
From D's Nuts, yeah.
That's great.
And
the question was, what other games do you play? Right. And they're like, no, this is a show about Clash of Clans. Right. We don't talk about other games on
We don't talk about Minecraft, about silly Minecraft.
Right. Well, and then Jared kind of pissed me off. Play track 4.
I have it today, but I don't go back and play Flappy Bird just to see if it's still fun. I know it's not.
Oh, fuck you. Flappy Bird is awesome. What do you mean he knows it's not fun?
Shit.
It's too fucking good for Flappy Bird.
They
what a prick.
They do rip on a lot of other games. They're like, they condescend to what's it? Candy Crush. They refer to that like a Candy Crush, and these games like Flappy Bird. He explains the entire Flappy Bird experience in here too, which is pretty funny. It was developed, and then because it was developed, it grew very, very large, and the developer pulled out because he did not want that type of fame. But then no one really plays Flappy Bird anymore. And
you know what's weird about this guy Jared is that he actually seems intelligent.
Yeah,
he speaks very well. We listen to a lot of these podcasts. They don't even know how to talk, and they can't get the words out. This guy did a lot of research. He spoke very well, but his interests are ridiculous.
Yeah. Well, so are mine.
He's putting all this time and effort into the Clash of Clans and the parent company and looking at stock prices. He went on this whole rant about the correlation between the stock price of the parent company and the updates within the game.
I think I have a clip of that, actually.
Okay, I don't. If you have that, because it just went on and on.
I think I believe that's what this is. I named it fascinating shit, so I'm guessing that's what it is.
At that 90%, they can no longer balance user retention with new user acquisition, and the game begins to decline. And that's all there is to it. They're not drawing enough people to counterbalance the people that they're losing.
Okay, so this is the type of stuff that they go into in this. And here I am thinking we're going to head into this podcast. It's going to be like, oh man, so did you have the orc with the
Right.
that
That's what I was hoping for. I thought they were going to talk about strategies and how their giant got killed, but they were able to,
right,
whatever you do in this freaking dumb game. But no, it was literally like listening to a if you ever invested in a company and they do like their quarterly reports. And they'll come out and they'll say, well, our R&D budget was up, and that's why we saw projections fall. But next quarter, we plan on reinvesting. And it's like, what is this guy fucking talking about?
Yeah, and that's exactly what it felt like to me. It felt like it was like a business meeting about the game or something.
And then I teased that Mama Lou gets pissed off. Play track 6, which I call way too attached to a video game.
Which is kind of a dick move, I'll be honest. It kind of pisses me off, really. Why take a game with such a huge following? And honestly, this subject kind of irritates me, and it kind of puts me on this whole defensive, I want to save this game attitude. Because I really hate seeing this kind of behavior towards a game that I have found so much joy and so much fun and so much social... all aspects of this game I really love. And it irritates me to think that they would take a game that is doing all these great things and just throw it in the trash. I mean, why on earth would they do that?
Fucking idiot.
What
a fucking idiot. The 15 minutes leading up to that was Jared explaining how every game has a life cycle. And that it's not going to last forever, and that they'll put out new games, and people will stop playing the old games. And then she goes on this rant like she's invested so much of her precious time into this stupid fucking game.
Right.
And God forbid it's not available anymore.
It's so funny that I'm reading, all right, so for the people at home that are listening, I have an app that has all the clips that Carl and I take. So... the way we do the production for the show, and here I'm going to get fucking, just like this podcast, I'm going to talk about the fucking inner workings here. So we do the clips separately, right? So Carl does his clips, I do my clips of the show, and then we pool them together, and then I put them into this app so I can trigger them during WATP. So the funny part about this is we don't talk to each other prior to this. We just meet, when we're doing the recording, and we just kind of reveal what we've clipped. And I'm looking at the clips that are numbered, and mine are numbered, and they're basically the same thing. Like I'm looking right now. I have one, number 6, called "Chick is Pissed," and that's the one that you're like way too attached. It's like they're all like I could totally correlate which ones you've taken to the ones that I've taken too, which is so fucking funny.
That's funny. I'm looking at the ones that you have in here, and I'm an addict.
Yeah, you have the same thing.
I have the exact same clip. In fact, that one's probably worth playing. It's a short one.
All right.
I legitimately can't even imagine my life without Clash, and that's part of the problem for me. I'm an addict, and I have been for a long time.
I legitimately cannot picture my life without Clash.
Yeah, he's...
holy shit.
I just picture this dude's like fucking in a shitty alley behind a thing, just fucking like with the
hey, man, you got an Android device on you? Spare an Android device?
I just need a few gems, man, just to get me through the day.
Spare a Kindle?
Oh God. Yeah,
it's really sad.
They raised a good point though in this thing that these mobile games are really fucking fleeting. I mean, they're not made to be engaging things that last, months and years and things. And I can't even remember the last time I had a game that I was like, holy shit, I got to play this like more than like a week. Right. And then it's like, But I mean, that's the nature of the beast, and for these folks to get like super pissed that it's declining after it's been around for like 4 fucking years, it's like, well, this thing should have died 50 times over at this point.
And I don't even know that Clash of Clans is declining because they talked about another Clans game that this company put out.
Yeah, it's like
Right?
Clash Royale or Clash Royale.
Clash Royale.
Yeah.
So they're saying, oh, well, now these people are playing Clash Royale and they're not playing this game. Like, you'll always have some stupid fucking multiplayer universe game to play, guys. Calm down.
Yeah.
I don't understand what the difference is.
It's funny to me because, cell phones or mobile devices in general haven't really been around that long, like what we consider smartphones. And like you look back at like the Angry Birds and how fucking huge that got. I mean, there's goddamn stuffed animal fucking,
There's a fucking movie coming out.
Yeah, I mean,
which is a terrible timing. Nobody plays Angry Birds. Right. Fucking idiots.
So, I mean, I understand, these things get tremendously popular because everyone has access to them essentially all day long. And, but I didn't know anything about this game until I saw a commercial on TV because I don't really play mobile games. So, this kind of came out of fucking nowhere. And it seems like, and was this the commercials? I think it's that one. It's not Game of War. This is the one that had like the talking characters or whatever, and that like the guy, like the dude with the mohawk who was talking about pigs or something, right? That's fucking commercial.
Yeah. The characters are talking and they're like catapulting people into the walls and shit. I think that's what. Yeah, I think that's it.
Yeah, I can tell you that did not do anything for me to be like, I'm gonna check this out.
Oh yeah, I had no idea what the fuck. The commercials were very confusing. I had no idea what the gameplay would be like from watching those commercials.
Right. So go ahead.
I did do some research because I wanted to see what this gameplay was like since we're listening to this podcast, and I found on YouTube, any video game you can find somebody who's posted them playing the game on YouTube. There's this guy named Godson. He has a ton of videos of him playing Clash. One of them has 23,062,797 views.
What?
All right. 23 million views of this guy playing Clash of Clans. I hope that there's like 80 people who each watch it 5 million times.
Right.
Because otherwise it's really depressing if there's that many people watching this video.
Oh my God. Now I know like Twitch, Twitch is kind of and YouTube does that now too. They have a gaming section or whatever. That shit's like incredibly popular to watch other people play video games, but I just
that's
can't.
Crazy.
That is retarded fucking numbers right there. That's ridiculous.
There's a clip that I grabbed from the very end of the show that I found to be amazing. And I know I use the word amazing too much on this show, but this is truly amazing. Play track 11.
If you like podcasts in general, you should really check out some of the other really good Clash of Clans podcasts. There's Clashcast, Clash Files. There is Saturday Night Hive and Cockfighters, which is a COC Fighters, just to specify there. And I believe there's another new one out there, Clash in the North.
What the fuck?
Yeah, she's like, just go listen to all these other ones instead of this.
But Kevin, there's 6 podcasts about Clash of Clans?
Dude, it's huge. Apparently it's yeah, it's a huge fucking game. And I don't get it. I don't understand it,
but there's 6 podcasts devoted to this fucking game. And I guess we picked the wrong one because I would have liked to hear one of these podcasts where it's just nerds talking about how they, won a war or whatever the fuck they're supposed to do.
Yeah, we took our clan and we invaded the other clan, and then I
wanted it to get like really personal and be like,
and then we raped all their women and we burned the village down. And we salted the earth so nothing would grow. We take a scorched earth policy.
I like that nerd voice. I'm not sure if you're like a little person or a 12-year-old, or maybe a little person.
And then we went to the Lollipop Guild afterwards with our catapults and trebuchets.
It sounds like the little person that Cartman beats up in that episode of South Park.
You want to start something with me?
The system.
Oh God, there's always a South Park reference every episode of WATP.
I'm keeping it alive. I'm
Yes,
keeping it alive.
yes.
All right. Are you done with talking about this Clash Republic podcast? Anything else? Do you have anything else you want to play?
I mean, I don't think so. I think I got the D's nuts one out there, and that was
Yep. All right. I have a I have a few more, but they're terrible. It's really boring.
Okay.
So at this time, I would love to tease the podcast that we'll be listening to for next week's show. If you want to go ahead and play the teaser I have in there, track 12.
So we open with Roadblock and Flint both getting strangled by these predatory vegetables, as Roadblock likes to call them. How great is Roadblock? Roadblock's just from the speech pattern to just everything's awesome about Roadblock. He's also kind of got a little Mr. T in him. We call him the thing sucker.
Wait a minute. Is this a G.I. Joe podcast?
I felt so bad about making you listen to this Clash of Clans thing. It was so boring. I'm like, all right, we got to find a podcast that we can have some fun with for next week.
Okay.
So we were talking about starting our new podcast, Cobros.
Right.
I found a podcast called Joe on Joe. It's hosted by a guy named Joe, and he only talks about G.I. Joe, and he actually goes episode by episode. So this is an episode called The Vines of Evil, where he goes through and watches a G.I. Joe episode from 1983 and talks about it as it's going.
Oh, so he talks over it while it's playing?
Well, I think he plays clips like we do.
Oh, all right. Okay.
He'll play a couple clips, and then he'll talk about how awesome Roadblock is and how cool Shipwreck is.
Holy shit. And
I know.
I didn't even remember half the character names, but I used to be a big, G.I. Joe fan, obviously, when I was a kid. But
this is going to be exciting because it starts off with, all right, last week's show was really exciting. We had an awesome episode of G.I. Joe. This one, it's not as good. It's not a very good episode. Kind of boring. I'm like, okay, great. This is going to be perfect.
I hope he reviews the little public service announcements that they used to do on G.I. Joe.
I hope so too. Yeah, I haven't listened to the whole thing yet.
There'd be like playing outside and the fucking power lines would be falling down or something. It'd be like, oh, no, don't play near there, the Billy. And then one of these burly fucking military types would walk up and be like, yeah, that's
a parrot on his shoulder. Like, that's not fucking weird.
Make sure you don't play around power lines, kids. Also, recruit. Make sure you join the military.
Yeah, the power line thing is weird because that's the one that sticks out in my head too. Have you ever seen a down power line just hanging out somewhere? I never have in my life.
I can't say that I have, but that's a theme because that wasn't only G.I. Joe. It was that stupid fucking light bulb. Remember that light bulb, like Louis the Lightning Bug? That's what it was. I'd be like,
no idea what you're talking about.
Oh, God damn it. You remember he was like, be careful for down power lines.
God.
Right?
Oh, yes. I'm looking him up right now. Give me a second.
Louis the Lightning Bug, I think his name was. I'm trying to remember, he had like a...
For some reason, he was like a 70-year-old jazz performing backman or something.
Yeah, he's like, be careful of going near the down power lines.
I see radioactive power lines.
It's fucking...
Louis the Lightning Bug. A fucking dumb character. Play it safe around electricity.
I'm trying to remember some of the other... He had like a whole jingle that I don't recall what it is right now, and it's angering me that I don't recall.
Well, we can always pop it in post.
That's true. I'll play it.
Hi, Louis the Lightning Bug here. Now, lightning bugs are experts, see, on safety and electricity. And one thing for sure, and I ought to know, you never fly your kites where power lines go.
You never fly your kites where power lines go.
Now, if you're looking for a tree to climb, you never climb trees near power lines. Never climb trees near power lines. Play it smart, little buddy. You gotta play it safe around the power lines. You gotta...
I'd never realized that there would actually be a G.I. Joe podcast, but I'm kind of happy that there is. And now I'm wondering if there's like, maybe there's like a Thundercats one or a fucking, or Mask. Maybe there's like a Mask one or something. Yeah.
That would be sweet.
Yeah. So
there's probably a pretty large percentage of people who have no idea what the fuck we're talking about right now.
I mean, these are pretty popular fucking toys, I think. Thundercats, and they redid. That's like, they have like a newer anime kind of version of it or whatever. But Mask might be a little bit of a reach.
I'm guessing you can do a Snarf impression.
Of course
I
I
know
can.
you.
Snarf. Snarf. Lion-o.
It would be worth finding a podcast about that just for that purpose alone.
I'm sure there's like Snarf Files or something like that as like an actual podcast where it's just like fucking everybody talking about Snarf for 60 minutes or fucking 2 hours knowing us, and then we'd have to review a 2-hour podcast of Snarf for.
It would still be better than that fucking Bronyville podcast we listened to.
Yeah.
Holy shit, that thing sucked.
Yeah.
I'm still pissed about that.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'd actually...
I'm still pissed about that, Kevin. It's still real to me, damn it. I'm still pissed about it.
Still real to me.
And then, you know, if anybody wants us to review a specific podcast, please feel free to send us emails or put comments up on the website, justaired.com, and we'll check it out. I got an email of a furry podcast. I'm like, no, we've already covered this enough. I feel like I don't need to listen to a whole podcast about the furries.
Yeah, I feel like the Brony thing kind of covered that topic.
Yeah, I feel like we're good.
Yeah,
we're good on that.
Cobros, I'm telling you, man, that's the thing.
Cobros, man, that's gonna be that could, this show next weekend could spawn a whole new offshoot.
Coming to Just Aired, Cobros. Destro in the morning. They're all G.I. Joe themed podcasts.
We'd be stupid not to. All right, well, that'll be fun. We'll listen to some giant dork talk about a G.I. Joe episode.
Yeah, I'm very, very much looking forward to G.I. Joe talk.
Me too. So please join us again next week. I promise it'll be better than this show. And it might just be the episode where we find out once and for all, who are these podcasts? Sleep well, every pony.
Hello and welcome to another episode of Who Are These Podcasts? I'm Kevin.
And I'm Carl.
And we listen to podcasts so you don't have to. On today's show, we'll be analyzing and reviewing a podcast called Joe on Joe. And the episode is titled The Vines of Evil. So as always, we've both listened to the show separately. We haven't discussed it with each other beforehand. And so without further ado, let's find out once and for all, who are these podcasts?
It's showtime.
WATP.
WATP will not be airing this week so that we could bring you a special edition of Co-Bros.
Co-Bros.
That's right. Co-Bros is taking over this week. Co-Bros is the only podcast that listens to the only podcast about G.I. Joe and analyzes and reviews it. We got to listen to Joe Slepsky discuss an episode of G.I. Joe, and on his Twitter it says, the only podcast where Joe Slepsky discusses G.I. Joe, and then in all caps, the only one. So is that the only one where Joe Slepsky discusses G.I. Joe, or the only podcast that discusses G.I. Joe in general?
I think, you know what? There's a shit ton of fucking G.I. Joe podcasts.
Yeah, I think there are.
There's a bunch of them. I was quite surprised.
I think there's a few. So I guess this is the only one where we get to hear Joe Slepsky.
Yeah, boy, he's
talk about it.
He's quite a broadcaster, this Joe Schlepsky, or whatever his
So,
name is.
Kevin, the show is only 22 minutes long. It's about the length of the actual G.I. Joe show.
Yeah.
So what I did was I actually listened to a different podcast than the one you listened to. So I changed it up on you this time.
Oh.
I listened to the episode before the episode that you listened to.
Oh, wow.
So that way we won't have any clips that are redundant.
Wow, this is some crazy loopy shit we're going to do right here now.
I know, man. So you're going to hear shit that you'd never heard before. Okay. But I don't think any of it will surprise you.
No. Well, when I was loading the clips in here, I have... I noticed some that were similar, which is really, really funny, that you have some that are named in the same way that I have some named as well. So I thought we were still doing the same podcast, but now that's even more funny because that means he's got a thing for some of these characters.
Right. Well, right. All right. So I do want to start off with my main observation, and I hope you don't mind. I just have a few clips that I want to play before you get into yours, Kevin, just so I can, I just want to establish this.
Okay.
And it's something that I think will be a theme throughout our show, talking about Joe on Joe. Play track 2. This is the smugness of Joe Schlepsky.
They have a giant red truck that's carrying some sort of a laser, and the truck is totally Optimus Prime. They're flying Skyhawks.
So he does this thing when he says something that he thinks is, I don't know, funny or cool or interesting. He breathes in and then he does a lip smack. And this guy's mouth noises, he must be way up on that microphone. I feel like I'm in this guy's mouth as he's talking. I have a track on here that's just called Mouth Noises. Now, what I did is as I was going through the show, anytime he would make a mouth noise, I would just clip it and build it into this track. None of these are the same noise. These are all separate noises from just one 22-minute podcast.
Okay.
Oh
my God.
So,
oh, this makes me want to throw up. Oh my God.
I hope no one's eating right now.
Oh, Jesus.
But I couldn't get over this because that's all I'm hearing now. He does a lip smack before every sentence. It's so disgusting.
I think I have, let me look at my clips because I thought I had one that was very similar.
I often say that I hope people stumble upon our show talking about their show.
Yeah.
I think that if Joe Schlepsky, this is relatively new, the show that he's doing, I hope that if he finds our show, it makes him better. Because he's not obviously paying attention to all the fucking noises he's making. It's so disgusting.
No, yeah, I have one here that's this is just how I sum up the entire episode of the one I listened to. And it's
okay.
I titled it "Learn How to Edit, Please." Here we go.
Except with the voice stylings of Jack Nicholson.
How long did it take to get that shit out?
He couldn't think of Jack Nicholson.
It was like
Yeah, that one, that sums it up pretty well. Although I will say, and I was listening to the show with some friends the other night, as I was clipping it, we were all listening together through actually a big stereo system, so it was pretty loud. He's a decent broadcaster in the fact that his voice is good for broadcasting. If he could just get the microphone away from his face and do a little bit of editing, I feel like he'd be decent at this.
Well, yeah.
I mean, considering the fact that he's doing a show about G.I. Joe, I guess maybe I had low expectations.
Yeah. God.
All right. Before we go too far down another path, in the episode that I listened to, the character Roadblock, he only talks in rhymes, and I guess this was the introduction to this character, and Joe Slepsky's really excited about it. So I took that along with all the noises that comes out of Joe's mouth, and I created a techno song. And again, I hope he listens to the show because I might actually add some cool content for his show. He's more than welcome to use this if he wants. Could you play Joe on Joe techno song?
So looks like Roadblock is alive, and that means we're going to get more rhymes, which is always great.
Yo, Joe!
We just heard Roadblock's very first rhyme.
I could see fucking Skrillex doing a fucking remix of that shit. Boy.
I know. I wasn't sure how much to put into it. I probably could have spent another couple hours building that tune. I was enjoying it so much.
Oh God!
This is the most production I've ever done on a show. Right out of the gate. It's all downhill from here. So gross.
Yeah,
it's the grossest dance song you've ever heard.
He does a lot of things. Like on the one I listen to, he does a lot of just weird references that don't really go anywhere. Here's one that I cut out here.
It falls into that trap of I think you can use the Star Trek Next Generation Worf analogy with it.
Now, all right. I want to focus on how long it takes him to get to what he's trying to say. This is why I don't think he's a good broadcaster. So listen to the beginning. Okay. Just listen. He's like, I think it's but then I just all right. Listen again.
Okay.
It falls into that trap of I think you can use the Star Trek Next Generation Worf.
I think Star Trek Worf.
It's hard to do a podcast by yourself. I'm sure that you will attest to that.
I will, and let me tell you. Okay, I'm going to plug.
I feel bad for him.
I'm going to plug Just Aired with Kevin Ricotta, which is me. I recap TV shows, and I'm doing Walking Dead right now. And let me tell you, it's fucking difficult. It's very difficult to do by yourself because there's no one to play off of at all. And listening to this, I'm like, fuck, is this what I sound like when I do this thing? Like, oh yeah, and then Flint just fucking, he just pole vaulted over a couple of Cobra tanks, and it's like, oh.
So what you just said brings up a question that I have about the production of this show. I'm not sure if he's putting in clips of the show after he records himself or he's playing them on the fly as he's going. Because there are times when he'll kind of, and I don't know if he's maybe watching the show and talking about it on mute and then bringing the volume up at certain times to play clips. Because there are times when he'll pull the clip in and it's kind of fits in there perfectly and he comes out. And then there are other times, like if you play number 13, why would he just be talking over the G.I. Joe episode? It just makes everything confusing.
There is no end to the amount of Joe on Joe fighting that Cobra is interested in.
Yeah.
What is that? Why did he have the G.I. Joe show up and then he's just talking about something different on top of it?
I think he's doing, he's listening to it or has it playing while he's doing the show. So he's potting it down and up whenever he needs to. So it's kind of like what we did when we did the live show, except we didn't pot it all the way down. So it was just kind of like, in the background as like a bed. So I think that's what he's doing with this, is he's just sort of talking over the episode. And then there's times where it like syncs up completely to what he's talking about.
If that's the case, because I thought maybe that's what he's doing. Yeah. If that is the case, are we supposed to be watching the show as he's telling us about it? Because there are times when he's explaining what's going on in the show as if we're supposed to care about the plot of the show, and then there's other times when he's explaining about the action figures as if we care about that bullshit, or other behind the scenes. He's talking about the voice talent and which guy does the voice of which guy, and who gives a fuck about that. So I'm confused as a listener, how am I supposed to be enjoying this amazing show?
You know, I that's a very good question. I don't know. I don't think you are. I don't think anyone's supposed to be enjoying it. I think this is just a vanity project for this guy.
Okay,
talking to a microphone. Similar to Just Aired with Kevin Ricotta, if you want to check it out.
Yeah, there are a lot of similarities.
Yeah, definitely.
At least you're doing a show that's relevant and people actually watch. Play track 1, where he's talking about how he's got this new podcast.
And the best thing you can do if you like the show, tell your friends. If you're part of some kind of underground G.I. Joe cult, tell them. Say, hey, listen, there's a new G.I. Joe podcast in town.
What?
Could you imagine? Can you imagine that cult?
I know that would be the worst.
We only speak in rhymes. And we
I literally joined Scientology before I joined the G.I. Joe cult. It sounds terrible.
I have a similar one at the beginning of his show. He has a lot of plugs here for shit.
Okay.
So
appreciate everyone who gives us a listen and follows us on Twitter, Joe on Joe Pod, Facebook, Joe on Joe Pod, Instagram. Send me an email at joeonjoepod@gmail.com.
He's got a lot of ways to contact him. Now, we here at WATP, we have like one way, essentially. We have a website, and you can email us to the website or whatever. He has an Instagram feed, and I'm really curious as to what the fuck this guy posts on his Instagram feed for a G.I. Joe podcast.
I can tell you right now.
Oh, boy.
I went and looked up all of his properties, and I'm happy to report to you that Joe on Joe Pod on Instagram has 9 followers, and he has generated 1 post, which is the logo of his show, Joe on Joe. Now, that might sound kind of pathetic considering he's plugging it, but let's switch over to Twitter, where he has 27 followers. He's thanking all the people who are following him. He has 27 followers.
Oh, boy. Okay.
So then you go to his Facebook page. And now on Facebook, Kevin, you know how this works. You create a page and you invite all your friends to go like it, and you'll get a certain number of people. Just click the button to say you'll leave them alone.
Right.
There are 109 people who like his Facebook page.
Okay.
At what point does this guy start to get discouraged? I'm hoping soon.
What, are you kidding? Those Facebook numbers are like fucking gold to him. He's like, holy shit!
109, which means if he posts something on there, 2.3 people will see it. That's how Facebook works.
I'm glad you did the math on this. I was thinking it'd be really cool if we had a WATP Instagram feed, but it was just shots of toilet bowls with turds in them.
Oh, that's not a bad idea.
Yeah, that's like
we listen to Joe on Joe, and it just shows a big shit.
Yeah, it just shows like various pieces of poop in a bowl. I think that would be good. I don't know. Turd of the day.
We were talking last week about how many lists we must be on with the Google searches that we're doing and the shit that we're doing to research for this show. Imagine we have an Instagram that only shows shit.
Right.
There's no way I could legally purchase a handgun in any state in this union. If anyone did any background check.
All of our fans are Germans. I love posts. Love Instagram posts.
Tommy Wiseau is German now? Isn't that your Tommy Wiseau voice?
Don't get me started. I keep doing voice.
All right, getting back to this show. A couple clips to play, rapid fire. There's track 3, which is Zartan, Hey, Hey, Hey. It gets a little bit homoerotic here.
Our little file card spotlight is going to be Zartan, the Master of Disguise, because he is introduced in this episode.
Remember, a cobra's a snake, and snake is spelled sideways.
What?
Cobra's a snake,
yeah,
and snake is a sneak spelled sideways. Do the math, Kevin. It adds up.
Sneak spelled sideways. All right. Well, I mean, who the fuck am I to know? I'm just a civilian. I'm not a military.
And then if you play track 5, This one's called Super Gay for Zartan.
This is where it's funny because I have a bunch of super gay for ones too that are from a different podcast. But
this guy is so gay for Zartan.
So Zartan can alter his skin color at will to blend in with his environment. He's also a master of makeup and disguise. He's a ventriloquist, a linguist. He knows over 20 languages and dialects, and he's an acrobatic contortionist and practitioner of several mystical martial arts.
He got that out pretty good. Holy
Yeah.
shit. He knew exactly what to say. He doesn't know Jack Nicholson, but he knew exactly what to say when he's talking about Zartan, his boyfriend.
Well, because he's reading it off the stupid fucking cards that they come with.
Right.
But he said, here's the other thing. All right, so I have a bunch. He's really into Flint in my episode.
He loves Flint.
So I have a bunch of Flint ones. I'm just going to play them back to back.
Before you play it, Kevin, I'm going to put you on the spot. Do you know who the voice talent was of Flint?
Shecky Green. I have no fucking idea.
Because he says it like a whole bunch of times in a row as if you're supposed to know who that is.
Yeah, no, I have no fucking clue.
All right, play your clip.
I think very quickly, became the lead male on G.I. Joe. Between Flint and the other character, actually, strangely, that is introduced in this episode for the first time.
So he's talking there about Flint, and then he's hinting at another surprise cameo from a new Joe that we don't know about yet. And I'll play for that a little later. But here's some more gay for Flints.
So that lopsided grin, what they're talking about is it's Han Solo. It's Harrison Ford. If there was anyone that was modeled to be that, it would be Flint.
I love how he says it. That's Harrison Ford.
That's Han Solo. That's Harrison Ford.
That's Harrison Ford, Mr. Slave.
So we all know
a couple. Yeah. Wait, say right. Play it again.
All right. Here's another one. I hit it.
So we all know Flint. He's got that great look. He wears he's got the beret, and the camo pants, and he carries the sawed-off shotgun. And we're going into break.
G.I. Joe will return after these messages. Now, back to G.I. Joe.
So if Flint just has a good look, and a good look, and voiced by the very capable Bill Ratner.
There we go, Bill Ratner. That's the guy.
Yeah, he mentioned it many times. That's why I thought you might have remembered.
I love how he does that because he's gushing over Flint, and then he's like, "Oh, hold on, we have to take a break." It's just
he brings up the volume every time they're going into commercial, which is, I would argue, the only thing we don't need to hear. It has nothing to do with the show or the plot, but for some reason, that's where he brings the volume up.
Yeah. So he's like, Flint supposedly has a very big package, and I don't know, but hold on a second. Hold on.
Now, back to G.I. Joe.
Anyway, I was talking about Flint's dick, and then, wait a minute, hold on.
Now, back to G.I. Joe.
It's supposed to be really thick and juicy. But that's what it says on the back of the card.
He does talk about the G.I. Joe universe as if it's a real thing. And he'll say, well, I hope that what's actually going on here is, Flint just has the best background, and that's why he started taking over and is a bigger character than Duke. I'm like, what?
Right.
Are you lost? Are you not sure what's going on? Because at times I feel like he's in on the joke that he's talking about a kid's cartoon show. And then there are other times when I'm not sure that he is. I have a track that's called, Okay, It's Official. This guy is not in on the joke.
Oh, one more first for the episode. Cobra Commander in a hood, which is such a cool look. That was a mail-away card. Such a great look.
Cobra Commander in a hood is such a great look. What the fuck is he talking about?
Such a great look. Such a great look, dude. Here's Cobra Commander speaking, who I fucking love. Whoever did this voice, this is the best voice ever.
Yes.
Give me no buts. Lower the Dominator. give me no buts.
I love that voice because it was also now I'm going to get really nerdy. It was also Starscream on Transformers.
Oh, right, yeah.
But the guy didn't do anything different. Whoever this voice talent actor is, that's obviously not his real voice. It's like Gilbert Godfrey on crack. But he did the exact same voice on 2 popular TV shows that probably aired back to back in 1984. It's like you couldn't mix it up a little bit. Hey! It's so over the top.
They're like, hey, Henry, have you gotten any work lately? Yeah, I booked a toothpaste commercial. You want to check it out? Sure, yeah. Let's hear it. What's it? Oh yeah, let me play it. Here we go.
I use toothpaste every morning, and it's Colgate.
Everything the guy.
70 creeps will die.
Everything he does is in that voice.
Hey, Henry, can you dial it back a little bit? It's a little over the top there.
Oh, it is? All right. No, don't adjust your volume. Just change the voice you're using.
This is Procter & Gamble, all right? We have a certain theme that we like to have with our commercials.
You've reached Henry Dodd. I'm the voice of many characters. Please leave a message after the beep.
Yeah, Cobra Commander fucking rules. And you know what I love is Destro. Destro's kind of like the second in command for Cobra, right?
Yeah.
He's got the
He's
got the silver face. I never noticed this before, but he's like the Paul Stanley of Cobra. Like his shirt's all open and it goes down way too far with his big open shirt.
He's got his own private bus where none of the groupies go on. You're like, what's going on?
Very erotic. Yeah. Has Destro ever been with any of the Cobra groupies?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Oh, that's kind of weird because they throw themselves on him. Yeah, but he's got a lot of work to do. He's busy with stuff.
This is Gene Simmons from Kiss. You now owe me $50,000 million for this podcast. That's
all right. Let's edit out any references to Kiss.
Right. Thank you for that.
That's funny.
Yeah, go ahead.
So he has another. There's another G.I. Joe or Joe or whatever that appears in this episode that he is just completely smitten for. And here's the intro for it.
You don't live around here, do you? Don't be so nervous. I'm not with Cobra.
Then who are you with?
I'm with myself and anybody who can pay my price. The name's Shipwreck.
Yeah.
Why would that interest us?
Because you like dudes named after shipwrecks.
Cobra's sweetheart parade.
That's why.
Now you
Flint.
pay my.
All right, so here's the thing. He goes on and on about Shipwreck, and then he says, well, I think I played it earlier. He says Jack Nicholson. He says that's a Jack Nicholson impression, basically. But the first time I heard it, it sounds like Michael Douglas.
Okay.
I don't know.
Like
He's like
falling down Michael Douglas or behind the Cabrolabre Michael Douglas.
but like falling down like Michael Douglas.
Okay.
You know how Michael Douglas has that kind of like, well, this.
Oh, yeah.
Basically. He's got this voice.
You don't live around here.
Yeah. You want me to eat your vagina, right?
Oh, yeah. It's like Fatal Instinct. What was the name of that movie?
Romancing this. It's like Romancing the Stone.
Yeah. Well, I have a clip that's kind of goes along with what you're talking about here. Track 8, I call White Boy Problems.
The chest plates that he wore changed colors. He also came with a mask, and the mask was totally Shipwreck's face. So, as a very literal-minded boy, he only changed into Shipwreck. Like that was I was like, he can't only be Shipwreck. So every adventure with Zartan had involved Shipwreck, because when you put the face mask on him, he only looked like Shipwreck. I wasn't have to have him look like Duke.
Stop saying Shipwreck! Jesus fucking Christ!
All right,
Kevin, you want to know what the real question is?
What? What's that?
Play track 12.
So what did we learn this episode? What did we learn?
I feel like that's a clip that we can use on future shows. That's something we should be asking every time. What did we learn, Kevin? What did we learn about this?
That toys don't make a very good podcast.
Oh, well, yeah, that's
pretty good point. I mean, my episode that I listened to, he talked about Zartan turning blue if he was in the sun for a good 10 minutes of it in between lip smacks.
He does something. He talks about that a little bit with Destro, making fun of Zartan's sun thing.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. It's...
No, not sunlight.
So once again, we see Zartan getting attacked by the sunlight. Kind of a reminder for the toy. And here's Destro, kind of being a dick. He's laughing at a man's disability.
Yeah, man, I can't believe Destro's being a dick.
Yeah, what a dick. The guy
I'm gonna talk to Cobra's HR. Do you know what the line must be out the fucking door for HR and Cobra? Oh, Destro's being a dick again.
I give you guys 2 weeks of PTO every year. And a 401k match. What else do you want?
That's fucking great.
There's coffee always stocked in the break room.
Who's been spilling the coffee and not cleaning it up?
Yes. And who has not been flushing the toilets? There's lots of turds left in there.
I'm trying to run a terrorist organization around here. Have some fucking respect for the place. I can't do the voice at all. I wish I could.
Oh, God.
All right, so this is totally unrelated, but I just wanted to ask you, play, it's not numbered, but it's opening theme song. Now, this is not making fun of Joe on Joe. That's how his show starts. I'm sure that's music from G.I. Joe.
Right.
But what war are they fighting? The Revolutionary War? That's like fife and drum music. But then we get away from that. I don't think in Vietnam we were fucking walking through the jungles with a little piccolo flute. What are they thinking with that? Doesn't make any sense. Play that again. That's the gayest shit ever.
Toodly-doo!
If someone was coming to fight me and that was the music, I would like spring into action. Like, oh, this is gonna be fun. We can dance around a little bit. Maybe there'll be some. It's like fucking. You can expect midgets to show up or something.
Yeah, Ewoks to be dancing.
Yeah, right, exactly. It's not intimidating at all.
Oh, on my episode, he does a really good job of explaining how Snake Eyes works. Is because anyone remembers Snake Eyes is deaf or whatever. He can't. He's not deaf. Mute. That's it.
The thing with Snake Eyes, since he doesn't talk, you've got answer like kind of like a call and repeat, like where one character has to say, "Oh, I know what we need," and then they intuit from the silent character, and then they have to repeat it. Oh, you're right, Snake Eyes. We need that antenna.
I love it. He just breaks it down for us, man. Like how it all fucking works.
Brilliant observation.
Yeah, he's this guy's on the ball.
Why do you think Snake Eyes didn't have a voice? Do you think they couldn't get Henry to do a different character for them? Henry, could you just put out any other voice for Snake Eyes? Yes, I am Snake Eyes! All right, fuck. Henry, if you can't do any other fucking voice, then Snake Eyes is a mute. We'll just have other people say what he's saying.
Let's see if I can bring it down a little bit here. Let's see if I can. Hey, I'm Snake Eyes. Hey, you guys.
The fucking 80s, man. These guys were so hopped up.
It's like the guy who did Optimus Prime did a bunch of shit too. I think he did like different. That dude had a very like distinct voice though, so you kind of could pick him out like when he was in other shit. But
he wasn't putting on a voice. I think the guy who does Optimus Prime, that's just how he talks.
Probably.
Right.
That'd be funny if this is how this guy talked.
It's the laziest form of voice talent ever.
Yeah, he just comes in and does his own thing. Like, yeah, I'm fucking Optimus Prime.
Carl, what do you think this robot would sound like? Oh, I think he'd sound like this. Hey, I'm a robot from outer space. How's it going, guys? Perfect. You nailed it.
That's exactly what we were looking for.
All right. I got a clip that I think would be fun to listen to. It's track 10. It's called, Whoa, Was That Racism?
that gets paid in gold, and we all know what else does our Dreadnoks love? Dreadnoks love grape soda.
Oh,
jeez.
Holy shit.
What the fuck, dude?
Oh, I'm calling HR.
Grape soda?
Grape
You
soda.
will wash it down with some chicken wings. Is that what you think, Joe?
Did you not watch the sensitivity training video?
Destro did the whole sensitivity demonstration.
I could just do an entire... We really need to do Cobras because I could do an entire podcast as Cobra Commander.
That would be perfect. I'll play Joe Slepsky right out.
It sounds like a gay porno in here. Those lip smacks. Ow. Please.
There is one thing that I want to announce about this show. The sign-off fucking rules. And I thought the Bronyville sign-off was cool. This one might be better.
Now, I took... mine is... This is the worst sign-off. That's the name of mine.
Mine is the sign-off fucking rules.
All right.
That's funny.
Remember, now you're Joe, and Joeing is half the battle.
Okay, yeah, that's the same one he used on mine.
Now you Joe, and Joeing is half the battle.
Yeah.
I don't know, Kevin. That one might sneak its way into rotation for us.
All right, this is how much... This is... This is really sad, but as a man, I watch porn, right? So Joe means something in porn. It means jerk off encouragement. So
holy shit, I've never heard that.
Well, I'm into some weird shit. So
jerk off encouragement. So that's like when they root you on.
Yeah, basically, it's like the girl roots, like is. Roots you on, I guess is the best way to put it. But
like she's cheering for completion.
Yeah, I think so. I mean,
Mom, this show is actually over. You can turn it off now. So anyway, yeah, you were saying about what Joe is.
Where would I find these videos? I think if I wanted to look them up or something. No, so when I hear, I mean, this is how fucking warped my mind is. So when I hear, his sign off is like, it takes a whole meaning, a whole different meaning now.
Joeing is half the battle.
Joeing is half the battle.
I would say Joeing is the beginning, middle, and end of the battle. I almost didn't get all my clips done because I was Joeing so much. That's the problem with the internet, It's like you just fucking do a Google search for Joe on Joe, and you never know what's going to come up.
It's just two girls rooting you on, Joe on Joe. With foam fingers. And fucking pennants.
And foam fingers. I am number one.
Yeah. Come on, you can do it. You can do it.
I thought you wanted me to do a number one on your face. I'm sorry. I misunderstood the foam finger.
Oh, shit. The pennant just says jerk.
So do you have any other clips that you want to play? I think I'm pretty much exhausted with this Joe character.
Yeah. There's one I'll play. I don't know if it's any good or not. We may have covered most of it, but this guy is clearly not like into a lot of normal mainstream things, because just listen to this.
Once again, Cobra is in charge of an arena of sport.
An arena of sport? What goes on in this arena? Sport.
There's an arena of sport. So he talks about this arena of sport where they pit Joes against like other, I don't know, like it's like a gladiator thing or something. I just thought arena of sport was such an interesting way of saying an arena, essentially.
Right.
So that's I think that's all for me. That's all I got.
All right. Well, that was fun. I enjoyed listening to Joe on Joe, and the best part about it is 22 minutes long.
Yeah, exactly.
Can't beat that. Kevin and I just fucking hate homework, and when we have these longer podcasts we have to listen to, it can get torturous. Speaking of longer podcasts to listen to, why don't we check out our teaser clip for the podcast we'll be listening to and reviewing next week.
As a guy who got screwed 5 times out of seeing Guns N' Roses because Axl. Oh, hell yeah, I'm bitter. Okay, let me tell you what, son. I was
at the St. Louis show.
On, okay, and a hot chick right there, and I'm ready to make action happen and throw okay, and handle my business, and they don't show up, okay?
Well,
them, okay? I got mad at Duff, all right? I was in Seattle and I almost punched Duff in the face, okay?
I've hit a sore spot.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, yeah, you hit a sore spot.
Yeah, Axl Rose stinks.
I was there when they were 4 hours.
He's the most unprofessional.
I've seen Guns N' Roses 6 times, and he showed up every time.
I was there. Shut up.
I was there.
You did not.
I was there in St. Louis
How
when the
old
riot.
are you?
He didn't see the real Guns N' Roses. Listen, Ralphie.
Yes,
Ralphie,
sir.
I want to tell you something. You know, AC/DC is great, yes. Axl with AC/DC, I don't think so, but certainly Guns N' Roses, you know, Slash and Axl. Don't you think that's going to be a great show?
Yes.
It's the man that would be Cow. The Mancow.
Yeah. Hell yeah.
Hell yes.
Absolute Friday right now.
I'm a baby.
What?
I'm kind of cheating, but not really. So this is the Mancow Morning Show. They do put it out as a podcast, so every podcast is available on iTunes. I'm listening to the one from April 1st. I'm hoping that there's some great April Fool's Day antics that go on. You sound so defeated.
The dude was cracking me up. I don't see fucking the Axl Rose, man.
Well, that must be their stunt boy. Every morning show has the stunt boy, and then you have the Hole who tries to calm everybody down. And I'm looking forward to this because it's the exact type of morning zoo radio show that is so fun and easy to goof on.
Yeah.
But I'm going to put some parameters around this, Kevin, because it's like 2 hours and 20 minutes long.
Oh.
Let's listen to the first 45 minutes. I think even the first half hour, I think we'll be able to find enough clips. And besides, he probably repeats himself all show long anyway, like they all do, because average listener is listening for, 15 and a half minutes on their commute. So these hacks just, go on the same rants every hour on the hour.
Yeah, no, this should be a very interesting listen. Especially...
Oh, my God. It's so old school sounding. He does it out of Chicago, major market. And it's got all the stupid sound effects, and it's terrible.
What are you talking about? I have no idea what you're talking about. Oh.
See, we have those sound effects. We just use discretion.
Yes.
It's
back all the morning.
So please join us again next week when we return to our regular WATP format, getting away from Cobros, and hopefully we'll get right back to Cobros pretty soon because I do want to talk to Cobra Commander a bit more.
Yes.
But
Yes, you do.
Join us again next week because it might be the show where we find out once and for all who are these podcasts. Sleep well, every pony.
Hello and welcome to another episode of Who Are These Podcasts? I'm Kevin.
And I'm Carl.
And we listen to podcasts so you don't have to. On today's show, we'll be analyzing and reviewing a podcast called The Mancow Morning Show. It's the April 1st show. As always, we've both listened to the show separately. I've not discussed it with each other beforehand. So without further ado, let's find out once and for all, who are these podcasts?
It's showtime.
WATP. WATP.
Yes. How you doing, Carl?
I'm doing all right.
Good.
I kind of cheated by picking the Mancow Morning Show, but they do make it available as a podcast. They want people to download it, so I figured, what the hell? Let's listen to a morning zoo show out of Chicago and see how that goes. It's very different than the podcast we've been doing recently. Obviously, high production value and lots of people on the show and a lot going on.
Yeah, it's a huge pile of shit.
It's amazingly terrible.
Yeah, it's really bad.
So here was my main takeaway, and I think that as we play the clips, you're going to hear this. They have no interesting content, so they make up for it with noises, yelling, fake laughter, and random music.
Yes. Yeah.
Those are the 4 elements of this show, and I think in every clip, you're going to hear those elements.
Okay. Yeah, I agree. There's a lot of times where I was listening to it, there's no rhyme or reason to what happens. It's just shit flowing into other shit. Yeah, it's like...
It's so much nonsense that it almost makes you feel like you're the idiot. Like, what, you don't get it?
Right. Exactly, yeah. It's like, I'm like, am I just stupid for not getting what's going on right now? Because it's like ADHD in fucking radio form. God. It's just...
So why don't we start off? We like to play the clip that we think best sums up the show. I'm actually going to play the show intro. This is the very first thing you hear when you play this podcast. Number 1.
This is the Mancow Morning Show podcast. Listen to the show live weekday mornings 5:30 to 9:30 on 97.9 The Loop.
So
is that still going on in radio now? Everything has that delay to it. And, it's the loop, 9899999. And all of a sudden a drum beat comes in, and then there's some weird sound effect. And
yeah, it's all like that. They never
the
have
production
changed.
guy's just jerking off all over Pro Tools. They're seeming all over this shit.
It's the same anywhere you go. Like, it's so funny to me. Like, I moved, obviously, from, for the listeners, I'm from Rochester, New York originally, and I moved out to Seattle, and now I'm in Portland, Oregon. So getting out here, it's like, let me check out the radio. It's the same exact format bullshit here that it is back home in Rochester. It's the same, like, 98.9. Like, they have this fucking the Chicks jingle thing. They're like, the buzz. Like, whatever.
They wonder why people aren't listening to the radio anymore. They haven't innovated. When I was listening to this, I was like, it's 1996 in my headphones right now.
Right.
How is this possible that I'm time traveling? They haven't done nothing to improve upon their product. In fact, I'd argue it's gotten much worse.
Yeah, well, because it's almost a parody of itself now. Like, it's
right
when you do like an impression, like anyone does an impression of a radio guy, they're like, "Hey, it's top of the morning to you," but that's really what they fucking sound like.
Right, with like the toilet sound effects. Family Guy had a great episode where Weenie and the baby. And all that kind of bullshit. They just keep hitting all these random drops that make zero sense. And I thought that they were over the top with that. It's actually spot on. This show is exactly that.
Right. And then it makes you wonder, like, is most of the population fucking idiots? And this is funny to them, or what?
Since you said that, I have a track on here, number 4. It's called "The Test Audience Loved Fake Laughter." So we need more fake laughter. Like, I'm just guessing this is what's going on behind the scenes. Guys, ratchet up the fake laughter. That tested really well. Listen to this clip.
Nobody's going to believe anything we say today.
We got those dumb bastards. Why even? No, Guns N' Roses is...
It's just, and there's a bunch of people on this show, too, and they're all talking over each other and laughing for no reason, and no one's making jokes.
Yeah, there's a part...
Kevin, who's the funny guy on this show? Did you figure that out?
I didn't. I assume it's supposed to be
there to be funny,
right? Mancow is just a fucking asshole. Like, he's just trying to be a dick,
right?
And he's doing a very good job of it. And then they have Chip Z'Nuff is on there, who's the singer from Enough's Enough, which was a shitty 80s quasi hair metal band. And back when it used to be okay to, like, name yourself after the fucking band that you were in. Like, you said, but my last name is Z'Nuff now because my band is Enough's Enough. Like...
not exactly Johnny Ramone. It doesn't exactly have the same feel to it.
Yeah, but it's like, you don't really see that anymore. There isn't, like, fucking, John Aerosmith or, like, anything like that. It's just not really...
John Aerosmith.
It's like, you don't see it anymore.
Aerosmith is the oldest band.
I know. I don't know why that was my...
What the fuck? It was just from the 70s. You're like, hey, nowadays, these young kids with their bands, Aerosmith.
It's so fucking horrible. And there's a part in here where they're all talking over each other.
There's no Billy One Direction. Is that what you're trying to tell me?
Yeah, there we go. That's the better reference there. I clipped a part where it sounds like the backstage, like someone cutting a wrestling promo. Because I think they're, like, the setup is that they take phone calls, and someone calls in and is like, hey, you know who I want to hear is the new Enough's Enough record. And everyone's, and like, it's obviously.
And it explodes.
Yeah, and it's obviously like a stupid fucking dumb call that they're doing for a bit. And like, Mancow plays it off like Enough's Enough's a piece of shit band, which is true. But Chip is there, and he's like, well, he's really calling because he wants to hear the song, man. And like, everybody just starts fucking like.
Oh, yeah, it's pandemonium. It's unbelievable. And it's like such an innocuous thing that they all freak out about.
Yeah.
If you don't mind, I want you to play my version of this that I clipped because I did a little bit of production.
Okay.
And I put something at the end of it that I think is pretty appropriate. It's track 9. It's called This Is Not Multiple Shows Tracked on Top of Each Other, I Swear to God. Because when you listen to this, it sounds like I just took 4 random shows that were completely unrelated and just tracked them on top of each other.
Right.
You
asked me.
talking about?
No, I'm the one that
this
brought
guy.
it.
Filthy. You hate this guy. It's so fake. This is so fake.
Who is that? Is that Johnny Enough, your brother?
This is so fake.
Who is that? Billy's Enough, your cousin? Who is that? Terry's Enough, your sister?
I don't know what we're yelling about! Loud noises!
It's all I could think about. Everyone's just screaming for no reason.
God, it is so fucking unlistenable. Like,
who can make heads or tails of anything anyone was saying just there?
But I mean, even if it's supposed to just be, like, if that's what they're going for, is it's just a bunch of garbled mess and it's supposed to be funny, it's not funny at all. It's highly annoying to be driving to your fucking on your way to work. I'm assuming Mancow's a morning show. It is, right? It's a morning show.
5:30 to 9:30.
Can you imagine at 5:30 in the morning? Could you imagine waking up and hearing this shit on the way into the work? I would drive my car head on into fucking old lady.
Maybe that's why there's so much violence in Chicago.
Yeah, it's because of
I
this
wonder
guy.
if we could do a study that ties this directly to the homicide rate.
Oh, shit.
There seems to be a link, detective. This car was also tuned in 98.9 just before the drive-by.
Dun, dun, dun.
Yeah, it's like a Law and Order episode. Well, I think we got a Mancow problem. It cuts to the commercial. You know, they always have that quick line, and then it's like they give the look, and they're always on top of everything.
Ice-T's there.
Yeah, Ice-T.
This is some kind of weird shit, and this town's listening to a lot of Mancow.
I like that one episode where Cobra Commander guest stars. Remember that one?
Oh yeah, that was a good one. He's like,
Hey, yo, you're listening to Mancow every morning on your radio.
I just love it when you do that voice. That's my favorite one.
Yo, this is Ice-T. It's okay, I got a little bit of a lisp, but it doesn't matter.
Right. Yo, cop killer, better you than me. Oh wait, I'm a cop now.
New Jack City.
All right. You want to take the next terrible clip?
Yeah. Let me see what I.
Sorry to steal that one from you.
No, because that one just sounded like fucking WrestleMania to me or something. So they kept on coming back, and this is just shows you how fucking idiotic morning radio is. But I clipped this. I'll let you listen to it first, and then we'll talk about it here.
I'm a baby. I need some booby juice, mama. Name this rock and roll song from the Loot Nursery and win. Name the song and artist right now to win. 591-ROCK or 591-ROLL.
Sports next.
Call the Mancow now to win. From the Loot, America's number one rock radio station.
What? Number one.
Okay, so
that's just fucking chaos.
They played that stupid fucking Beatles lullaby thing a billion times in this fucking show, right?
Baby wants some booby juice.
Yeah, but baby wants some booby juice.
Oh my god, it's so fucking stupid.
And how many fucking people called in with the wrong answer? which has got to be a plant.
That was fake. Yeah, because someone's like, "Is it Twisted Sister?"
Yeah, and then he played Twisted Sister like after. It's like
right. They already had it right. They already had it lined up. Yeah,
Right.
everything about this show is fake. One of the things that I fucking hate about these types of shows is the prank phone calls. The prank phone call element of these shows is so fake. And if you're going to make a prank phone call, then you can actually write jokes if you want to. These are fake prank phone calls with zero jokes.
Right. Right.
I have two examples of this. Okay. I'm not even sure which is worse. Why don't you start with, let's start with the very first one from the show, track 2. I called it Prank Phone Call with Terrible Jokes and Production and Zero Redeeming Qualities. I just want to point this out. Somebody keeps writing the levels of the music behind the scenes on the show. So all of a sudden music just comes ramping up and then it comes right back down again, and they'll pull it up and then they'll pull it down just a little bit and let it play. The music levels are all over the fucking place. And this is a perfect example of that.
Right here.
Put him on the phone.
Put him in my phone.
Put him on the phone.
Hello?
Who do you think you're talking to, you? You don't talk to me like that. I will kick your ass.
Me?
Yeah, you bastard.
Dude, you need to quit yelling. You're going to have a heart attack yelling.
I've already had 14.
You already had 14?
I like to kick your ass. Who the hell do you think you are? Who is it now? Oh.
Are you dead? I think he's dead. Hello? You need help?
Help me.
Help you.
You dumb little bear.
Hey, man, Black Sabbath.
Kevin, what the fuck just happened there?
So as I was listening to that, I was thinking about like so it's got to be the service that they use, right, where they buy clips and shit, the Prep Burger thing or whatever the hell the
exactly. Do we want to explain that real quick for people who aren't familiar with that?
Yeah, I mean, I'll do my best, and you can help me out, I guess. So Prep Burger, as far as I understand it, is a radio service where you can buy pre-produced clips like the ones we just heard, that prank phone call. So it's a lot of produced comedy bits, if you will, that you can use to drop into your own show to make it sound like they're from your own fucking show, and they're not. They're the same bits and contests and bullshit like that all fucking radio stations in a network around the country use for their shows because they don't have talented people that know how to write jokes or do anything funny.
That's exactly right. They'll sell it to one station per market, and they'll say, do you want to be the Prep Burger station? And then they'll buy this content. And they actually have a production house making fake prank phone calls and other bits, that you hear on these morning shows, these routine bits. So that it's the same one you hear in Jacksonville as the one you hear in Seattle, and they act like they created or produced it.
Right.
But the amazing part is that they could probably do a better job. It's not good.
Yeah. Well, I have a clip actually of one that's definitely a pre-done song, and you can see exactly where they dropped Mancow into the song.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
I want to kick your ass until your head falls off.
I'd like to kick their ass.
Kick your head and kick your ass again. Why?
Hello, everyone. I'm Mancow Muller, American Badass, and
open the doors.
That's what I like to do. I like to kick ass.
It's Mancow. Here to kick your ass.
Right.
It's Mancow. It's insert name here.
Exactly. That's exactly what it is.
American. I didn't even hear that when I listened to this. He's the American Badass. That's what Mancow is.
I guess. This guy, he sounds.
What's so badass about this guy? What is he doing?
Exactly. So yeah, I lost my faith in humanity listening to this fucking podcast. Like every show that we do at WATP, it seems like it gets a little bit worse and worse as it goes. But when we got to this one, I was like, holy fuck. Like, this is just the worst of the worst. And I know it's really not a podcast, or it's more a radio show, but it's the same goddamn thing, essentially. And, I don't know, man. I could only find a few clips to take because I was just so like.
I'm not going to let you quit on me here, Kevin.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, man. I got to torture you a few more weeks. You're not quitting on me now. Wait until you hear about the teaser for next week's episode.
Okay.
You said it keeps getting worse. You are correct. That's exactly what's going on. I have a clip here that I call "Mancow is a liar and the opposite of cool."
Listen, at 10 a.m. yesterday, I got so much stuff going on, wife and kids and job, and I took what? A Xanax?
Xanax.
I got to sleep.
An Oxy.
I went to bed around 11 o'clock last night. Oh my God. I took an Oxy, an Ambien, and a Xanax at around between 10 and 11 a.m. yesterday.
Oh my God.
What's up, Elvis?
It's crazy. It's crazy.
This is a conversation that I would hear in junior high school. He's bragging about how much drugs he took yesterday. If Jim Florentine were here, he'd be like, "What are we, 12? We're bragging about taking pills. What are you, 13 in the playground?"
He didn't take quite enough pills, in my opinion. He should have fucking taken all of the pills.
OD.
Yes.
But that's amazing to me that is what counts in his book. I guess that makes him really cool.
It's like this show is geared towards 14-year-old boys. Like that's like what.
Yes, the target audience are people who cannot follow a conversation. They don't want to hear two people talking back and forth. They just want to hear noises and sounds and laughing and yelling.
Right.
There's we were talking about that one clip where they're just talking over each other. There's another one that I clipped. It's track 8 on here where, they pick up a call and like you were saying, it seems like everything is set up or something. They pick up a call. The caller just makes a comment. And everyone gets so excited that they all have to start talking over each other.
I hail you and the crew, especially that hot lollipop over there, Kathy.
Hell yeah. Kathy Kathy's wonderful. I'd like to impregnate her today. What's up?
Tootsie Pop. So easy on the eyes.
And the thighs. Yes, what's up?
2, 3.
And on my mattress where I'd sleep happy on top of that. What's up? What can I do for you, Tony Tone?
I just picture
they're just constantly stretching time. Like, let's just make everything last as long as possible. The guy said something, let's talk about it for a half hour.
Right. It's almost like they all have recorded bits of banter, and they all have their key. Like they all have to turn their key at the same time. Like they're doing a nuclear bomb. So they're like, so Mancow's like, all right, we're gonna get this thing. It's gonna come up. We're gonna play this clip real quick. All right, here we go. Play the clip, and everyone turns their fucking keys at the same time. Like, oh yeah, she's got fucking thighs. It's just, oh my God, it's just no.
What's amazing to me is that Mancow's a pretty famous morning disc jockey. I've heard his name for years. He's been around for a long time. That's 101 of talk radio is you don't talk over each other. It's fucking 101.
Right.
It's the first thing you learn.
It's just, I don't know. It's got to be what you're saying. They're just trying to stretch time. Like he's been around for a long time, so he's probably fucking cashed in and just is zoning out at this point. He doesn't give a fuck.
He is definitely cashed in. He is tuned out. There is no way he's putting any type of there's no pride in his work at this point.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because and you can see it obviously that he's just letting
he's
nonsense.
Going through the motions.
Yeah,
or in this case, he's going through the noises. So that caller called in to say that Kathy the Greek is attractive. So let's get into Kathy a little bit here, right. Kevin. First, I want you to play track 11. This is called Kathy Maintains a Fake Laugh for 6 Seconds.
What?
Yeah, right, Al. Tony! We're on the same page now.
Tony!
Holy shit, was that all? It sounded like you looped it.
That was me.
Oh, my God.
So Kathy is what's known as, and I'm stealing this from Opie and Anthony because they would play these morning shows and analyze them. Kathy is the whole, okay? H-O-L-E. And when I say that she's the whole of the show, her role on this show is to be the feminist voice of reason, because the guys are wacky and crazy. They're out there, man. They're going to say some crazy stuff. And she's got to go, come on, guys, tone it down. She's like the nagging mom.
Right.
And every one of these radio shows has this character on the show.
Yeah, exactly.
And the whole on the show, like I said, has a very specific role. There was this one part in the show, I couldn't believe this happened. Everyone's making all this noise, talking over each other, and then Kathy made a perfect whole noise, and I grabbed the ISO. I think we should continue to use this for future shows. Play track 10.
Aww.
It's perfect because how was it even that quiet for that long? There's no beat in the background. There's no sound effects. Nothing's, echoing through the fucking the studio. It just got quiet, and she got to do that. Oh, perfect fucking whole noise. So then Alonzo Bowden comes on, who's a funny stand-up comedian, and I've heard him on other shows, and I've heard him be very funny and captivating on other shows. And this is how you know that the talent of the show is terrible, because they take someone who has talent and make them uninteresting.
Yes.
So Alonzo Bowden had terrible segments on this show. And there's a few that I clipped that I wanted to point out. There were almost zero laughs because Mancow doesn't know how to ask an interesting question that he can actually come up with something funny for, and he's just a bore. But there was one huge laugh. Listen to track 13. I clipped this after Alonzo told a joke, and the joke was maybe a 6. It wasn't that great a joke, but listen to this reaction.
All right. You know that. Look, I'm like, yeah, this is one of yours.
Okay.
You clean that up.
That is hysterical. That is the fun. That's the funniest thing I've ever. That's hilarious. That's the funniest thing you've ever said.
So this is exactly the difference between a good show and a shitty show, because full disclaimer, I'm still in Rochester, New York. We have this guy called Brother Wheeze, and I've actually been on his show a couple of times, and he's a fucking tremendous hack. He's terrible. He's been around forever, and people listen to him. But anytime there is something funny said, he has to stop and make a big deal about it. A good quality show will let a joke land, enjoy it, and keep going. Expect there to be more jokes. Instead, they're just like, holy shit! That was a funny joke. Did everybody just hear that joke he told? That was a funny joke. That was maybe the funniest joke I've ever heard. Holy cow. What are you, a comedian?
Because it chews up fucking 30 seconds of airtime that they don't have to fucking have nothing else to talk about. So
Right. Well, I mean, they could really just play sound effects, I think, the whole fucking show and know the difference.
Yeah, I mean, we could do the same fucking thing if we wanted. You know?
What? Don't! I know. I wanted to put sound effects on these clips, but it'd be impossible to decipher what I put on there and what was in the show.
Right.
Just sound effects and noise. I had to explain that one that I put in there and tell you that, this is actually wasn't on the show.
Right.
Okay, here's another funny one with Alonzo. It's track 14, multiple fuck-ups in a 4-second window.
Alonzo Bowden is here. I'm the Mancow, and what are you doing? What on the Travel Channel? What did you do on the Travel Channel?
Man, how could you bring that up? All the shows.
Well, hang on. We'll talk about it when we come back. I got to do a quick break. Sports, Al, I bumped you. You got bumped.
What?
So zero prep went into this. He asked him a question about something that Alonzo obviously doesn't want to talk about. It's not a good thing. But even if he had asked him a question about something that he did want to talk about, there was no time to talk.
Right.
Hey, what's going on with that show? Oh, man, I just say, all right, well, I can't get to it right now. We got to go to traffic, and we got to look at sports and weather. And
because
that's the other thing, too. Go ahead.
He's not paying attention to his producer, who I'm sure is fucking holding up the, we need to go to break sign. So he's like, I'm going to go on this question with fucking Alonzo. And then he asks the question, and then he sees the signal, and he's like, oh, fuck, I got to go. And then Alonzo's like, I don't want to fucking talk about that anyway. It's so
that's the other thing that we didn't even talk about yet is it still harkens back to they do weather, they have a sports guy, they have a traffic reporter. Like, it's still all this shit that nobody needs anymore. You get all that information on your phone the minute you wake up. It's all right there. No one's getting in the car and going, oh, I wonder if the Blackhawks won last night. Like, It's totally unnecessary.
Yes. No, you're
throwing it around to, okay, we got sports coming up. We got traffic. We got weather on the nines. Blah. It's like, who is this audience? And like you said, 14-year-old boys. Okay, that makes sense for all the noises and bullshit. But then I guess the other target is like 70-year-olds who don't have smartphones and don't understand how the internet works.
Right. Well, because it's very antiquated, and I mean, like, I understand if you're driving and you want, maybe they go to traffic. That makes sense. That I can get. The times, I don't give a shit if they say the time in the morning, because there's a fucking clock on everything you own.
20 minutes past the hour.
Yeah, actually, I have
traffic coming up. Traffic, weather, traffic coming up.
I have a clip where he just breaks what he's saying to say the fucking time. This is pretty funny.
All right, baby, just chill, man. Chill. Go, just relax in the beanbag for a moment, okay? Let's go back to Jean-Pierre. Hello, Jean-Pierre.
Doing, Mancow? Love your show.
Any big plans this weekend? 6 a.m., by the way.
No, not yet.
Any big plans this weekend? 6 a.m.
6 a.m., by the way. It's
very
like,
important.
What the fuck? But, yeah.
Very important information.
It's like if we had a person on here that was like, hey, let's go to, we got to go to Billy Bob out in the country. What's the price of eggs out there right now? And then we cut to we cut to a guy who's like, the price of eggs is $3 a fucking basket. And we're like, all right, thanks so much for that. It's like just information.
Kevin, I don't know how much you go shopping. People buy eggs by the dozen, not by the baskets.
Well, in the country it's different,
Oh, right. They just pile up a basket of eggs.
That's
a safe way to transport raw eggs.
Maybe I really do need an egg person on our show.
No, I think what would be fun is if we had gas prices by city. We just keep. All right, what's the gas price in Chicago? Okay, coming up, we got Milwaukee's coming up later. We got Seattle. We got Los Angeles. Stick around for that.
45 past the hour.
45 past the hour. That means quarter to the next hour. That means we got gas prices coming up. We got weather. We got sports, weather, gas.
Oh my god.
Maybe I missed my calling. I should be a morning jock.
Yeah, he sounds, actually, Mancow sounds a lot like Bubba the Love Sponge, too. They all sound the same.
Oh, yeah. They all get the really deep voice. Yeah. Listen, I'm the American badass. Watch out.
American badass here. Well, I got me a hot wife, and I make a couple $1 million a year to do hardly anything on the radio, and I have old, retired hair metal singers who come in and talk over me. Wow.
Yeah, Chips Enough is definitely like their stunt boy guy. He's just constantly screaming, and he's just erratic the entire show, as if everything's just crazy. Everything that's going on is crazy. One other part from the Alonzo Bowden interview. I call this Mancow talks over the guest and then makes it awkward.
Great man, good friend of ours, and thank you for stopping
Mancow.
in.
Thank you. Thank the crew.
For sure.
Sports, traffic coming up. It's Cheap Trick Day. We got Cheap Trick tickets. I didn't mean to cut you off.
What a dick.
The guy's like, and sports, and we got Cheap Trick. And it's like, you should have just left it alone. I mean, he talks over everyone else's show, and he's like, didn't mean to cut you off.
Yeah. Oh, sorry about that. Were you going to plug something?
So unprofessional.
Yeah. You have a bunch of clips here, man. I wish that I had clipped more, but I think I was just more irate than anything else.
Well, all right. I'll tell you what. I have a clip on here that I call the only funny part of the show. And the only reason why I clipped it is because I actually did think it was pretty funny. So I thought, well, what the hell? I'll steal this content too. I mean, Mancow did.
Nick Offerman.
To chairs, human beings are hats. Sex is just prostitution, where the payment is sex. Every bag of chips is family-sized if you're an orphan. Beef jerky is really just a meat raisin. Jedi Knights close all their applications using Force Quit. Taking candy from a baby is actually a responsible thing to do. College ruled is both a type of paper and something losers say.
Yes.
A good name for a penis is the Lorax.
One observation on that, Kevin.
Yeah.
Do you notice how long it took for those guys to get the joke?
Yeah,
Every
yeah.
time. There was like this long delay on the uptake. And then they're like, "Oh, I get it."
Well, it's like they don't want to leave any dead air, so they're like, "I gotta laugh at this every single thing that he says."
This was the only thing that I thought was actually funny. Maybe I'm wrong, but I thought a lot of those jokes were really good. And they're like, "Ah." But then they say something stupid. They're all like, "Ah." You get fucking dumb Kathy.
Another name for penis is Mancow.
Yeah, I'm surprised they didn't like splice that in, but all awkwardly.
Right.
Another name for penis is Mancow.
Is the American badass Mancow.
All right, I got another clip. This is a longer one. It's called Fake Prank Phone Call with No Payoff. And when I say no payoff, I don't know why anyone would think this is funny or interesting to listen to.
Hi, is this Saul?
Yes, it is. Who's this?
This is Cherry. How are you?
Good. Cherry from where?
Well, your friends chipped in and bought you a free 10 minutes of phone sex. Yeah. So, do you have time?
I just got out of the shower. You caught me at the right time.
Yeah.
Hey, Kevin, stop the clip real quick.
Yeah.
Okay. I just want to say, if you are this dummy who's in your car and you're listening to this show, how would you possibly think this is real? You think that someone would call a guy and be like, "Hey, your friend's paid for phone sex," and he's just like, "Yeah, I just got out of the shower. Let's do this."
Right.
How is that even close to possible that would happen? So already, and these guys are pretending to eat it all. This is great. Already, it's fucking retarded. So they've already started with a premise that is totally unbelievable and dumb. But anyway, let it run.
Till I gag and choke and throw up in your hair.
Oh, no. I don't have any hair.
Do you have a hairy?
Actually, it is quite hairy.
Oh my God, I want to put super glue between your and press them together really, really hard. God, I want to beat you senseless with a brick. Oh, baby.
I don't think I appreciate that.
Oh, you make me so just thinking about that.
That makes you.
Yes, it certainly does. Oh God, it feels so good. Time's up.
Time's up.
Yeah, that'll be $250, please.
I thought my friends were paying for it.
You owe me the money. It's my time I spent. Didn't you enjoy yourself, sir?
Oh, no, really? You enjoy yourself beating me up.
Mancow on the loop. Farting in the mosh pits of morning radio.
There was a fart noise. Farting in the mosh pits of morning.
It's just like metal drums and riffs. It's like
farting in the mosh pits.
Fucking
dumb. All right. So I just want to do a quick analysis of that prank phone call. When you have a angle that you're going for, you need a payoff to that. They decided, because they didn't have an angle or a payoff, to just try to get as much stuff in there as possible. So, it starts with I'm going to start saying ridiculous things like I'm going to punch you in the head and that gets me horny and I'm going to super glue your testicles and blah, blah, blah. And he's going, what? And then it turns into, she's having the orgasm. Okay, so now the joke is that she's the one who's enjoying it. And then it turns into, now he owes $250, even though it was a free call. So that makes zero sense. And then it's like, well, aren't you going to pay me for my time? Which doesn't make sense. It doesn't hit. It doesn't land anywhere. They even cut to the next clip before the phone call's over because there's zero payoff there. They don't go anywhere with any of that.
Except the fact that it ate up time.
Right.
That Mancow was like, I just want to get back to my mansion.
But again, you're talking about Prep Burger. Like there's a service that's selling that call as if that's content people should be listening to. I don't know. It's exhausting.
Well,
I know I'm over explaining it, but it's so exhausting.
Here's the thing. Like, if Prep Burger called me tomorrow and they're like, hey, you do pretty good voices and shit, let's go.
Yeah.
I'd be like, okay.
Oh, yeah.
I'd be like, I'll sell myself out and fucking, make shitty content.
Oh, my God. If they called me, I'd be in the studio tomorrow going, oh, yeah, what are you wearing? Oh, yeah, I just got out of the shower. I'm ready to, let's do this.
You'd be doing metal riffs and farting.
This will be this is actually my audition tape that we're doing right now, all right?
You're sending this over to him.
Oh, hey, yeah. Oh, so my friends paid for this? Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Well, yeah, why don't I just jerk off while I'm on the call with you because you just called me out of the blue, and that makes sense. Yeah.
And somehow this call was prepaid for by so fucking dumb.
And phone sex even appealing with webcam girls? I don't want to get too far down this rabbit hole, but anyway. All right. I have a couple other clips in here, and I'm debating whether they're going to add anything else that we haven't already covered. He does this thing where he has these transitions into breaks. There's lots of them. There's lots of breaks. And he never transitions it right. It always catches him by surprise. It's always abrupt and awkward. If you play track, I think it's 7.
Now, what would you take now to bring you down a little bit? Obviously, you got an upper. What do you need? A little cannabis? What do we need to get?
No cannabis.
On 97.9 The Loop.
97.9 The Loop.
A Cumulus station. This is WLUP-FM, Chicago. The Mancow on The Loop.
What the fuck?
I didn't combine different parts. That's really how the show goes.
Oh, my
It's
God.
fucking The Loop, Mancow, The Loop, Chicago, The Loop, Mancow.
And just fucking one of those drum fills actually is from Mastodon, I think.
Oh, sweet. Well,
Which
that's,
is
I got
kinda
something
sweet.
right.
Yeah.
But what's funny about that is that he asks his sidekick there a question. He's like, "Oh, what do you need? Like a downer, like some cannabis?" The guy starts to answer. Then it's like, Mancow in the morning. Is nobody fucking paying attention to anything here?
Yeah, it's just fucking constantly just drops to fucking breaks and
chaos. It's terrible. Do you have anything else you want to play?
I don't think so. I think
we've done a good job of analyzing and reviewing Mancow in the morning. What a giant piece of shit. And I don't say this lightly, but if you listen to that show, you're an asshole. Look in the mirror. Look yourself in the mirror. Spend a couple minutes. Try to reevaluate your fucking life, you dummy.
The hole on your face where your words come out is an asshole.
It's an asshole.
It's a puckered asshole.
You bring nothing, you add nothing.
We are now dumber for listening.
Exactly. Yeah. I should have clipped that. All right, cool. So we're gonna do this again next week, Kevin, because we do this every week.
It's not gonna be Mancow.
It's not gonna be Mancow. Going a totally different direction for you.
Okay.
Which I'm sure you will appreciate. I found another podcast for us to listen to, and this podcast. Well, I'm not going to give anything away. Why don't you play our teaser for next week?
I should have put it in my podcast. I got laid 2 times in 12 hours.
It's already recording, so
fuck yeah, make sure that's in there. I probably won't get laid for like 2 weeks now, but hey,
it works.
Right.
Welcome to Cocktails and Centaurs. We sip our way through life, books, and pop culture. This is Liz.
I'm Jess.
Oh my gosh, give me a second.
She's stretching, and I'm all snuffly.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, we decided on
stretch that feels like really fucking good. You're
like it's like an orgasm.
You're just like,
oh my God, what the fuck was going on in that clip?
So that was, I'm not joking, the very beginning of the show. That's how the show starts. It started mid-conversation. It might have been mid-word.
Was she, sound like someone was doing coke in the background or something?
There. Oh, probably.
Did you hear the snorting and stuff? That's what it sounded like to me. That's why I was like, what the fuck am I listening to?
Well, that's a good point. We'll play that again, because I want you to key in on how abruptly this starts.
Okay.
I should have put it in my podcast. I got laid 2 times in 12 hours.
It's already recording, so
fuck yeah, make sure that's in there. I probably won't get laid for like 2 weeks now, but hey,
it works.
Right.
Welcome to Cocktails and Centaurs. We sip our way through life, books, and pop culture. This is Liz.
I'm Jess.
Oh my gosh, give me a second.
She's stretching, and I'm all snuffly.
Oh yeah.
Oh my God, yeah.
Stretch that feels like really fucking good. You're
like it's like an orgasm.
You're just like,
you're on to something there, because at first it's like a, and then there's a couple like, it's she's getting really ramped up for this episode.
Yeah. Yeah, and not only the fact that the fucking first girl's like, this is she says her goddamn title so fast.
I have no idea what she's talking about.
Yeah, they're both fucking coked out of their minds, is what I'm guessing.
Here's the description on iTunes. So this is called Cocktails and Centaurs. We are 2 women who really enjoy a good cocktail. An even better read in all things pop culture. Jessica, oh my God. They don't write in sentences. There's no periods.
Oh, no.
I see people on Facebook who do this. Like, that was covered in second fucking grade. It makes it so difficult to read things when it just goes on. An even better read, in all things pop culture, Jessica is a newlywed mother of one, full-time student and part-time phone survey goddess. Elizabeth is a wife, mother of two, a stay-at-home mother by day, and badass novelist by night. We are both fast-witted smartasses who have been having a great time together for the last 17 years.
Now, wait a minute.
That's fast-witted?
These two have procreated? That makes me fucking really worried. That they have kids.
All right, so this episode that I'm recommending we review is called Marijuana for Your Vagina, number 50.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
You sound so defeated. You're like, out of this bullshit.
This is going to be very, very interesting. But it starts out like you could tell, obviously, she starts rolling the clip, and she's like, oh, yeah, it's because I got totally fucking double-fisted last night. Oh, leave that in there. Oh.
I'm not going to be able to get fucked again for a while. Oh, yeah, hey.
I was blowing 3 guys while my husband didn't die. I'll leave that in there. Oh.
I'm already looking forward. Once you have a chance to process these two twats' voices, I can't wait to hear what you come up with as your impressions for them.
I'll just do Cobra Commander as this fucking...
What are these bitches talking about?
I got laid last night. Leave that in there. I'm all sniffly this morning. You know when you stretch and it sounds like you have an orgasm? Shit.
We should transcribe the episode and re-record it as... It'll be like Cobra Commander and Nicolas Cage will be the new hosts of the show.
Hey, I just got to ask you, what are all these people looking for the Declaration of Independence for?
I'm not going to get laid this weekend!
The only thing that Nicolas Cage talks about when I do his voice is the Declaration of Independence. I have to work it in somehow every time.
It's fucking perfect. So join us again next week because it might be the show where we find out once and for all, who are these podcasts? Sleep well, every pony.
Hello and welcome to another episode of Who Are These Podcasts? I'm Kevin.
And I'm Carl.
And we listen to podcasts so you don't have to. On today's show, we'll be analyzing and reviewing a podcast called Cocktails and Centaurs. Episode 50, entitled Marijuana for Your Vagina. As always, we've both listened to the show separately. We have not discussed it with each other beforehand. So without further ado, let's find out once and for all, who are these podcasts?
It's showtime.
WATP.
WATP.
Welcome to WATP.
Welcome. Oh, what a fucking week.
Yeah, we listened to Cocktails and Centaurs.
Yes. We listened to it all right. It was one for the ages. It's
This is one that we should just start playing clips on right away because I could play you 3 or 4 that would epitomize the show. I'm not even sure where to begin.
I have one.
Go for it.
I think will work. Here we go.
When I went for that shoe magazine, they had me do this that I never actually gave them, but like an article on particular shoes, and they were the ones that didn't have the backs to them.
This is the kind of nuggets of pure shit that you'll get in this episode, because they don't talk about anything that's at all relevant. It really it sounds a lot like what you would imagine two girls getting together with drinks and recording it would sound like. That's what this show is to me.
It's actually worse than that. It's two boring girls.
Well,
and if you read the bio on their website, cocktailsandcentaurs.com, I'll just a quick background. We are two women who really enjoy a good cocktail, an even better read, and all things pop culture. Jessica is a newlywed mother of one, full-time student, and part-time phone survey goddess. Elizabeth is a wife, mother of two, a stay-at-home mother by day, and a badass novelist by night. We are both fast-witted smartasses who have been having a great time together for the last 17 years. What it doesn't say in there is that they're a fucking bore fest. They have nothing to say. Nothing.
No, not at all. And I was reading their bios on their websites too. If anybody wants to check it out, it's like Carl said, cocktailsandcentaurs.com, where you get to see what they look like and their heritage.
You get to see what they look like, and that's hilarious too. Because I'm like, these women must be hideous. So I go on the website to check it out, and they're all what I call MySpace pictures.
Yes. Yeah.
You can't see anything but a shot of like their forehead, and it has to be like at a certain angle so their forehead looks skinny.
Right. Well,
I think I saw an eyeball in one of the photos, but
the thing
doesn't show you much.
So I went to the site and I'm like, they're going to be the biggest fucking cunts in the world. And then I get there and I look at them. I'm like, oh, all right, they kind of look nice. Like they look
every time.
I know. I'm too nice of a person, honestly.
That's so annoying.
But then I read their bios, and if you say these look like MySpace pictures, they fucking are MySpace pictures because they call it out in the paragraphs. I don't know if you read either one. I don't want to read the whole thing, but if you read like the little section on Elizabeth, who's the first, I think she's the one who's talking the most. Have I guessed correctly? I don't know.
Tell which cunt was which.
Right. But she says, why couldn't MySpace still be a thing? I could just use one of the many surveys to tell you about myself. I'm sure you want to know my favorite color, green, pop or soda, and my first boyfriend's middle name, Lee. I'll go with the basics, I guess. I'm in my late 20s, married to my high school sweetheart, and a mother of 2 beautiful daughters. A year ago, I self-published my first novel, blah, 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 blah. All right, so
everything about that is boring.
And then the other girl, who I think is the more annoying
her
one.
favorite color? What a fucking bore.
This is the one I love the most, though.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'll stop it.
No, it's all right. The second girl, so Jessica, I guess her name is. It says here she's 28 going on 29, mother of an...
What does that mean?
I mean, she's going to turn a year older in 1 year.
She's like, what is she, a math major?
Yeah. She's the mother of an incredible, smart, funny, beautiful demon child who will turn 3 in May. I just married the love of my life last September after a quick courting period of 12 and a half years.
Oh, this one has some sarcasm.
Well, no, this one has been working this guy for 12 and a half years.
Oh, poor guy.
Yeah, this poor guy was like, God damn it, all right. And I think this is the annoying one. Well, they're both annoying, but I mean, this one is...
This is the annoying
This is the
one.
more annoying one of the two.
That's the line of the day right there.
Oh, God.
This is the one that's annoying. Okay.
So, do you want to just get right into fucking clips here?
I do want to. So, as you know, on a lot of these podcasts we listen to, there's something early on in the first 2 minutes I pick up on, and then it bugs me the rest of the show.
All right.
And this show was no exception. Play track 2. And actually, let me set it up real quick. This is probably about 40 seconds worth of audio that I clipped down to only them saying the word like.
You know, like the whole but I like it.
But
if saying because they're first of all they're
if I was like a B cup,
but
no, that's my
but I was
I can choose to.
Girls that have A and B's, I don't like you.
I thought she was like a large B, so it was like they were nice and round. But now she's like a C and she has to. I'm like, haha.
Like what the new Barbies are gonna look like.
No, are they gonna be the chunky Barbies or the chunky?
Like they're kind of they come in all different shapes and sizes. Like some are tall, some are short.
Dude, you put in more work than fucking James Cameron did on Titanic, editing that together. That was a lot of likes to edit together into one thing.
It honestly wasn't that much work. All I had to do was take out the 3 words in between the word like. They say like so often. So at the end of that clip right there, they start talking about the new fat Barbie. And I didn't actually clip that part. That was a normal sentence, but it sounded like the rest of it, which was fascinating to me because everything else I was kind of clipping through and just taking out the likes. So then I realized, okay, there's a whole section going on where they're using the word like every third word. So this is not clipped. This is not doctored in any way. track 3, and I'm going to quiz you on it. Over under. How many likes do you think they say in 30 seconds? This is a 30-second clip. How many likes?
50.
50? You don't know how to play these games.
No, I don't know how to
would
bet.
that be possible? They'd have to be like.
That's pretty much what they do, though.
Okay. Well, way to shit all over my premise. Why don't you play track 3 and go ahead and try to count at home?
Like what the new Barbies are gonna look like.
No, are they gonna be the chunky Barbies or like the chunky?
Like
quote,
they're
unquote?
kind of like they come in all different shapes and sizes. Like some are tall, some are short. But the one that they showed from like the side looked like she had like a fupa, like a front butt, and like so. Do you know what it's like when a girl has like small tits and like a bigger
Is that what she
stomach?
looked like?
Yes, like she looked.
At least make her like she can still be cute, guys.
She
just
doesn't
doesn't
like
have
proportion. Like, do you remember like what Becky used to look like in high school?
I lost count.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. I tried to count. I counted 20. 20 likes in 30 seconds. Now, there were actually a couple times they used the word like correctly, but fuck it, I counted those too because they were saying they're like liking this, and it's like, I like that. Holy shit. Dummies. And then the worst part of that, the very end of it, when they start bringing in the information only they would know. Oh yeah, remember Jessica in high school? And you're like, what? Who are you?
Yeah.
Who are you broadcasting to? What is this show? Who is this show for? What is this about?
Yeah, I had that. I think I named one that exact thing, which was probably the same clip. Seriously, what the fuck is going on? I think is what I named it. And let me listen to it because I think that this is the same kind of thing. But
okay,
I know.
Like life would be so much easier if I didn't have to do my hair and makeup.
Could you just imagine? Because I was talking about this with Brady the other day. You know, like the whole like free the nipple thing. Like,
Yeah.
I don't really understand it because I don't really care.
all right, so it's not the same thing, but they're talking about Brandon. I think I caught in there, and I have no. I'm assuming husband.
Yes,
I don't know.
They talk about their husbands a lot, and they just throw out the names as if we're like friends with these fucking assholes.
Yeah, if we've listened to the other 49 episodes prior to this, 49 episodes prior to this one.
That's crazier than that, Kevin. At the very end, they start promoting shit. They have merchandise.
I know.
Did you see that?
They have it. I saw it on their webpage. They're $25 a piece. These
Yes, for
t-shirts.
t-shirts.
Yeah.
They have like this twink modeling this tank top. It doesn't make any sense at all. Like, why would this twink wear a Cocktails and Centaurs tank top? Do you think the bros at school would be like, "Hey, man, I listen to that show too"?
Dude, that's a badass shirt, man.
Real quick, so I want you to play. It's overlapping with what you just played, but I wrote a joke. So play track 1 for mine.
Especially the grays.
Oh, they're so
They're
bad.
so silver. Like life would be so much easier if I didn't have to do my hair and makeup.
All right, so here's my joke. Why does she have to do her hair and makeup?
I don't know.
Because she's old and ugly. Ba-doom-pa.
Hello.
Yeah, thanks. I'll be here all week.
You know, the thing that kills me about, like, she's like, you know how many girls I guess I've listened to say that same thing? Like, it would just be so easy if I just didn't have to do my hair and makeup. Like, if I just roll out of bed every day, it would be so easy. It's like, that's not an original thought. Girls have been saying that since fucking ever.
Well,
fucking,
and plus she's not attractive. So, it's one thing if you have to look good for some reason. These women look terrible. And so whether they have makeup on or not is really not going to push the needle.
You realize that any female listener that we have right now they're all going to this website to look at these girls right now. What does Carl think is attractive?
They're all going to agree with me. They're like, that Carl's an asshole. Oh, no, he's right.
No, I agree.
In fact, there's a picture of Elizabeth, who's the fatter one.
Okay.
There's a picture of her, and you can tell it was taken with an old film camera. It's probably from 25 years ago because she's a little bit skinnier in it.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I'm getting too deep into visuals.
I told you, man. It's hard for me to look at pictures of people and be like, oh God, like I don't know. I can't do that. They're annoying as fuck. Don't get me wrong, but it's hard for me to like look at them and be like, oh, she's fucking ugly or whatever. I'm too nice. You need a new co-host for this fucking show because I'm too nice.
That's why I'm here. I'm a dick. You can be as nice as you want. I'll call these cunts out. I don't give a shit.
And like
she agrees. This is the maniacal laugh.
Yeah.
And like,
and this is her nervous laugh. She does that a lot, where she'll talk to me like.
I noticed that too when she has a thought that goes nowhere, which is often.
Right.
She fills in the void with
there's silence.
Yeah, there's a couple of different segments of this show. How long was this podcast, Kevin?
45 minutes, something like that.
And an eternity is actually technically correct.
Okay.
So there were a couple different segments that they had, and one of them was they talked about the TV show Pretty Little Liars.
Oh, yeah.
You familiar with this show, Kev?
I have heard the name, but I couldn't even tell you like what network it's on or what it's about.
I had no idea. So, I start doing I get my research team on it, and after a couple long nights, they came back to me. Apparently, this is an ABC Family teen drama.
Okay.
As it's described by Wikipedia. They are obsessed with the show. They set a timer. They weren't going to talk about it for more than 5 minutes. And then the timer went off. They're like, oh, fuck it. Why don't just keep talking about it?
Yeah.
And it's so funny because it's a teen drama. So you can only imagine how deep these plot lines are. But this is how fucking dumb these two twats are. Play track 8, which I call Expert Analysis of Pretty Little Liars.
Well, you find out she's not, but I'm saying there's twins. So the twin is dead, but the twin was all the girls' friend.
Yeah.
It wasn't the real Allison.
Yeah.
So, like, somebody was after her. It was Allison, the sister. She was in Radley because she was crazy.
But I want to know if someone inside of Radley is after this Allison.
Yeah,
or...
the twin was.
No, I mean the new Allison.
Oh, the new. Oh.
Yeah, because if
somebody else is after her now.
Well, I'm wondering because you do find out that she's still alive.
Right.
Usually
they're
that
both
would
alive.
No.
Oh, okay. Because like they found a body.
Yeah, that I know. For whatever reason, I have read that you find that Allison is not.
I wish
They're so fucking confused. They have no idea what's going on in the plot of the show they love.
I wish.
They don't know who's alive and who's dead.
This is the one time I wish I had that sound effect of Arnold Schwarzenegger just going, "Shut up! Shut up! Shut up!"
Why don't you?
I don't know why I don't have it.
Oh, let's get that on the board.
I'll just do it myself. I'll just do it manually. Shut up!
I just thought that was hilarious because they had already been talking about this dumb show for a while. They're all obsessed with it. And then they start talking about the plot line, and neither of them have a fucking clue what's going on.
Yeah, well, yeah.
And then, as we read in the bio, they apparently love to read books. That they're all about a cocktail and a read and pop culture. So I thought this was pretty funny. Play track 7 because this TV show, Pretty Little Liars, is based on a book series that's, of course, for tweens, but I'll let that slide. This is based on a book series. So play track 7.
My theory, because this is what the book does, because I already read the fucking Wikipedia on the books.
She didn't read the books. She read the Wikipedia on the books.
Oh, Jesus.
We love reading, but if it's like pages, fuck that. Is there just like a summary somewhere on Wikipedia I can just get caught up?
What I really would like to know with this show, like if somebody, and this is asking a lot, but if somebody could listen to this show and count how many words they say in the 45 minutes.
What do you think? It's like 17?
No.
It's like,
knowing my math, yeah, that would be. I'd be
I was talking about unique words.
Yeah. Besides like No, I mean, just the amount of words that they cram into a sentence is mind-boggling to me. Like, even the intro of the show, she says what the show is about, and I still don't understand what she said. So I have a clip. It's real quick because she's fucking motoring through it all.
Welcome to Cocktails and Centaurs. We zip our way through life, books, and pop culture. This is Liz.
So, all right. Can you analyze that? Because I don't know what she's saying. I've listened to it a million times now.
You know, I've listened to that part before, too, and you just made me realize something. Every time someone leaves me a voicemail at work, this is exactly what they do. Hey, this is Brian Paulson. My number is 560. All right, give me a call back. You're like, what the fuck, dude? I know you know your name and number, but I have no clue.
Right.
Can you slow the fuck down? She couldn't have pronounced Cocktails and Centaurs, the name of the show, worse than she did. And it's impossible to decipher.
Well, it seems like there's a tagline in there too, like we do. I forget what it is.
Yeah, they sip their something. Yeah. Play that again.
Welcome to Cocktails and Centaurs. We zip our way through life, books, and pop culture. This is Liz.
We sip our way through.
Well, I think she said we slip our way.
We slip our way through life, culture. Wait a minute.
Welcome to Cocktails and Centaurs. We zip our way through life, books, and pop culture. This is Liz.
We slip our way through life,
books, and pop culture.
Pop culture. This is Liz. So I can't. This is literally the first 5 seconds of this fucking show. It's her going, and fucking just whatever nonsense gibberish coming out of her twat mouth.
Cake hole.
Pie hole. No, if let's say I started this program, because I do the off the top announcement for WATP, right? So if I
brilliantly too, I might add.
Oh, thanks. So nice. So if I said something like, "Hello, welcome to this is the podcast you wanted to," that would be.
It's like a drunk Micro Machines guy.
Yeah.
Like you're talking fast, but you're slurring everything, and you have no idea what anyone's saying.
Yeah. There's another part in here where I don't know which one it is, but there's a subtle rip in here. I thought it was pretty funny.
Okay.
Months ago,
you were so fucking old that you pulled your back by stretching. Like
I was like, how did I do this?
Like, you don't even work out or anything. Like
that was a burn. She slipped that one under. She was like, you don't even work out or anything. Nervous laugh.
She certainly does not.
Yeah. There's a really bad blowjob joke that they do at one point.
I don't remember that. Let's hear it.
Anything is and then I can take that in my mouth.
Yeah, I bet you can take that in your mouth, Elizabeth.
Shut up!
Everyone knows fat chicks give good blowjobs. I mean,
oh Jesus!
What? Now I'm the asshole. How did that happen?
Oh my God! Oh.
And like.
Oh my God! All right. Did you enjoy their talk about their periods on here?
Yeah,
because
I go ahead and play your clip. I have one that's called "And Now I'm Going to Throw Up."
So, like, when you tell, I mean, like, you know, your normal guy, right? And this would be like the extreme fucking case of this. If you said, I'm going to listen to a podcast that is two girls drinking wine and talking about whatever's on the top of their heads, right? Or whatever the fuck the tagline was.
Yeah,
said, right?
The joke would be like, oh, what are they talking about? Their periods?
Exactly. You'd be like, Jesus, they talk about their periods for 45 minutes?
Right.
And then they do talk about their periods for quite a long time. And a bit of detail. So here's a little bit of period talk.
Trust me, I remember. It sucks. It wasn't that long ago that I had a period.
Yeah.
But it's only a few days, and you get to fuck over it. Like,
Mine
it's not your whole life.
can last anywhere between like 5 to 10 days.
Mine was about 7, but my cramps only lasted 2 or 3.
Yeah.
I'm nauseous. I'm physically nauseous.
Then she goes in. I don't know if you covered this on your clip, but she goes into how she used to take Vicodin for her cramps.
I didn't pick that. Yeah.
So she, like, the title of this episode is marijuana for the vagina or whatever the hell. And they talk about these suppositories that are, I assume, soaked or some way in THC or whatever, and allow you to insert them through your menses and relieve yourself of pain instead of having to take whatever Midol or fucking whatever it is, heroin or whatever it is you're supposed to take through that stuff. So I just thought it was really funny. There was a part I didn't clip it, but she says something like, "Oh yeah, they're suppositories." She's like, "Oh, where do they go? Oh, I guess like in your vagina." Like, no, they go in your asshole. Like, where else would them?
Well, they were confused. Yeah, I know. They were very confused about that. They're like, okay, so this is like when you have your period. It's a suppository. Where do you put it?
Right.
Yeah, like, how would that possibly make sense? Well, just shove it up your asshole.
Yeah, just put it in your ass. That's what they do, right? I would say, like, what do you do when you have sex when you're on your period? Oh, I put it in my asshole. All right, well, then you put this tampon in your asshole then.
Well, now you're just making sense. Another thing they were talking about, and this was something I learned. I didn't know this prior to listening to the show, so at least I got something out of it. Apparently, Grease Live was better than The Sound of Music, but not as good as The Wiz. And the one chick, every time she referenced watching Grease Live or one of these stupid, again, they're watching entertainment shows that are for children, but all right, moving on. She keeps talking about how she's texting her mom about it, and oh my god, my mom loved that part. Like, who gives a fuck?
Yeah.
Why would you possibly talk about conversations with your however old mom about Grease 2 on ABC or whatever the fuck it's on? I think I have a clip about this somewhere.
I'm pretty sure I do too. Of the texting.
All right, yeah.
Mom
If you have one, go ahead and play it.
I think that's what this is. Let's see.
Oh my god, that was the first thing I texted to my mom. I'm like, A, he sucks. B, he's old.
Yeah, exactly. I didn't even clip that. Thank you. That was the first thing I texted to my mom. That poor mom.
Yeah.
She's got to leave me alone. Just go fucking talk to your stupid nobodies on your podcast and sell 0 t-shirts online. Leave me out of this. I want nothing to do with this shit.
Her mom is fucking labia deep in a box of wine when she calls. It's like, oh, this fucking disappointment is texting me again.
This disappointment.
This fucking 28 going on 29 disappointment.
Oh, it's funny. So when they were getting into the conversations about those live performances, they said something that I thought was kind of funny. Track 6.
No, it's one of my favorite things to do, though, is to Google, like, the worst performances, like, really bad.
And you know what comes up first when you Google the worst performances, like, really bad? Cocktails and Centaurs, the podcast.
Which, by the way, where does the Centaurs part come into this?
Oh, that's a good question. I don't like the name of the show at all. I don't feel like Cocktails and Centaurs sums up what this show is. Go ahead.
I was going to say maybe like babbling cunts.
Well, it's funny you say that because I actually came up with some show name ideas.
All right.
And so if these two ladies, Elizabeth and Dummy Nose, want to steal these, they're welcome to. They're free to take. I feel like they would better set up the show, and it might work from a marketing perspective because the right people would find the show. So just a couple ones I came up with. Two Broke Cunts. The Powerpuff Cunts. Gossip Cunt would be a good one. This is a good one. Cunts Interrupted.
I'm seeing a pattern here.
Well, it's funny that that's what you came up with too.
Yeah.
If this show was a Motley Crue song, it would be called Cunts, Cunts, Cunts.
Oh, Jesus.
All right. That's enough of that.
Oh, God. I just like, when you just referred to him before that little spiel, you said, Elizabeth and Dummy Nose. Did you say Dummy Nose?
I was looking at her picture. I'm obsessed with the bios. I'm obsessed with the bio section of their website. So I'm looking at her dumb nose.
Oh my god, that's the funniest fucking insult I've ever heard you say before, because it's so it's so not. It's like something I would come up with because I'm trying to be polite. You're like, what a fucking dummy nose.
I called her dummy nose, and then I called her a cunt 18 times in a row.
Right. Yeah, you had to make up for it.
Oh, wow.
Oh, holy shit, that was funny. So, what else do we have here? What other,
we just did the thing that I made fun of doing on the last show. We were listening to Mancow.
Yeah.
And remember, who was it? Alonzo Bowden made a joke, and they had to stop everything and laugh at the joke. We just totally fucking did that.
Yeah.
That's the problem with the show that we have, Kevin, is that we make fun of people, and we pick out all these things. So lip smacking is something that I've focused on, saying the word like, laughing at our jokes, nervous laughter. And these are all things that we do all the time.
Well, yeah, and that's
We're the worst people.
That's what makes it so fun. Like, when you propose the idea for this podcast to me, I was like, how is this going to work? Because I feel like we're just going to be the same as these people, per se. Like, it's going to be the same sort of thing.
Oh, fuck. I think this is the last show we're going to do.
Yeah, I think so. We're wrapping it up then, I guess. No, I got a couple more clips, but I don't think anything too crazy. They do talk a bit about Barbie in here, about the I guess the heavier set Barbie. Yeah, or chunky Barbie, I think as they call her. So it's funny because I feel like they're trying to take the stance like, oh, it's good that you've got, this chunky Barbie. It shows girls that, that things are really good, and everybody's got different body shapes. But then they're just being hypocritical, I guess, in the way she says this. So here we go.
What are you gonna have?
Like small, medium, and large clothes? I don't understand. That's
or
annoying.
like Barbie needs to work out. Like Barbie needs implant clothes. Like, I know that's awful because I think it's great that they're having different shapes and sizes. But again,
we were gonna.
She's like talking about all the different clothes and the implants that she's going to need because she's too fat and all this stuff. But she thinks it's a really good idea that they have these types of dolls for girls.
Yeah, so they love to make fun of people.
Yep.
Even though they look terrible. They went off on some other woman, I can't remember who it was, but talking about how her eyes are too wide. And that's the funny thing about all of this. As much as we could easily be called out for being total assholes because we'll just look at people's pictures and rip on them and make fun of their shows, these people do it to themselves. When we listen to the Kongversation, these guys are talking about Donkey Kong, and then they're making fun of people who talk about other video games. Everyone is making fun of everyone. You would feel like there'd be some type of glass houses effect going on here.
Yeah.
There's none of that. Everyone feels entitled, as if they're like, oh, yes, fat fucking Barbie. And then she goes on to say how she's fat, but at least she's not fat without a butt and boobs.
Yeah, chunky butt and boobs, I believe she says. I think I clipped that, too, just because I wanted to hear her say chunky butt and boobs.
I did, too, yeah.
They also do another thing that you would think that two women talking on a podcast would talk about. And what do you think that is? It's talking about periods, right?
Oh, could it possibly be about fucking shoes?
It's about shoes. You got it right.
About fucking shoes? Jesus Christ.
Yep. So I've got a shoe clip here, one of many.
I used to have so many freaking shoes.
Me too. I got rid of, I think one time I remember I went through my closet. I got rid of 75 pairs of shoes. I got rid of.
Oh, Lord.
Oh, Lord. Oh.
I have that exact same clip. I called it "Talking About Shoes is Not Broadcasting." Maybe it's broadcasting, but it's not broadcasting. It's like you said when we first started the show. If you were just sitting next to a couple of hens cackling it up at the bar, this is the kind of conversation you would hear.
Right.
And these fucking dummies think that this is a show.
Yeah, have you ever been in a situation as a guy where you think that maybe
get me the fuck out of here?
No, there might be some meaningful conversation going on between two women who are meeting for drinks or whatever. Maybe they're talking shit about you, or they're making grand plans or anything. I don't think that's the case. Yeah, I think that they're mostly talking about shoes and periods. Like, that's like what guys think, you know, like they're like, oh, Jesus, they must be talking about periods or whatever. And that's exactly what they talk about. And that's so, I don't know, stereotypical, I guess, of what you would think that this show would be. But
it's worse than that, Kevin, because these two women are self-proclaimed quick-witted smartasses. They literally see themselves as being amazing conversationalists. And so they're not just at the bar having this conversation, they're broadcasting it. This is so important that they get this information out. And it really is a sad reflection on all women. I hope that they don't reflect what's going on average, because it's like, okay, here's all I'm going to say about it. As terrible as our show is, Kevin, at least we put a little bit of fucking prep into it. You and I, we grab some clips. We have a topic we're going to talk about. Today's topic happens to be dumb cunts, whatever. At least there's a topic. These two women get on. There's no format. There's no topic. They're just having a conversation. It's not well produced. The levels are all over the place. Sounds like shit. And there's no reason for anyone to listen. And they have the fucking gall to make T-shirts. And I mean, we keep saying T-shirts. They have tons of different merchandise you can buy. You can get a cover for your laptop. They have like cards. They have bags. I mean, this takes some serious fucking self-esteem to think that they should put their logo and name on merchandise and make it more expensive than it's worth. I don't know. I'm angry, Kevin. Let's start making some T-shirts.
It's pound me in my hot vag.
There we go.
I had to get a South Park in there. I'm sorry.
South Park reference last time. So I have another clip that, again, you were talking about how there's like a little subtle rip. I think this one is to play track 10.
I'm really hungry.
I know. Me too.
We're having chili dogs and rub your floats. We're making them. I know, right?
So the fat one tells the uninteresting one that she's really hungry, and it's like, I know.
Yeah, we're well aware.
She's like, of course you are. and then oh, what are you gonna have? Like a nice salad, some vegetables, chili dogs, and root beer floats. Okay, sounds about right.
I don't know. Do you have any other clips to play through this?
I honestly think that we have done a great job representing what this show is. Anybody who just listened to our show, you do not have to listen to Cocktails and Centaurs. That was all you need to know. With that said, we're going to do this again next week.
Yeah.
And I do want to tease the podcast that we'll be listening to next week. So, Kevin, why don't you play the track that I labeled next week's teaser?
Boy, if you don't get somewhere and get to a McDonald's and apply, stop. I had a job since I was 16.
No, this kid looks like he's about 12 years old. He is a child.
Then he need to be reading, because his full-time job is going to school.
Yes, but I'm like, where the fuck is your mom at? Like, he is so tiny and short and little. Sure. And it's different. Like, I know, like, sometimes when you see, like, 16, 17-year-olds, you be like, oh, you know. But this is a baby. This is somebody's baby. And I don't know where his mom
gonna do with that $10, though? Where he gonna take that $10?
He could go get him something to eat at least.
Drop him off something to eat.
Yeah, I don't know. I ain't gonna
That's
lie.
strange.
I'm no fan of giving just people money like that.
I know, but that's a kid, and so I just feel like whatever he do with it, that's his business. You know, that's just how I feel.
Yeah,
but I really want to know where his mama at.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like, why would I ever not stop asking for money if people keep giving me money? You know what I'm saying?
I like that. If I come up on $10 today, I'm going to stop going to school.
Like,
$10 is a lot. I'm 12. That's almost as old as I am.
I'm sorry. I know I let that one run long, but I loved the $10 is a lot. That's almost as old as I am. What? This person doesn't understand how units of measurement work.
What is
$1 does not equal a year. Sorry. Okay. So this is a podcast called Snatch That Weave.
Okay.
And Snatch That Weave, this episode is called STW versus Everybody. So Snatch That Weed versus everybody. These are self-proclaimed black urban millennials. Kevin, you seem uncomfortable. Are you all right over there?
There's a little bit. This is riding the edge of I don't know what. Like I feel like this is
going to be good. It's going to be good.
All right.
I'm looking for. Oh, come on, we can make fun of fat white chicks for saying like. I'm sure we can make fun of black millennial urbanites for whatever the ridiculous bullshit they say. Or at least I will. You can just sit there. You know what? Here's an idea. You, just so everybody understands, Kevin works the board. He's over there. He's recording the show. He's got a mixer. You could just sit there and play with that. Maybe hit a little, drop every now and then. I'll just make fun of these dummies. All right.
How many times am I have to bleep out like you doing ebonics or like something else?
Oh no, you did.
Shit. Oh God. This podcast next week is going to set back race relations.
Oh, here
by months. It's going to set it back by months.
Snatchthatweave.com. I recommend everybody check it out. You can learn about Choosy D.
Is that one of the people on the show?
Of course it's one of the people on the show.
Thank God. Thank God. That wasn't like something.
There's Boss Stance.
Okay.
And then, oh, wow, I don't even know how to pronounce this one. I'm not even going to attempt it.
Okay.
Name is Ariel. Last name Freshest. Manarial Freshest? I don't know. That's a tough one. She looks like she's got a lot of attitude. I'm not going to... Okay, that's the one I'm not going to make fun of. But the other two are fair game. Choosy D is fair game.
Choosy D. So this is a horrible segue into our plugs now. But I wanted to plug the website for WATP. It's whoarethese.com.
We have our own website. Yay!
Yeah, we kind of did before, but this is kind of like the official whatever relaunch or whatever the hell you want to call it. So
whoarethese.com.
Yes, whoarethese.com and
home of the Who Are These podcast.
Yep, and you can go there. You can do all of the dumb shit you can normally do on any web podcast. So leave us a fucking comment on one of the shows or whatever, whatever, and you could email us there. You can also email either Carl or I if you do Carl at whoarethese.com or Kevin at whoarethese.com as well. So
Carl with a K.
Carl with a K, that's true. Yes.
At whoarethese.com. And if you are going to contact us and you're pissed off, then please have at it. Also, we'd love to know what podcast we should review. If you stumbled upon one that you'd like us to check out, we'd love your suggestions. Kevin would especially love your suggestions. Anything other than Snatch That Weave.
Snatch That Weave, yeah.
Thrilled if you could come up with something.
So, yeah, there's a contact form or whatever you can submit there or just email us at those addresses we gave you. And check out the site. It's got all the shows up there or whatever. And maybe some new shit coming at some point. But that's what it is. That's our fucking plug.
That's the plug. Maybe next week we'll do the plug in the beginning when someone might actually hear it.
That's probably a good idea. Yeah, and then when I won't fuck it up 20 times trying to explain it. So that too.
Well, you know what? Practice makes perfect, Kevin.
Yes.
And I feel like we'd be better by now.
Yeah, you know, Choosy D told me that. She taught me that practice makes perfect. So,
you know who told me that? Cobra Commander.
Oh, all right.
Totally.
Totally.
I totally agree with you, Choosy D.
Yes. We're getting all of our wires crossed. So join us again next week because it might be the show where we find out once and for all who are these podcasts. Sleep well, every pony.